It is a living example and experience influencing decisions from national policies to community practices, and it has touched the heart of every individual in Bhutan. So importantly, the Parliament places the GNH as a very pivotal point for any decision that we make. At the same time, we also everybody must have heard about that the visionary leadership of His Majesty the King of Bhutan today, embracing bold new initiatives such as the development of Gelepu Mindfulness City, conceived as a sanctuary for mindful living and sustainable innovation. This city aspires to become a global example of how urban spaces can embody the principle of GNH, harmonizing human aspiration with spiritual well-being, ecological integrity, and cultural richness. We hope the Gelepu Mindfulness City will not only serve as an inspiration for Bhutan, but also for the world, demonstrating how cities everywhere can be reimagined as centers of human flourishing, resilience, and harmony. The challenges of rapid changing world. Human life itself is a precious gift meant to be lived with simplicity, dignity, and balance. Yet, as the world evolved rapidly, we have complicated our lives with endless desire. We have really complicated our lives with endless desire. If we are not careful, we begin to measure happiness by what we own rather than how we live. So, I don't know, Megha, how much time left for me. I would like to summarize now. Innovation must support human intelligence and human values, not replace them. Managing life is the changing world requires balance, wisdom, and restraint. So the international policy research also shows that the rapid digital and economic transformation, if not guided by well-being oriented governance, can weaken social cohesion and negatively affect quality of life. So a community is not merely infrastructure of economic activities. It is where the children must feel safe, elders must feel respected, culture must remain alive, and the nature is protected. Strong communities transform individual struggle into collective strength and reminds us that happiness is achievable, but we can make it sustainable through collective effort only, not singularly. The alternative model for happiness and the future. As we think about alternative model of living for the future of humankind, Bhutan offers not a perfect solution, but an important reminder. It's not a solution, but it can be a reminder. I don't know if everyone agrees to it, or nor I'm trying to tell the world that everyone should agree to it. But for us, the future of humankind must move away from growth-centered living to happiness-centered living. It should be balanced. We must also be focused on the growth-centered, but at the same time, we should not forget that the happiness should be at the core. As a legislator and as a politician, it is very challenging. It is really challenging. As a legislator, we have always believed that the alternative model of happiness is built on strong local community, not isolated individual. harmony with the nature, not exploitation, sustainable energy and responsible consumption, not excess, shared public spaces, not social fragmentation, meaningful work and time for life, not constant pressure. I think we are almost like inside a pressure cooker. In this model, happiness is not postponed to retirement or success. It is experienced daily through connection, purpose, and care for one another. Development becomes meaningful, not exhausting. Progress becomes inclusive, not compulsive. So, if we can place human well-being at the center of our decision, economic decision, technological, political, the future does not have to be frightening. It can be human, balanced, and inspiring. So this responsibility aligns closely with the global commitment of SDG as well. I think everybody is aware of it. It is undeniable that the true happiness through community growth is achievable. It is truly achievable. But how we do it, that is the differences. So at the end, I would like to just reiterate again. As a lawmaker, we shape the condition in which society live, society grow, and a society dream. The decision we make today will determine whether a future generation inherit this world triggered by anxiety and depression, or guided by a wisdom. That will depend upon the decision that we make today. Either we are going to take our world towards depression and anxiety, or a world guided by a real wisdom, where everybody will be very happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dasho Sangye Khandu. That was the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Bhutan. Now, may I invite on stage the Chief Minister of Haryana, Honorable Shri Nayab Singh Saini, and joining us also on the stage is my colleague Uday Pratap Singh, Senior Editor NewsX, who would be interacting with him. Round of applause for the Chief Minister of Haryana.
नमस्कार, हेलो। आप सब जो यहाँ एकत्रित हुए हैं इस अगले सत्र के लिए मैं आप सबका स्वागत करता हूँ. We have started the morning, of course, with happiness, and now it's time to talk about one of India's fastest growing states. Yes, it is the neighbor of the national capital where you're sitting today. I am talking about Haryana. मैं बात कर रहा हूँ हरियाणा के बारे में. ये प्रदेश जो है, जो दिल्ली से बिल्कुल सटा हुआ है, वही राजधानी जहां आप लोग आज एकत्रित हुए हैं हमारे आज के NXT Summit 2026 के लिए. For our foreign guests as well, we are very privileged and honored to have with us, amongst us, the Chief Minister of Haryana, Nayab Singh Saini जी. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है पहले तो आपका, और आभार प्रकट करता हूं पूरे NXT की तरफ से मुख्यमंत्री जी कि आप यहां आए हमारे बीच.
थैंक यू उदय प्रताप जी. आप सबका मैं आज इस NXT समिट 2026 में मैं बहुत आपका स्वागत भी करता हूं, धन्यवाद भी करता हूं कि एक इस समिट के माध्यम से ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड के हमारे जो डिग्निटरीज हैं और हमारी पर्सनैलिटीज़ हैं वो यहाँ पर आकर के अपने अपने उस विषय को आम जनता लोगों के बीच में, दुनिया के बीच में जाती है। और आज मुझे यहाँ नेक्स्ट समिट 2026 में आने का मौका मिला है, इसके लिए मैं आपका बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ उदय प्रताप जी।
पूरे भारत ने आजकल एक ही चीज ठान ली है कि हमें विकसित बनना है। विकसित भारत का ये जो संकल्प प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने दिया है, देशवासी भी जुड़ गए हैं इसे पूरा करने में। विकसित भारत by 2047 has become a goal for all of us. A developed India by 2047 as our Prime Minister has said. अगर भारत को विकसित बनना है मुख्यमंत्री जी, तो आपके प्रदेश, आपके राज्य हरियाणा को विकसित बनना होगा। विकसित हरियाणा का रोड मैप क्या है आपका? 2047 तक हम इसे कैसे अचीव करेंगे?
देखिए उदय प्रताप जी, मैं सबसे पहले तो देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय मोदी जी का धन्यवाद करूंगा, जिन्होंने एक विजन, एक योजना, एक नीति वो दी है। और उनका जो विजन है, उनका जो संकल्प है विकसित भारत 2047, 2047 का वो भारत जो एक अलग भारत, विकसित भारत हो, और उसको लेकर के हम हरियाणा के अंदर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के उस संकल्प को पूरा करने के लिए निरंतर काम कर रहे हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो कहा है कि हमने 4 स्तंभों पे काम करना है। हमने सबसे पहला जो हमारा पिलर्स है, वो पिलर है हमारा किसान, क्योंकि हमारा हरियाणा प्रदेश वो किसान बेस्ड स्टेट है। हमारा एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड ये स्टेट है। सबसे पहले हमारा किसान है, फिर हमारी महिला है, महिला का सशक्तिकरण हो, और हमारे तीसरा जो है हमारा युवा है, जिसे रोजगार के लिए वो खड़ा किया जाए, और चौथा जो पिलर है कि गरीब का उत्थान हो, उसको मजबूत किया जाए। अगर ये 4 पिलर्स के ऊपर हम काम करेंगे तो ये भारत, ये गति से विकसित भारत बनेगा। और उन 4 पिलरों के ऊपर हम हरियाणा के अंदर जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक संकल्प दिया है, उसके ऊपर गति से काम कर रहे हैं। और हमने अभी पिछले दिनों जो हरियाणा के अंदर हमारा विजन डॉक्यूमेंट 2047 वो हमने लॉन्च किया है, और उसके अंदर भी हमने अलग अलग सेक्टर्स के अंदर अलग अलग पिलर्स के ऊपर हम काम कर रहे हैं, ताकि हरियाणा जब 2047 में विकसित भारत होगा तो हरियाणा की प्रमुख भूमिका होगी। अगर आप लोग देखते हैं कि हमारे हरियाणा के अंदर आज किसान, चाहे वो प्राकृतिक खेती हो, और चाहे हमारा किसान जो नए नए इंसेंटिव लेकर के, चाहे हॉर्टिकल्चर्स के अंदर हो, और उसके साथ साथ हमारा जो हरियाणा है, हरियाणा के अंदर हमारा जो महिला है, महिला किस प्रकार से सशक्त और मजबूती से अपना योगदान उसके अंदर दे रही है, चाहे रक्षा के क्षेत्र में हो, और चाहे अगर हम देखें हरियाणा के अंदर एग्रीकल्चर क्षेत्र के अंदर हो, और चाहे इंडस्ट्री के क्षेत्र के अंदर हमारी महिलाएं हों, और चाहे एजुकेशन क्षेत्र के अंदर हों, चाहे हमारा हेल्थ का क्षेत्र है, उसके अंदर हमारी महिलाओं का एक बड़ा योगदान उसके अंदर है। और बहुत सारी योजनाएं जो महिलाओं को सशक्त और मजबूत करते हुए उनको आगे बढ़ाने का काम MSMEs के माध्यम से महिलाओं को सशक्त और मजबूत करने का निर्णय हमारी सरकार ने ले रही है। और उसके साथ साथ मैं आपको उदय प्रताप जी ये भी कहना चाहूँगा कि हमने एक स्टार्टअप्स नीति, जिसके माध्यम से हमारी बहनें, हमारा युवा वो आगे बढ़ सके, और उस स्टार्टअप्स के माध्यम से वो मजबूती से उस विकसित हरियाणा और विकसित भारत के अंदर अपना योगदान दे सके। और जो हमारे गरीब व्यक्ति को कैसे सशक्त और मजबूत किया जाए, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो विजन रहा है निरंतर गरीब व्यक्ति को सशक्त और मजबूत करना, और जितनी योजनाएं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की हैं उन योजनाओं को धरातल पर उतारने की जिम्मेवारी हमारी है। चाहे वो आयुष्मान भारत हो, प्रधानमंत्री हमारा जो आवास योजना हो, या प्रधानमंत्री जनधन खाते हों, या प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना के माध्यम से हो, और चाहे प्रधानमंत्री जो किसान सम्मान निधि हो, ऐसे बहुत सारे कार्य जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में चल रहे हैं, उनको धरातल पर उतारने का काम हमारी सरकार कर रही है, ताकि ये विकसित हरियाणा विकसित भारत में अपनी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका अदा कर सके। और उसके साथ साथ हमारा युवा, जैसा मैंने स्टार्टअप की बात की है, मेक इन इंडिया, तो हमारे युवाओं को, और हमने न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसीज, और वो पॉलिसी इस प्रकार की जो कि हमारा युवा वो काम करने वाला हो और रोजगार देने वाला हो, रोजगार मांगने वाला ना हो, इस प्रकार की नीति के ऊपर हमारी सरकार काम कर रही है, ताकि विकसित भारत के अंदर हरियाणा की प्रमुख भूमिका।
और क्योंकि आज का ये जो NXT कॉन्फ्रेंस भी है, ये NXT समिट भी है, ये एक फ्यूचरिस्टिक समिट है, ये एक फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग समिट है, ये भविष्य के बारे में चर्चा करने वाला एक समिट है, एक माध्यम है। यू हैव ऑल गैदर्ड टू टॉक अबाउट द फ्यूचर ओवर हियर। और एक बहुत अनोखा पहल जो आपके राज्य ने किया है, इनफैक्ट पहला ऐसा भारतीय राज्य है जिन्होंने एक नया डिपार्टमेंट बनाया फ्यूचर अफेयर्स के लिए। हरियाणा, might I tell my foreign guests as well, is the first state in India which has created a future affairs ministry. ये डिपार्टमेंट शुरू करने के पीछे की मंशा क्या थी मुख्यमंत्री जी, और इसका जो लक्ष्य आपने सेट किया है वो क्या है?
देखिए उदय प्रताप जी, जो इसका एक सोच थी कि आने वाले समय के अंदर, जब हम विकसित भारत विकसित हरियाणा की बात कर रहे हैं, आने वाले 20 साल 30 साल 50 साल, आज अगर कोई योजना बनती है तो 50 साल तक लोगों को कोई दिक्कत ना आए और उस क्षेत्र के अंदर काम हो। और हमने अभी हमारे जो हरियाणा के अंदर यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं, यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के अंदर हमारे जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं वो रिसर्च करते हैं, उसके लिए अलग बजट का प्रावधान हमने पिछले बजट में किया था कि हमारा यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर युवा सर्च करे, अलग अलग क्षेत्रों के अंदर सर्च करे कहाँ की समस्या है, उस समस्या का समाधान क्या है, आने वाले 20 साल 50 साल तक वो कैसे लोगों को उसका लाभ मिले, इसके ऊपर हमारा युवा सर्च करता है। उसका बजट भी हमने प्रावधान किया है, क्योंकि जब वो सुझाव सर्च करके कोई सुझाव देगा तो इस विभाग के अंदर वो देगा, और जब इस विभाग में देगा तो इसके अंदर उसको बहुत और डीपली इसके ऊपर चर्चा विचार करके, ताकि लोगों को उसका लाभ मिले और विकसित हरियाणा में उसकी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका हो। हम देखते हैं कि लगातार, क्योंकि पॉपुलेशन बढ़ रही है, और पॉपुलेशन बढ़ रही है तो कोई हमने एक योजना बनाई है, उस योजना को लंबे समय तक लोगों के उपयोग में उनको कोई दिक्कत कोई समस्या कोई ना रहे, उसको लेकर के हमने इस विभाग को खड़ा किया है, ताकि आने वाले समय के अंदर चाहे पॉपुलेशन को ध्यान में रखते हुए या कोई आने वाला जो विजन है हमारा कि उसमें क्या योगदान उसका हो सकता है, उसको लेकर के हमने इस विभाग के अंदर बहुत सारे ऐसे काम हैं जो आने वाले समय के अंदर, चाहे डेवलपमेंट का काम हो, चाहे वाटर का काम हो, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर का काम हो, और या अन्य कोई और इसके अंदर रोड्स के काम हो, या कोई नई योजना बनाने की बात हो जिससे कि लोगों को उसका लाभ मिले, तो इस फ्यूचर डिपार्टमेंट्स के अंदर लोगों को आने वाले समय के अंदर उसका लाभ मिले, इसका सबसे बड़ा ये विषय है। और उसके अंदर जो हमारे युवा हैं जो रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, उन रिसर्चर्स की भी जो भी उन्होंने अच्छा उसके अंदर रिसर्च किया है उसको ध्यान में इसके अंदर करके उसको ऊपर देख करके उसको लागू किया जा सके आने वाले समय के अंदर।
हाल ही में हमने देखा प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो भारत ने AI इम्पैक्ट समिट होस्ट किया, इसी स्थान पर भारत मंडपम में ही हुआ था AI इम्पैक्ट समिट, और हमने देखा कि विश्व भर से दिग्गज तो आए थे AI के क्षेत्र से। वर्तमान के 2 देशों के स्टेट, मल्टीपल देशों के हेड्स ऑफ स्टेट आए थे, ब्राजील, फ्रांस, स्लोवाकिया के राजदूत भी हैं, आपके राष्ट्रपति आए थे उसके लिए। लॉट ऑफ द हेड्स ऑफ स्टेट हैड गैदर्ड हियर फॉर द AI इम्पैक्ट समिट एट दिस वेरी वेन्यू। तो AI का उपयोग हरियाणा कैसे कर रही है, हमने देखा कि सामाजिक भी बदलाव कैसे AI के थ्रू लाया जाए, उस पर भी यहाँ चर्चा हुई थी। तो इसका कैसे आप उपयोग करेंगे, सही डेटा इस्तेमाल करने का, डेटा सेंटर्स क्रिएट करने का भी क्या पहल है इस दिशा में आपकी मुख्यमंत्री?
देखिए उदय प्रताप जी, जो मीडिया, सोशल मीडिया में एडवांस जो टेक्निक आ रही है, और प्रधानमंत्री जी तो इसको लेकर के बहुत इसका उपयोग करते हैं कि जो टेक्निक नहीं आती है उसका किस प्रकार से आम जन के हित में उसका उपयोग किया जा सके। और पिछले दिनों जो एआई समिट यहाँ पर हुई है, मैं देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय मोदी जी को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड जिस प्रकार से यहाँ पर एआई समिट में अलग अलग जेंटलमैन्स यहाँ पर आए और उन्होंने इस समिट के अंदर भाग लिया। और मैं बताना चाहूँगा उदय जी, क्योंकि पिछला जो बजट था हमारा, उस बजट के अंदर मैंने ये अनाउंसमेंट भी किया था कि हमारा जो गुरुग्राम है, पंचकुला है, 2 स्थानों के ऊपर हम एआई हब बनाएंगे और उसके ऊपर हम काम कर रहे हैं। अभी पिछले दिनों हमने एक एआई समिट चंडीगढ़ में भी किया और उसके अंदर बहुत सारे ऐसे हमारे इस क्षेत्र से जुड़े हुए लोग उसके अंदर उन्होंने पार्टिसिपेट किया, लगभग 250-300 के करीब में उसमें जुड़े हैं। और मुझे खुशी है बताते हुए उदय जी, पंचकुला के लिए हमारे पास 32 ऑफर भी आ गए हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि हम आकर के यहाँ पर हमें लैंड दीजिए, हम यहाँ काम भी करेंगे, उसके ऊपर काम चल रहा है। और हमने जो 2 एआई हब बनाने की बात की है, क्योंकि हमने युवाओं को उस टेक्नोलॉजी से जोड़ना है और जोड़ करके उनको उससे स्किल करना है। और जब उनको जोड़ेंगे, स्किल करेंगे, तो आने वाले समय के अंदर एआई के माध्यम से जो प्रधानमंत्री जी का विजन है और जो व्यक्तियों को उसका लाभ मिलता है, देश को, प्रदेश को उसका लाभ मिलता है, उसको आगे बढ़ाने का काम हम गति से कर रहे हैं ताकि हमारा युवा उससे जुड़े और रोजगार वो खड़ा हो, उसको लेकर के हम काम कर रहे हैं।
Well, I think this is a very, very innovative move of the Chief Minister. I just want to tell our foreign guests as well that we all talked about the AI Impact Summit that happened in New Delhi. But how many of you knew that an AI Summit also happened under the leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister in Chandigarh as well? And in fact, Panchkula, which is a satellite town of Chandigarh, which is in fact part of the broader Chandigarh area and part of a very prominent part of Haryana, the state which the Chief Minister leads, actually has got 25 offers already to develop it into a technology hub. It's become a smart city already. This is amazing. और हो सकता है वो 25 से और भी आज बढ़ जाए, ये ऑडियंस जब आपकी इस पहल को देखेगी। मगर अब बजट के बारे में बात करते हैं। Every state, like in a federal system, the national budget of course is presented. Every state also has a budget. और इस बार आपका बजट अभी हाल ही में पेश हुआ मुख्यमंत्री जी। इस बार हमने देखा नए निवेश लाने पर जोर है, बहुत से आपने अनाउंसमेंट्स किए इसी दिशा में। MNCs को कैसे आप अट्रैक्ट करेंगे, कॉर्पोरेट भारत को आप हरियाणा की तरफ कैसे लाएंगे, बजट में क्या क्या था जो आपको लगता है कि नए निवेश के लिए फायदेमंद होगा?
देखिए उदय जी, हमने बजट के अंदर अपने हरियाणा के अंदर, क्योंकि जो कनेक्टिविटी हरियाणा की है वो बहुत अच्छी कनेक्टिविटी है। अगर हम देखें हरियाणा के अंदर हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट के ऊपर 4 लेनिंग्स रोड, एक्सप्रेसवे और ग्रीनफील्ड एक्सप्रेसवे और रेलवे की कनेक्टिविटी, एयर की कनेक्टिविटी एकदम हमारे हरियाणा को टच कर रही है। NCR दिल्ली हमारे हरियाणा को टच कर रहा है। और उसके साथ साथ हमने पिछले बजट के अंदर उदय जी 10 IMTs बनाने की हमने बात कही थी कि हम 10 इंडस्ट्रियल मॉडल टाउनशिप वो खड़ी करेंगे। और मुझे खुशी है इस बात की कि हमने लगभग 6 के ऊपर गति से हमने काम शुरू कर दिया है और जो 4 हैं उसकी भी हम ऐड जल्दी निकालने वाले हैं ताकि वहाँ पर भी हम लैंड ले सकें। और जो IMTs हम खड़ी करना चाह रहे हैं उससे आने वाले समय के अंदर जो लोग हैं हरियाणा के अंदर जो इंडस्ट्री में काम करना चाहते हैं, तो ऐसे लोगों को आमंत्रित अलग अलग देश के ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड, विदेश के अंदर भी जाकर के हम जो हमारे रोड शो हैं, इंडस्ट्रियल रोड शो, उसको करके हम लोगों को आमंत्रित करने का काम यहाँ हरियाणा के अंदर कर रहे हैं ताकि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग यहाँ निवेश लेकर के आ सकें। और उसको लेकर के हमने अभी ये भी निर्णय किया है कि आने वाले समय के अंदर गुरुग्राम में हम इन्वेस्टर मीट उसको भी बुलाने वाले हैं और पूरे देश और वर्ल्ड से भी हम ऐसे इन्वेस्टर्स उनको आमंत्रित करेंगे जो यहाँ पर आकर के इंडस्ट्री के अंदर वो इन्वेस्ट कर सकें। और हमने इसके लिए अपनी पूरी की पूरी रचना योजना, जो हमारी पॉलिसीज़ है, इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी है हमारी और अन्य हमारी सेमीकंडक्टर पॉलिसीज़ है, हम उसके अंदर भी काम कर रहे हैं ताकि यहाँ पर सेमीकंडक्टर्स हो चाहे इंडस्ट्रीज हो, उसके अंदर जो इन्वेस्टर्स आए उसको लेकर के हम यहाँ उसको वो सारी सुविधाएं प्रोवाइड करा सकें, जिससे कि वो आकर के यहाँ पर अपना उद्योग लगा सके, उसको लेकर के हम काम कर रहे हैं।
So an invitation there from the Honorable Chief Minister to all of you to come and invest in Haryana. It's an open offer to all the foreign delegates and of course the international guests here. The Chief Minister is saying they have plans to conduct industrial roadshows as well in foreign countries. Already a lot of investment has come in and he's hoping that they will in the future too. So please feel free to reach out. Our guests are very encouraged. काफी उत्साहित हो रहे हैं आपकी बात ये सुनकर मुख्यमंत्री जी। मेरा आखिरी सवाल अब आपसे होगा। चुनाव की बात तो करेंगे नहीं, मगर हर चुनाव जब आते हैं तो एक विषय जरूर सामने आता है, रोजगार का। जॉब्स एंड जॉब्स क्रिएशन। जॉब क्रिएशन, रोजगार नीति आपकी क्या है? अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट घटाने का प्रयास आप कैसे कर रहे हैं? कितना आप अभी तक हासिल कर पाए हैं? कितना आगे के प्लान्स हैं? ये जॉब नीति और एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी में क्या फायदा हो रहा है? क्योंकि युवाओं का खास करके फोकस है आपकी सरकार का, महिलाओं की भी आपने बात की, क्या महिलाओं के लिए भी रोजगार आप क्रिएट कर पा रहे हैं मुख्यमंत्री जी उस तेज गति से?
देखिए उदय जी, लगातार रोजगार को लेकर के हमारी सरकार गति से काम कर रही है और उसके अंदर विभिन्न सेक्टर्स के अंदर, चाहे हमारा सबसे बड़ा अगर रोजगार का साधन हम देखें उदय जी, एग्रीकल्चर क्षेत्र है। एग्रीकल्चर क्षेत्र के अंदर हम अलग अलग सेक्टर्स के अंदर, जैसा मैंने कहा है, हमने पिछले दिनों हरियाणा में 4 एक्सीलेंस सेंटर्स बनाने की बात कही और उसके ऊपर काम चल रहा है जल्दी। हमारा लीची का एक्सीलेंस सेंटर, गुआवा का एक्सीलेंस सेंटर, किन्नू का एक्सीलेंस सेंटर और हमारा स्ट्रॉबेरी का एक एक्सीलेंस सेंटर्स, उसके ऊपर हम काम कर रहे हैं। और उसके साथ साथ हम देख रहे हैं, जैसा हमने कहा है कि हरियाणा के अंदर जो इंडस्ट्रीज आ रही है, एमएसएमईस आ रही है, उनके साथ जोड़ करके आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बहुत सारी ऐसी योजनाएं चला रखी हैं, जैसे मुद्रा बैंक योजना। उसके माध्यम से युवाओं को हम लोन दिलवा करके उनको पैरों पे खड़ा करना, और हम युवाओं को किस प्रकार का स्किल चाहिए, स्किल सेंटर्स, उसके माध्यम से भी युवाओं को स्किल करके उनको रोजगार पे खड़ा करना। जो हमारी इंडस्ट्री आ रही है, इंडस्ट्री के अंदर किस प्रकार का मैन पावर की आवश्यकता है, उस मैन पावर के लिए किस प्रकार का स्किल युवा हमें चाहिए, उसी प्रकार का स्किल हम इसके अंदर देने का काम स्किल्स के माध्यम से कर रहे हैं, ताकि युवाओं को उनके पैरों पे खड़ा किया जा सके। क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर हम देखते हैं उदय प्रताप जी, गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर्स एक लिमिटेड क्षेत्र है, उससे बाहर हम नहीं जा सकते, परंतु उससे अलग हम जो और रोजगार साधन खड़े कर रहे हैं, चाहे महिलाओं को हमने महिला सशक्तिकरण के माध्यम सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप, हमारी सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप की बहनें जो काम कर रही हैं और काम करके अपना रोजगार खड़ा कर रही हैं, उनकी टर्नओवर भी अगर आप देखेंगे तो किस प्रकार से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो लखपति दीदी कहा है, लखपति दीदी के अंदर लगभग हमने हरियाणा में 1.5 लाख के करीब लखपति दीदी बनाया है। और आगे भी हमने टारगेट ये लिया है कि आने वाले इस टेन्योर के अंदर हम 3 लाख और लखपति दीदी बनाने का हमारा टारगेट है, जिसके ऊपर हम काम कर रहे हैं। और महिलाओं को भी हम, महिला उद्यमी जो इस क्षेत्र के अंदर काम करना चाहती हैं, उनको अलग से इंसेंटिव हम दे करके उनको इंडस्ट्री के अंदर बढ़ाने का काम हमारी सरकार कर रही है। और चाहे हमारे अलग क्षेत्र के अंदर कैटेगरीज वाइज एससी समाज या बीसी के अंदर से कोई अगर इंडस्ट्री के अंदर आना चाहता है, उसके लिए अलग हम उनको इंसेंटिव दे करके आगे बढ़ाने का काम हमारी सरकार कर रही है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो मेक इन इंडिया की बात कही है, मेक इन इंडिया हमारा हरियाणा के अंदर एक स्किल्स यूनिवर्सिटी हमने पलवल के अंदर जो खोली है, और उसका यही कारण है कि हम युवाओं को स्किल करके उनको आगे बढ़ाने का काम हमारी सरकार निरंतर कर रही है, ताकि इस रोजगार के ऊपर वो ज़्यादा युवाओं को इसके अंदर इन्वॉल्व किया जा सके, उनको रोजगार दिया जा सके। उसको लेकर के हम अलग अलग क्षेत्र के अंदर हमारी सरकार काम कर रही है।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं मैं। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, आपको याद होगा हमारा पिछले साल पहला NXT हुआ था इसी स्थान पर। तब भी आप यहाँ उपस्थित थे, हमने ही वार्ता की थी आपसे। इस साल द्वितीय सत्र हो रहा है हमारा, आप आज भी उपस्थित हैं हमारे इस प्रथम दिन पर। आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं ये सिलसिला आपका सहयोग का NXT के साथ जारी रहे। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया यहाँ आने के लिए।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
Can we have a round of applause, please, for the Chief Minister of Haryana, one of the brightest states, of course, one of the fastest growing states, and one of the youngest, most dynamic Chief Ministers of India. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the Chief Minister of Haryana, Shri Nayab Singh Saini. Moving on to our next session at the NXT Forum, we have with us Dr. Souvik Maiti from the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology. He is going to talk about BIRSA 101, the sickle cell breakthrough.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Souvik, and I'm a scientist by profession. So, as most of you understood that from Chief Minister's vision also, that few years back our Prime Minister has declared that by 2047 we are going to be a developed country. To be a developed country, one of the important things that we have to free from disease as much as possible. And I will explain one of the pertinent problem in our country, which also Honorable Prime Minister has expressed, that sickle cell disease-free country by 2047. So being a scientist, there are many scientists who took up that challenge, and also with a group of scientists in our institute took up that challenge, and we have some success, and that is the success I am going to share with you. It is under clinical trial. So second slide, please. Next. So to my international delegates, this is a family photo of a famous actor of our country, Mr. Amitabh Bachchan. And as you know that India is very crazy for movie as well as cricket. So if I show this photograph, most of you are asking one question in your mind is that the son, Abhishek Bachchan, looks like to his father or mother. Or any newborn which comes to our family, the first few moments we discuss, the baby looks like his father or mother. Why this question comes in our mind? Next slide, please. So we all, whoever is here, all human beings, we inherit a material which is known as a chromosome. It is one pair of chromosome. So total we have 23 pairs of chromosome, and each of every pair, one copy comes from mother, another copy comes from our father. And that's we call that chromosome. Within that chromosome there is a module we call gene, which is basically blueprint of our system. Like we are getting xeroxed one after one from copies, one from mother, another from father. Now, when it is getting copied from father, mother to offspring, if this copy are correct, perfect, then we born as a healthy individual. But if you imagine there is a mistake in one of the copy, so it will also be getting xeroxed, copied. But as the other, there are two copies, other copy is correct, so you do not see any problem as such. But you imagine both the copies has same mistake and we are xeroxing it. So this mistake will get repeated. As a result, the offspring, who is basically is getting newborn, has a chance to have disease. This type of disease we call genetically inheritance disease. Next, please. So sickle cell anemia is one of such, disease. Next, please. Next. So this is the global scenario. The red part, deep red, is the highest number of prevalence of sickle cell anemia across the globe. Now, if you see very carefully, the most red part is the African countries and India. So as a result, the attention from developed country to cure this disease is very less, because all these pharmaceutical company followed by the research and innovations driven by commercial interest. As it is a poor man's disease, so that interest goes down. Next slide, please. This is the Indian scenario. Again, those who are familiar with India, the deepest red part is the most prevalent area of sickle cell disease, and that is Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Jharkhand, and Chhattisgarh. But other part of the country also there are a lot of incidents of sickle cell anemia. Again, those who understand the population level of India, this is the region where most of our tribal people or tribal countrymen lives. And their family income not more than $100 per month. But the one family member, if he gets or she gets this sickle cell disease, the burden per month for the family more than $100. Next slide, please. So basically, how to correct it? As I told you, there is a mistake. How to correct it? In 2012, two lady professors from US and Europe has developed one technology which is called CRISPR technology, and they have patented. Patented means if you want to use for any kind of applications, you have to pay these universities. Next slide, please. So first, FDA approved, FDA who clears the drug which has to be in the market. First FDA drug approved for sickle cell anemia has come out in 2023 December. But the cost of this drug for sickle cell anemia, $3 million. If we convert to in rupees, it is almost 25 crore. And anybody in this audience will agree with me, it is unaffordable. Next slide, please. Me and my colleague, we have started almost a decade back. We understood the cost. If we want to use this technology for our country, cost is going to be a problem. We cannot buy license from developed countries and use for us. So we started developing indigenous this technology, CRISPR-Cas technology. We had success. Last 10 years, we are working hard. Next slide, please. As a result, we have developed a new engineered CRISPR-Cas system, which led us to secure patent, not only US, many European countries, many countries we are expecting to get, including India. These results, because in scientific community, unless until if you do not share your result to the community, peer reviewed, nobody accept you. So this result also got published in an outstanding journal of internationally reputed journal very recently. Next slide, please. So as I told, we are working almost 10 to 12 years based on our success in the laboratory. Ministry of Tribal Affairs, as I told you, this is the disease which happens most of the tribal population. Ministry of Tribal Affairs has given us fund to try in human, we call clinical trial, which basically is going on at this moment. We have good success, and we are expecting this trial, first trial, we will be able to conclude by end of 2028. Next slide, please. If you understand how drug comes to the market, there are different stages, proof of concept, etc., etc. Last few stages we call clinical trial, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. The phase 1 trial basically few individuals, couple of individuals to check whether your drug is safe, there is no toxicity, and so on and so forth. And for that we are spending almost, any drug, if you want to keep it to market, the expenditure becomes close to $1 billion, 8,000 crore rupees. That's the cost. Okay, and in a government sector, if you run a trial, it is not possible financially because you need a commercial partner to take it forward. So right now we are running. These are some images, interacting with patient, etc., etc., and it is going on currently. Next slide, please. As I described, that it is a very costly affair. So Serum Institute of Pune, you might have heard, they are the largest vaccine producers in the globe. There is, at least 1/3 of this population in this auditorium has been vaccinated from their vaccines. Okay, they have came forward and signed a deal with us that if phase 1 is successful, they will take it forward for phase 2 and phase 3, so that it should not be burden to the government also. So that's the current stage. Next slide, please. And really, I cannot acknowledge each and everybody into this game, but definitely, there are good number of scientists, those who are working day and night. I am really thankful to them, and the funding which is coming from different funding agencies. Thank you very much.
What an interesting conversation. We're trying to cover all aspects, as you can see here at NXT, from, of course, happiness to progress of India states, to also biological research. And, of course, we were just talking about the sickle cells and other issues. We will be focusing on a whole lot else in the next 3 days. But what we also told you in the morning, of course, today was that there will be several dignitaries on this stage as well. Of course, we're all waiting with bated breath for this evening when the chief guest, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, joins us, of course, on this very stage. We also have a host of world leaders in attendance at this forum. And one of them is, in fact, here at this very minute. Yes, the next session also is, again, a very, very awaited one. We are very privileged to be joined at this gathering now for this next keynote address on a challenged world economy, closer ties between India and Europe. This is, of course, the guest of honors session. We've all heard at the start of the year of the India-Europe Free Trade Agreement that has once again brought India-Europe ties into the focus. That's been a big focus in this first quarter of 2026. And to shed light on that and a whole lot more is the 32nd Prime Minister of Sweden. We're very happy to have you with us, sir. I would like to welcome you on stage now with a warm round of applause. Could we please invite Excellency, Honorable Fredrik Reinfeldt, the 32nd Prime Minister of Sweden, for the Guest of Honor's address.
So, distinguished guests, foreign guests, also Indian students and everyone listening. It's a great honor to be here. We have a very troubled world. We are seeking new leadership. We need new answers. That's why we are coming to India. And we are also coming to India from far distant places like Sweden. You actually saw a picture in the last speech of the Nobel Prize ceremony, which is actually given in my hometown of Stockholm. So even far distant, it's an honor to be here. Sweden is, of course, a very small country. We have 10.5 million inhabitants, and I'm always humbled to see when I come to a city like New Delhi, which actually has 3 times the population of my home country just in a city. It says something about differences in the world. If you actually bring all the Nordic 5 countries together, we still don't count more than 27 million inhabitants. But all the same, all individuals should be respected and treated with dignity, and therefore always you should remind yourself that even small states want to develop and want to be sovereign and respected in this world of today. Just to remind you that even we are far distant, we have more than 280 companies of Swedish descent who is actually active investing in India. We heard about investing more in India. They are already present, many of them since decades ago, and they actually employ more than 2 million people here in India, the companies directly or indirectly. When you say you want someone to invest in your country, you will find that the answer to that is that yes, but you should also counter-invest into other countries. Therefore, it's also interesting to say that 70 companies in India is also present in Sweden. So we also have Indian entrepreneurs, companies growing in Sweden. As I mentioned, Sweden is small, and we live in a part of the world, Europe, which has been very troubled by war, by a very partly dark history, and we have tried to learn something from that. Of course, you saw the wars in the 20th century. If you look at my country, Sweden, you will have to go back to more the 17th century, but it's the same story. We have been at war with our neighbors. We have had very difficult time to actually live close and nearby and to respect each other. So for me, it was very important in the mid-90s when Sweden joined the European Union to understand what the European answer to the historical problems that we have been living with, what was the answer? It was actually to deepen our cooperation and to respect the fact that we have very many small nation states that need to come closer together. This European Union bases itself, of course, on the idea that if you trade more, if you get closer in cooperation and also in decision-making, you will actually learn more about each other, you will be more respectful, and in doing so, you actually erase the risk for war, for more bullying that we see too much of in the world today. This trust building is very much done through trading, and this is very important when you discuss about coming investments into a country. Trading, when I speak to entrepreneurs in Sweden, is of course this idea that I get, that is making something differently than before, that actually solves a problem which I have seen and others have not really understood yet. But they all face the same problem, that's when they want to grow. Because that's how you get economy of scale, that's how a big, good idea could become something, a thriving company. And they all say the same thing. Sweden is very much too small for a growing company. And of course, where do you go from a small country? You go to other countries, you meet other individuals. So they very shortly, when they expand, become export-oriented. I think this is an explanation why small nation-states often are those that are most pro-free trading. Because it's obvious, you can't just ring-fence the nation-states and think everything happens in this country. So we have learned that to become strong in entrepreneurship in companies, we need to trade with the world. Is this only true then for small countries? Well, I would say in this digital era, with new components and new ways of making companies thrive, this has also changed the way that we must look upon trade. If you want to grow now, you must grow not in a nation costume, you must go global. Not all companies, of course, but many that want to grow now have a global arena. And of course, to become a global company with global presence is about learning about different cultures, different circumstances, but the one question you will face as an entrepreneur is, of course, you can't burden too much when you come into nation states with bureaucracy, with different regulations, with different cost system, or telling them that you're not allowed to do this and that. What then happens is that the companies will not grow. And if you want employment, if you want development, if you want more trade, these are the issues you actually have to do something about. That's the lesson of Europe. It's not perfect. We have tried to form this single market, now 27 countries together, and all of that is, of course, only 450 million inhabitants. Now we are coming to a third of the Indian population, but all the same, that's our way of trying to solve the historical problems we have had, and in doing so, also creating development in our time. For us, it's very interesting to look at India. India, as we heard, the Prime Ministers have pointed out that by 2047, India should be a developed country. India is to become, much sooner than that, the third biggest economy in the world. And of course, India has a very interesting demographic profile in a world where actually most of the developed world are now facing decreasing population and low fertility rates. India stands out, not as if the effect of this is not seen in India, it is actually. Even India now is below the replacement level when it comes to fertility, when it comes to rise of your population, but you're not even close to other countries here in Asia or in Europe when it comes to very low fertility rates. Therefore, India, through this 21st century, will continue to grow its population, not as fast as in the past, but still growing. And just to remind you that one of the driving forces behind the rapid development in the world has been the rapid increase in the world population. We actually only 100 years ago had 2 billion inhabitants of the world. Now it has quadrupled in just 100 years to more than 8 billion. And what has happened is that at the same time, a lot of poverty has been pushed back throughout many parts of the world, not everywhere, but all the same. And of course, this has created demand, new business situation for entrepreneurs to solve problems and to meet this demand from a growing world population. And we have actually taken this for granted, as if this was forever to grow, and therefore the markets should also continue to grow. But the truth is that in many parts of Europe, actually all parts of the developed world, you now see a different path. So with lower fertility rates, when a crash down on migration, which we have a lot of discussions about in Europe, we de facto have a decreasing of the population. You see it in Europe. It's only the beginning now. It will continue. You see it also here in Asia, in Japan, Korea, China, but not in India. And when you see a decreasing population, this will affect growth. Because if you don't get the same demand, and if you don't have this automatic increase in demand, you will have to solve growth issues in another way. And of course, the only thing happening is not only a decreasing population, it's also an aging population. That need not be a problem in itself, but it's actually a different composition than what we used to have, with countries that were dominated by young people, by teenagers, and where very few were actually very old. And now if you look at the future, we will turn this the other way around. So we will be very dominated by older people, really older people, above the age of 80. And of course, the fewer will be the young people. Is that problematic? Yes, in many ways it's problematic. A lot of the entrepreneurs, a lot of the ideas comes out actually from young people. It's very often the youth that says that we have to do things differently. We need to go in a different direction. And of course, if they are smaller in numbers, the impact will be less. And on the other side, older people who do a lot of good for society, but they have sometimes a tendency to say it was better before, in the old days, looking back when everybody was happy. And the problem with that is that it's very seldom true. It's actually never been better than now, even though we have a lot of problems in this world. But this balance is important. So India, not being as affected as other parts of the developed world, still having a very well-educated young generation, is now coming into the world in a very interesting position. That's why you have a lot of people now coming to India, because you have so much interesting ahead of you. As mentioned, we had this agreement, and I think this is very important in this world. I've now mentioned trade. I don't believe in world leaders weaponizing trade that we see at the moment. Trade should be a source for good, for development. And that's why your Prime Minister said that you want to be developed by 2047. You want to see better living conditions. You will use this growth, this increased better living conditions also for creating better environment, better circumstances for companies. And if we don't want to weaponize trade, and if we see the need for actually working together, then we need the kind of agreements that we now have taken between Europe and India. I think this is the way for the future. It's actually, in this world, so different from a lot of the other answers. And look at the strength of this. It's actually bringing 2 billion, that's 1/4 of the population of the world, 2 billion together in a trade area, which actually together will be 1/4 of the GDP of the world. And it's, of course, not a perfect agreement. It has been discussed for more than 20 years. That's a negotiation time to be respected. But all the same, now it's in a decision. It's not in place yet because we are democracies, both here in India and in Europe, in European Parliament, European Council. This has to be approved. We hope to see it come into function by 2027. Exactly as we often know in Europe, it takes a while before it comes into full-fledged functioning. So you will see partly a growing free trade agreement that comes into place. Don't underestimate what this will mean. Because this means, and I hear this with my businesses in Sweden, where can we go where we have a rules-based idea for our trade? That's not an odd answer. One of the toughest questions for entrepreneurs is, how do I relate to rules of engagement in different countries? And is it respected when it comes to the judicial system? Is it respected by political leaders? Because otherwise they face the risk that there can be interference or decision-making which goes against foreign owners or many of these ideas that we see in the world. And frankly, that will not bring investments to anyone, and definitely not even to India. So what we are asking for is, of course, secure and safe boundaries for how this trade could actually continue, on what conditions, with respect that we are different, that we even may have different regulatory systems, but respect that means that we can foresee for a foreseeable future what are the conditions for trade. When this comes to play, come to work, you will see a redirection. That's what I hear in Europe, for more to come to India, because there are other parts of the world where it's very tough at the moment to actually be, if you believe in rules-based trading and you don't want to move into a kind of weaponized, authoritarian, leaning way of trying to conduct for the future. So this conference is very important in the sense that it's trying to answer to a lot of the questions we have today. And I think I've been trying to explain why Europe is so keen to see partnership with countries that see the same challenges as Europe do. And just to come back to where I started, in this world, being big is of course beautiful. India is very big, very important country. But being small is also beautiful and also important. And I think that the combination to understand each other, to respect each other, is of utmost importance. We have so much historical experience when we have not done this. And let's learn from that experience. Come closer together. Try to involve in trade, in cultural exchanges, in people-to-people contact, and you will see a different world emerging. In my new capacity, I've been for many years Prime Minister in Sweden. I'm now also chair of the Swedish hospitality industry. And just to point out also the fact that I see everywhere that we also want to come to India as tourists and to see more than just being here on business trips. This is also as important as everything else. But this also works both ways. When we are on hospitality adventures, we want to see the world. We want to see something different. We want to eat something different. We want to smell something different. Out of that comes respect, trust, curiosity is met. That is a better pathway for the world. So don't ask for leaders to close the world, but more for opening up the world. And in doing so, doing it in mutual respect with the kind of agreements that was actually presented here in January of 27. I saw they call it the mothers of all deals. Well, that's respectful to refer to your own mother, but perfect. Let's call it the mother of all deals. It's still to be taken into practice. It should be used, and it will bring our two continents closer together. That's the way for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again to our guest of honor, the 32nd Prime Minister of Sweden, Honorable Fredrik Reinfeldt, for that very, very spirited address. All right, let me move forward now to our next panel. Our next panel, of course, which will be talking about next in life, sustainable choices amidst geopolitics, is also a very anticipated one because of the three eminent speakers who have joined us for this. So with us now is the former Norwegian Minister of Climate and Environment, Dr. Erik Solheim. Could I please invite you on stage, sir? Thank you very much for joining us. Of course, we will be hearing your address shortly, but in this panel, you'll be in the role of a moderator. So thank you for doing the honors. And we are joined to speak in this next panel by Dasho Sangye Khandu, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Bhutan. Could we have you back on stage? Dasho Khandu, I welcome you back on stage. And I also now invite on stage Member of Parliament from Rajya Sabha in India, and of course, a veteran diplomat himself, Harshvardhan Shringla. Ambassador Shringla, thank you very much for joining us at NXT 2026. Dasho Sangye Khandu is with us as well. And of course now, I hand the floor over to Dr. Erik Solheim, who will moderate this panel.
Very good morning to everyone. Look, we will focus on the relationship between climate and energy on one side and geopolitics on the other. And something very interesting happened last week. And that is that the President of the United States of America, Mr. Donald J. Trump, became the largest promoter of renewable energy on planet Earth. Why? Because the war which is now happening in the Middle East is the strongest public relations for renewables any point in human history. Everyone wants to be independent of the Hormuz Strait. No one wants to be dependent on the volatility of the oil market. And how can you do that? Well, you go into solar, into wind, into hydropower. The sun is Indian. The wind is Indian, the great rivers of India are Indian, and of course exactly the same applies to Bhutan. When you go renewable, you become more energy secure. So that's the backdrop for this conversation. Let me start with the biggest player here, which is of course India. And Harshvardhanji, can you give your perspective from the upper house, Rajya Sabha, and from your perspective, on the relationship between geopolitics and environment and energy seen from India, please.
Thank you, Mr. Solheim, and it's great to be on this panel with you and Dasho Sangye Khandu. Well, a couple of years ago, people used to ask the question whether geopolitics was having an impact on other aspects of our existence, whether it's business or whether it's sustainable transitions or it's climate change. And today, I think we definitively know that answer, that geopolitics is here to stay. By that, I mean that geopolitical developments and disruptions are going to be a part of our existence, whether we like it or not. And that, I think, is something that the world has to prepare itself for. The previous speaker, the former Prime Minister of Sweden, spoke about the fact that we were going through a certain level of disruption, but that he believed in the rule of law and countries working together to preserve an established order. But I think we have to prepare for a reality in which the rules-based international order is today very much under threat. The effectiveness of global governance institutions like the United Nations and the Bretton Woods institutions are seriously, I think, challenged. And that it is increasingly a sort of, might is right sort of situation in on the global stage. So countries like ours, like India, I think are very cognizant of the fact that anything that happens in any part of the world impacts on us, whether we are party to it or not. COVID was one instance of a black swan event which impacted all of us. But today, if you see the conflict in Iran, which you referred to, sir, that is already having an impact on our lives here. I mean, there's talk of LPG shortages, there's talk about serious LNG supply chain gaps, there is talk about impact on agriculture because of fertilizers not being available. I think the government is doing everything possible to address those, but I'm talking about the fact that it impinges on our daily lives, and we think a conflict is far away, but it's actually right here. So we are concerned, and I think this is going to impact on transitions in terms of sustainable energy. In India, we are moving very quickly towards a green economy. We are one of the few countries that have more than fulfilled our obligations to the Paris Agreement. But it is having an impact on a global basis, and I think I can speak on it further, but just to answer your question very briefly at the outset.
Wonderful. One follow-up question before we go to Bhutan. I mean, I think the war in Iran, what we do not know, of course, is how long will it last. If it ends very soon, the impact may be not that big. If it lasts very long, there will be huge impact also for a nation like India. As you said, fertilizer prices will for sure go up. Everything will be more costly. Import and export will be more costly. So there will be a huge number of impacts, which we cannot predict absolutely certainty, but still a nation like India needs to prepare. So what's your thought as to how India can prepare for a more volatile world? Even if this war ends, there may be other conflicts, other problems out there which have impact also back here in Bharat. How can India prepare better?
Well, we account for 1/6 of humanity. So if we are moving towards our goals in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, we have, I think, taken 250 million people off the poverty index in the last 10 years alone of Prime Minister Modi's government. We have moved very fast, as I said, towards meeting our climate change goals. We had committed, Prime Minister Modi at the Glasgow Climate Conference had committed to 50% of our installed electricity capacity being met out of green energy. He had also committed to creating 500 gigawatts of green energy in India. We've already met part of that goal because 51.5% of our electric capacity comes from green energy today. And we have, as we speak, 260 gigawatts plus of renewable energy. So we are well on track to be a 500 gigawatt renewable energy producer. So as we move towards our climate change commitments, we as 1/6 of humanity are contributing to alleviating the world's problems. But at the same time, we understand that we have to work towards providing capacity support to the rest of the world, along with countries like the Scandinavian countries, Bhutan, our neighbors, etc. From that point of view, we are pioneers in setting up the International Solar Alliance, the Council for Resilient Infrastructure. We are also part of the initiative that created the Global Biofuels Alliance. So all of these are intended to allow us to work with our partners to provide the world with the capacity, especially the global south, with the capacity to meet those aims. But again, another part of your question was, what do we do to meet those challenges that we face? India believes in working on multiple alignments. We work with all of our partners, whether it's the West, whether it is the BRICS countries, whether it's the global south. Our approach is to work with all concerned and to work in a manner that keeps with our philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is the world is one family. So by the world, we don't mean just the human race, we mean the entire planet Earth, which means animals, everything that is part of the planet, part of our civilizational philosophy. And in that context, we work with the rest of the world in creating a base for, I would say, peace, stability, progress, and prosperity.
You will come up. This quote from the old Indian scriptures, the whole world is one family, is so wonderful. I mean, I really want the world to take it to heart in these critical times. We will now move from India, from Bharat to Nepal. We have Dash Sangha Khandu. He's the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Bhutan, and we're eager to have your take as to how the global developments are affecting Bhutan and how you are making how you handle that in Bhutan.
See, firstly, I agree to what colleagues say. The most important thing is that there is an impact. There is an impact. We cannot deny. Things have changed. We have seen it. We have felt it. But the only way out as a politician, not as an academic, or maybe not as an economist. Bhutan per se today is now thinking over how we diversify ourselves. This is a time that now we think beyond traditional ways of doing things. Till today we were dependent on one ways of doing things or maybe a few ways of doing things. Maybe a few trades. Of course, the world is interconnected. The world is now flat. There's no more round. It's all interconnected. Something happened in America, something happening in Cuba, Somalia, something happened in maybe what is happening in Kuwait today. It will definitely have an impact on the global economy. And our Bhutan, as you know, is a very small country with a very small economy, will be impacted a lot. But this is also a time for us to now think over what next. What is the option? Do we have option 1, option 2, option 3, option 4? So I think now we are more of thinking over and over and over and over. Do we go back to the old Stone Age or do we really progress ahead? So we have a choice. Either we just stay back, sit for the things to get stable by itself, or maybe some miracle to happen, or do something. So anyways, we are trying to do something that is, I don't know what we are really doing today. I think it will be very difficult for me to maybe really express and explain in detail in a very short, given a very short time. But we are really thinking over what next now.
I think Bhutan may be most well known to many citizens outside Bhutan because you have developed a somewhat different model for society than others. You have focused more on a people-centered model, a high-quality model, rather than just to drive economic growth. Yeah. So to create happiness among the people.
Yes.
Is that model still? You will still take that model into the future? How can you refine it and develop it for a new generation?
So, as I in the beginning, during my keynote itself, we have learned to live by ourselves. We have also learned to be satisfied. We have also learned to be happy with whatever we have. Of course, if we can have more, we'll be happier. But now, the next step, whatever we are going to take, is going to be a very holistic approach, a sustainable one, a resilient. That should not be affected by the external forces. It should not be external forces dependent. Whatever you do, it should be, of course, you cannot say that you can isolate yourself from the world and you can be happy all alone. But you can still be, you can devise your own model and make yourself resilient to the world, resilient to the external forces, external effect, or external whatever that comes out, that comes in. So let me quote what happened in 1997. 1997, the Southeast Asian economic downturn was the worst experience of the economic crisis. And Thailand was the hardest hit country. It was called as Titanic. It was termed as a Titanic. The economic downturn, of course, the Southeast Asian countries faced, but it was the Thailand that was hit hard, and it was called as a Titanic. But then the Thailand came up with of course, then the IMF came in, the World Bank came in, so many experts came in, advised them, but they said that they want to devise their own model. They want to make themselves resilient to the external impact. So today I am not referring Thailand as a good example for such situation, but it can be a reference. I think we can copy a model and put it in our own context, and if better, if possible, we can do better. I don't know whether you agree or not.
I think it's a wonderful answer. Time is running out, but I have just one final question to both of you. The world citizens are desperate for peace. What everyone wants is peace. Bhutan is a very peaceful nation. During Operation Sindoor, Prime Minister Modi did something absolutely incredibly important in my view. He made the Indian case after the horrible terrorist attack in Pahalgam, but after making the case, he was able to stop the war. It was a short war, while nearly all wars are very long. So can you just encourage you to send a message of peace to the world from South Asia, from Bhutan, and from India? I think the rest of the world has so much to learn from both Bhutan and India. Maybe Bhutan first, and then you, Harshvardhanji.
I don't know if it is from the. If it is the question of stabilizing the peace in the country, I think you have a reference of Mahabharata, you have a reference of Ramayana, so many Hindu Vedas and all, where the Lord, the God and goddesses had to become aggressive sometimes to subdue the demon to stabilize the peace in the country. So see. So I don't know if you have any answer to the Sindoor, Operation Sindoor, and the peace, connecting Operation Sindoor to the
Bill, I mean, India has always, stood for peace and cooperation with all countries, and so we have always looked at ourselves as a country that, if at all we have a military point of view, it is a defensive one. And if you look at us historically, we have never aggressed a country, but we have defended our territory when it comes to aggression against us. And Operation Sindoor was an aggression against India. It was a targeted terrorist attack against India. And Prime Minister Modi's response was very calibrated and very targeted. We could have gone after Pakistan's military infrastructure. We could have gone to, I would say, take out their defensive installations. But instead, we chose to only focus on terrorist infrastructure, the headquarters of the terrorist groups who were responsible for those terrorist attacks in India. And when it came to the scope for a wider conflict, and when Pakistan came to us and requested a ceasefire, I think we were happy to conclude a ceasefire, not for any other reason, because we were definitely we already had the upper hand. Pakistan was feeling the impact of the military, I would say, posture that India had adopted, especially with regard to, taking out 9 of their air bases at one single instance. But at the same time, on a position of strength, we agreed to a ceasefire. And I think that is in keeping with our philosophy of wanting peace and stability, not just in our part of the world, but globally. Which is why Prime Minister Modi has always advocated for peace. He has said that, it is important to have peace through dialogue and diplomacy. And someone asked him in the Ukraine conflict, he said that, are you neutral? And he said, we are not neutral, we are on the side of peace. And that's how we see, the world from the lens of peace, stability, and harmony.
Sorry, we are running out of time. Operation Sindoor was a textbook response, a firm reaction, but no forever war. I thank Dash Sangha, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Bhutan, and Harshvardhan Shringla, member of the Rajya Sabha of India, and give them a round of applause. Thank you.
We will continue this conversation off stage as well. I know when 3 of you meet, it's so much to discuss. But thank you all very much for joining us for this session. Okay, I'm moving forward very, very quickly. Now, for a special address on the future of Indo-Pacific trade, we are joined by Member of Parliament, Member of the House of Representatives, in fact, from New Zealand, Stuart Smith. We appreciate your patience. Mr. Smith, thank you for being with us. I invite you onto the stage for your address.
Kia ora, namaste, and good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here in India and to join you all here at the NXT conference. India is a country that doesn't just talk about the future, it is actively shaping it. And that is exactly why New Zealand sees India as not simply as a partner for today, but as a partner for the long term. Let me start with a simple message. For New Zealand, our relationship with India is no longer a nice to have. It is a strategic necessity for our economy, for our security, and for our place in the world. We are living in a time of global uncertainty. The world is more contested, more complex, and more interconnected than it has been at any point in recent memory. Supply chains are shifting, strategic alignments are evolving, economic resilience, security, and trusted partnerships matter more now than ever. In this environment, countries like New Zealand must be deliberate about where we invest our energy, our diplomacy, and our trust. India's global influence is no longer emerging, it is established and growing. India is not only the world's most populous nation, home to around 1.4 billion people, it is the 5th largest economy and is projected to become the 3rd largest by 2030. It is a major player in international affairs, a member of the G20, a key voice in the United Nations, a member of the Quad, and an influential leader across the global south. India's strategic location in the Indo-Pacific, its commitment to democratic governance, and its growing leadership in digital innovation, a vibrant space industry, and regional security make it a critical partner for countries like New Zealand. And then there is the pace of growth. Over the past decade, India has built thousands of kilometres of new highways and more than doubled its number of airports from 74 to 157. Your middle class is now estimated at over 445 million people. That represents one of the largest and fastest growing consumer markets in the world. In short, India is shaping the future of our region, and New Zealand intends to be part of that future. Recognising this, the New Zealand government has taken deliberate practical steps to strengthen our relationship with India. Over the past 2 years, engagement has increased significantly across political, economic, defence and people-to-people connections. In March last year, Prime Minister Christopher Luxon led one of the largest trade missions in New Zealand's history to India. That visit wasn't symbolic, it was a signal of intent. It said clearly that New Zealand sees India as a long-term partner and that we are prepared to invest time and effort and the political capital required to make that partnership work. Because strong relationships are built not on press releases, they are built on showing up, listening carefully and delivering results. However, India and New Zealand share more than economic opportunity. Our historical ties stretch back to the 1890s with Indian migration to New Zealand. Today, around 300,000 New Zealanders of Indian descent call our country home, about 6% of our population. Many were born in New Zealand. Many were born here in India or in Fiji. We share Commonwealth heritage, similar legal systems, business practices, democratic traditions, and a love of sport, particularly cricket. And I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate India for winning the T20 World Cup final. Unfortunately, that was at our expense. This year, our two countries will celebrate 100 years of sporting ties, marking the first sporting fixture between New Zealand and India, an army hockey match in 1926. These people-to-people connections matter. They underpin trust, they deepen understanding, and they give our economic and strategic partnership real substance. Economically, the opportunity is clear. India is New Zealand's 12th largest trading partner. In the year ended September 2025, total trade reached 3.8 billion New Zealand dollars, a 25% increase on the previous year, with New Zealand recording a modest trade surplus. In March 2025, our two countries began negotiations towards a comprehensive free trade agreement. In December 2025, our Prime Ministers and Trade Ministers announced that those negotiations had concluded. That agreement represents a significant opportunity, not just to grow trade volumes, but to build deeper, more resilient economic ties over time. And it's important to be honest, many of those opportunities are long-term. Market development takes patience, trust takes consistency, success requires persistence. Let me give you one practical example. New Zealand wine exports to India remain very modest, just 23,000 litres, valued at under 300,000 New Zealand dollars in the year to June 2025. That's less than 1% of our total wine exports. Yet interest in the Indian wine market is very strong. Indian consumers are increasingly embracing wine, driven by changing preferences, rising disposable incomes, urbanisation, and a perception of wine as a premium and sophisticated product. The opportunity is real, but so are the challenges, particularly high tariffs, and the need for sustained market development. This is exactly where the free trade agreement matters, not as a quick fix, but as a long-term enabler of deeper commercial engagement. Another area where New Zealand brings real value to this partnership is space. Despite our size, New Zealand has become one of the world's top 3 countries for space launches in recent years, driven by a vibrant, commercially focused space sector, from advanced launch capabilities to satellite technology and downstream applications. Our space industry is innovative, agile, and globally connected. It's a powerful example of how a small country can contribute meaningfully to frontier technologies, and an area where collaboration with India's own world-leading space capabilities holds exciting potential. But our partnership is not just economic. New Zealand sees India as a key Indo-Pacific partner. In March 2025, our two countries signed a defence cooperation arrangement. We have since undertaken exchanges and exercises that support regional security and mutual understanding. In an increasingly complex Indo-Pacific, relationships built on shared values, transparency, and respect for international rules matter more now than ever. So where to from here? The message from New Zealand is clear. We're committed to build a deeper, broader, and more enduring relationship with India, one that spans trade, innovation, security, culture, sport, and people-to-people connections. We understand this is a long-term journey. There will be challenges. There will be moments of frustration, but the direction is right and the potential is enormous. Direct air connectivity, stronger business links, greater cultural exchange, and continued political engagement will all play a role in unlocking that potential. So in closing, let me finish where I began. India is not just an important part of New Zealand, it is an essential one. And New Zealand is committed to being an active, ambitious, and reliable partner for India. We want to grow together, we want to innovate together, and we want to contribute together to a stable, prosperous Indo-Pacific region. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I wish the NXT conference every success, and I look forward to the next chapter in the New Zealand-Indo-India partnership. Namaste, kia ora.
Well, a round of applause for Mr. Stuart Smith, Member of Parliament, New Zealand. All right, let's shift our focus to the next session, Next in Education. On the stage, let me invite Dato Dr. Elizabeth Lee, Group CEO, Sunway Education Group. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, I see many students at the back. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be here at the NXT or NXT Summit in New Delhi. It is my first time in New Delhi, and it's been wonderful. And I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the organizers for the kind invitation and the opportunity to contribute to this very important conversation. I have been asked to reflect on the theme, Next in Education, Building Institutions that Outlive Us. In particular, to consider how philanthropy can serve as a powerful catalyst for transforming education, not merely through charitable giving, but by enabling institutions to drive meaningful and lasting systems change. Standing here in India, I am reminded of the deep and long-standing connections between your country, India, and mine, Malaysia, particularly in the sphere of education. Both our countries share the imprint of the British colonial education system, which introduced many of the institutional structures that continue to shape our schools and universities today, from the development of curricula, administrative frameworks, and the idea of education as a vehicle for social mobility and nation building. In Malaysia, this connection was also made tangible through people. During the colonial period and well into the early years of independence, teachers from India played an important role in educating generations of Malaysians. We are grateful that many traveled from home to serve in schools across the country, bringing with them a deep commitment to learning and scholarship. Their contributions helped lay the foundations of an education system that continues to evolve today. In many ways, this shared history reminds us that the institutions we build are rarely the work of a single generation. They are shaped by the dedication, vision, and sacrifice of those who came before us. Educators, reformers, and communities who believe deeply in the transformative power of education. And it is precisely this idea that sits at the heart of our discussion today. How can we build institutions that endure beyond our lifetimes, and how philanthropy can play a critical role in enabling education systems not just to grow, but to transform in ways that will benefit future generations. First, the obvious is we need to invest in education, where we build the human foundations of prosperity and peace. And next, we fortify our institutions, animate our economies with innovation, and from there, we nourish our societies with hope and possibilities. Through all this, we must also be aware of the transformations unfolding in the higher education sector. Scholars predict the rise of University 5.0, a digital, borderless, translocal university which views the world as a single learning community and shifts its purpose towards societal impact, sustainability, and value co-creation. This is not a distant dream. We have gone through 4 transformations, and my university specifically is all geared up to be University of the Fifth Age. So we are definitely sailing towards this next step of development. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, please allow me to focus on 5 areas. Firstly, education as a tool for nation building. Second, private capital and philanthropy equals public good. And here I will bring in the example of the Jeffrey Chia Foundation, which owns and governs all our Sunway institutions. Thirdly, nurturing global citizens rooted in Asian values. And fourthly, a bit on what we do at Sunway. And last but not least, what all this means for Asia and all of us. Firstly, education, a tool for nation building. Nation building begins with people building. Universities do far more than confer degrees. We equip the next generation of professionals with the knowledge and skills for meaningful careers and lifelong learning. We drive scientific research, generating new knowledge and technologies to address society's hardest problems. In this, we must seek to preserve, or rather, we must seek to serve our communities through outreach and public service, acting as hubs for social and intellectual life. But the task before us is broader still. Universities are also drivers of economic and social prosperity, catalysts for social change, and centers of innovation and culture. When we succeed, our graduates do more than just find jobs. They create jobs. They do more than adapt to change. They lead change, and they do more than hope for a better society, because they will build the societies. The next phase of higher education places societal impact at the center. That is sustainability, which we have been hearing this morning, equity, and value co-creation for the global good. In this vision, nation building is not a zero-sum competition, but a collaborative pursuit of shared prosperity. This is the path to institutions which endure because they are constantly reviewing and renewing their relevance to society. Consider the arc of a first-generation university student. When we remove barriers and open doors, a single scholarship can transform a family's trajectory, lifting siblings, cousins, neighborhoods. Multiply that by thousands, and we are no longer speaking about individual advancement, rather the pathways of national progress, carrying opportunity to every part of society. At the Sunway Education Group, where I serve, we emphasize on being a campus with a conscience. That is our tagline, a reminder that the heart of education is the human potential, and that our obligation extends beyond classrooms out into the communities that we serve. In an era marked by volatility and change, universities must stand as moral beacons, embodying ethical leadership, upholding truth, fostering a sense of belonging, and creating learning environments where individuals and communities can truly thrive. When we do this well, we shape more than capable professionals. We nurture citizens, men and women who will carry their communities and their nations forward. Next, let's talk about private capital and philanthropy, bringing us to the public good. If education is nation building, then financing education is a profound public responsibility. In Asia, the most exciting developments are happening where private capital and philanthropy are aligned with the public good. This happens when patient capital investing is not for quarterly returns, but for generational impact. This is a shift from charity to systems change, where long-term partnerships between the public sector and private enterprise and academia work towards positive change. Indian society has long been shaped by a deep tradition of philanthropy, rooted in religious duty, community responsibility, and charitable giving. And across centuries, individuals, families, and institutions have contributed generously to building of schools, temples, hospitals, community institutions, an ethos of giving that has not only strengthened Indian society, but has also reached far beyond its shores, including to Malaysia, where Indian philanthropy and community initiatives have played a role in supporting educational and social development up to today. And in recent years, there has also been a growing movement to channel philanthropy more strategically into higher education. As noted by Tarun Khanna in his article, One Aspirational Future for India's Higher Education Sector, new investments and fresh ideas are beginning to reshape the country's educational landscape. At Sunway, we are very much driven by our own founder and chairman, Tan Sri Jeffrey Chia, and his belief that a good education leads not only to better futures, but also to better lives. And we have been privileged to witness this through the Jeffrey Chia Foundation, which has to date dispersed more than 967 million, approximately USD 246 million in scholarships to thousands of deserving students. The amount is on track to surpass 1 billion ringgit by the year 2026. These are not just numbers, they are lives, irreversibly changed, families uplifted, communities strengthened. as my founder Tan Sri Chia says, life serves in, as Tan Sri Chia lives with this motto, I aspire to inspire before I expire. Ladies and gentlemen, I note that time is running short, and I actually have 3 more areas, so I'll just zip through very quickly. I wanted to talk about global citizens rooted in Asian values, and that's because globalization has connected us, and yet it has also challenged identities. So therefore, we must strive to nurture global citizens who are rooted in Asian values, who will be confident on any stage, fluent across disciplines and cultures, yet grounded in values which define our region, these being community, humility, respect, balance, and stewardship. And this is why in my institution at Sunway, we have knowledge hubs which connect Asia to the world while keeping our feet firmly planted in our regional priorities. Just to name a few, we have the Jeffrey Sachs Center on Sustainability, Sustainable Development under Professor Jeffrey Sachs. And then we also have our UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, UN SDSN Asia headquarters, hosted at Sunway University, which works closely with New York. And we also have our own Sunway Center for Planetary Health, which is led by world-renowned humanitarian and public health expert, Jamila Mahmoud. And another one that I'd like to touch on is something that we are very proud of, which is the Future Cities Research Institute, which is a joint research institute between Sunway University and Lancaster University, focused on digital and sustainable cities. And this is where the future of Asian urban life is actively designed. Let's move on to reflect a little bit on what we do at Sunway. So as we reflect on philanthropy and its power to transform education systems, it's also time for us to embrace a broader, more progressive idea, which is education institutions as social enterprises. Social enterprises, as we know, are mission-driven organizations which apply sustainable business models to create measurable social impact. And when we apply this to education, the institution becomes more than a place of learning. It becomes a catalyst for social mobility, community resilience, and nation building. An education institution which operates as a social enterprise like ours do, they do not measure success solely by enrollment numbers, graduate rates, or even rankings, but actually by the lives that it uplifts. And the first generation student who breaks the cycle of poverty, the marginalized youth who gains a new future through alternative pathways, the community whose well-being is strengthened through outreach, research, and innovation. So crucially, this model becomes sustainable, and surpluses are then reinvested into scholarships, new programs, community development, and innovation. Partnerships with government, industry, and civil society are designed for long-term impact, not short-term visibility. And revenue supports purpose, and purpose guides growth. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, but my time's up. Although I would like to share a lot more with you, let me just quickly close up and in closing to say, really, when we're talking about nation building at grassroots, we need to draw on the strengths of both university and community so that impact is measured by meaningful changes in people's daily experience. And as I said in closing, let us commit ourselves to shaping institutions that endure long after we are gone. Institutions capable of carrying on the dreams of our students and the trust of their societies far into the future. And such institutions must not merely respond to the changes of our time, they must help define the direction in which our world will move. So let us then dedicate ourselves to this noble endeavor to build such institutions that will inspire, uplift, and endure, institutions strengthened by generosity of spirit, guided by purpose, and sustained by the collective commitment of those who believe in the transformative power of education. For when we invest through leadership, through partnership, and through philanthropy in institutions that outlive us, we do more than build university, we build the foundations of Asia's future. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Dato Dr. Elizabeth Lee, Group CEO, Sunway Education Group. She was speaking about the future of education. Now, before I move on to our next session, I would request all the people who are sitting in the audience to just quieten down, take your seats, so we can pay attention and hear all our dignitaries who have come from all parts of the world to participate in the NXT Forum. All right, shifting our focus to the next session, we have Dr. Erik Solheim, former Norwegian Minister of Climate and Environment, and he is going to be addressing the audience on the future of a global understanding on climate. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
A very good morning, Delhi. Namaskar, Bharat. So happy to be in this great city and addressing a lot of students, but also a number of dignitaries. Look, back in 2009, we had a horror show of climate talks. The temperature in Copenhagen was freezing. The sandwiches tasted horribly. There was no nice Indian food. And we had enormous expectations. They were there, and the deliveries were there. They all came. Manmohan Singh came from India, Premier Wen came from China, the new Jesus Christ of global politics, Barack Obama, came from the United States, and we expected the climate issues to be resolved once and for all. Nothing happened. People went home crying, really literally. Many people were crying, they were desperate, and we believed the climate issue was not to be resolved because of no impact from these talks. But what not one person mentioned in Copenhagen was the fact that the price of solar energy will fall by 90% in the next decade. And that's what's driving the world now. If you switch from coal to solar or wind, it's not a cost, it's a cost saving. For the first time in human history, a new development path is possible. There is no choice between economy and ecology. We can do both. Look, our grandparents and parents were not stupid. When they decided to go for oil and gas and coal, it was because it was the one and only way to prosperity at the time. That's why they did it in Europe, in America, in Japan, in Korea, in China, in India, everywhere. Because if you didn't base your economy on coal and fossil fuels, well, there was no way to getting everyone out of poverty. But now we can go prosperous and we can go green by exactly the same policy. And that is the message whenever I listen to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And this new development have many very significant consequences. Last year was the first year in the history of India, but it was also the first year in the history of China when coal emissions went down. Yes, it happened during COVID for very different reasons, but except for that, they have been increasing and increasing and increasing. Now they start going down. China last year added 315 gigawatt of solar energy to the grid. That's more than any nation has made in the history of that nation. India last year became the third largest producer of renewable. I'm pretty sure India soon will be the second largest producer of renewables, next to China, but above the United States of America. This is world-changing events because a new development path, a next future is taking shape. And it means the old days when Europe dominated climate talks is over. It's now China and India and Indonesia and Vietnam. It's the developing world which is setting the direction, Brazil. And it's not climate talks by diplomats, but action by business which is driving the change. And ladies and gentlemen, on all you here, you see the changes all over Bharat. And let me give you a few examples because I've had the privilege to travel this wonderful land. In Pinnapuram, in Andhra Pradesh, Greenco has established something absolutely remarkable. It doesn't exist in the United States of America. It doesn't exist in Europe. It's a 7 gigawatt combined solar, wind, and hydropower facility. In daytime, when there's plenty of sun in Andhra Pradesh, you pump up the water to the upper reservoir, you release the water at night, and we have 24 hours of renewable energy in Andhra Pradesh. This one facility in Andhra Pradesh is as big as the entire grid in Sri Lanka, just to show the size. Move to Gujarat, in the Kutch Desert, the salty desert in Kutch in Gujarat, Adani Group is now establishing the largest solar and wind facility in the world, even larger than those in China. It will be 30 gigawatt by 2030. How big is that? Well, that's much larger than the entire grid in Bangladesh, which is a nation of close to 200 million people. So what we see in Pinnapuram and what we see in Kutch are really large, world-changing developments. Move on to Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, they just finalized an eco-circuit from Chennai to Rameshwaram. Rameshwaram, as you will know, that's the place where Ram and Hanuman launched the attack on Sri Lanka to take out the horrible king of Sri Lanka. But from Chennai to Rameshwaram, there is now a new eco-circuit. It's a dugong protection area, a bird center, a mangrove center, a wetland center, a huge number of protected areas. And again, Tamil Nadu and Chief Minister Stalin does this because, yes, they believe in the environment, but they also do it because they believe in the economy and creating jobs and tourism. So this is good for the economy and good for the ecology. Yesterday I was in the state of Bihar. In Bihar they told me they will now make a scheme where every low-income family in Bihar will get the offer of solar panels on their roof free of charge. The middle class, the rest will pay, even if it's heavily subsidized, but for the very poor it will be free of charge to power their facilities by solar. So we see the changes all over Bharat. And what's then the next? The next is a combination of this renewable revolution, which is already well on the way, but an integration of the renewable green revolution with the artificial intelligence revolution. You can never run major data centers without renewable energies. That's why India is very well placed to run such centers. But intelligence from the centers can also make the green revolutions much smarter and much more efficient. And we will also see the transport green revolution. 25 cities in India are now developing metros. Many of these metros are elevated, not in tunnels, but still they are metros. We see two-wheelers and three-wheelers going electric by the day. We will very soon see cars normally becoming electric in Bharat. And Delhi, I believe, has now the highest number of electric buses in any city in the world outside China. So be rest assured, Bharat is developing very fast in a green direction. Finally, what are the challenges for this green development? First is to get the message across to everyone. And in my view, no one is doing that better than Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I visit a number of conferences where he is the main speaker, and I'm one of the other speakers. Modi hardly ever speaks about emissions. He never speaks about global climate talks. He constantly speaks about how India, by going green, will also go prosperous, how India can bring everyone out of poverty, but doing it by solar and wind and hydropower. And that is an appealing message, and European and other leaders should take a look at that message, and maybe they could also be focusing a little more on the opportunities rather than on the problems. We need finances for the green revolution to happen, so banks and the financial institutions must make it possible. Sometimes it's completely commercial, but there is an upfront cost which needs to be covered. And the geopolitics of this is important. The rapidly improving relationship between India and China is core, because China is now the indispensable global nation for the green transition. Everyone who wants to go green needs to work with China, because that's where you have the cheapest and most efficient technology. But of course, India wants to make it in India, so partnering with India, but learning from the technology and then developing it here, that's the right way forward. But let me just end. Prime Minister Modi has one great vision, that is Viksit Bharat, developed India by 2050 or 2049, but that will not be just a developed India, it will be a developed green India, Viksit Green Bharat. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eric Solheim, for that insightful speech. Shifting our focus to the next session, we have Member of Parliament from Sri Lanka, Mr. Rajakaruna. Welcome on the stage, sir. Round of applause for Mr. Harshana Rajakaruna.
Good morning, namaste. Friends and colleagues, it's a great honor to be here at the Bharat Mandapam. This summit is all about what comes next for our region and the world. When we think about the future, there is nothing more important than how we teach and protect our children. In Sri Lanka, we have a very proud history of education, of free education. Over 80 years ago, a visionary leader named C.W.W. Kannangara fought to establish free education for every child. He believed that learning should not be something only the rich can afford. He saw it as a birthright for everyone. Because of his work, generations of Sri Lankans from all backgrounds have been able to become doctors, engineers, and leaders. This is the foundation we stand on today. But as the world changes, the way we protect that right to education must also change. The right to education is a global promise. Here in India, you have shown how this promise can be put into action through your own laws and state models. We look at states like Kerala, where public schools have become centers of excellence. We see the big changes in Delhi, where the government has proven that public schools can be modern and high-performing. In Karnataka, You're using smart systems to make sure no school is left behind. These examples show us a simple truth. When a government makes education a priority, the whole country moves forward. However, in 2026, education does not just happen inside a classroom. It happens on tablets, phones, and computers. While the internet is a great tool for learning, it also brings new dangers that we cannot ignore. Many countries have already moved to protect their children from the dark side of the internet. In Sri Lanka, we still have to work to do. This is why I personally, as a member of the Parliament, proposed an amendment to the Online Safety Act. As a responsible member of Parliament, I believe our job is to propose solutions. My proposal focuses on making sure social media platforms verify the age of their users, requiring parental consent for younger children to join certain platforms, making sure companies take responsibility for removing harmful content and stopping online bullying. We want to ensure that while our children are learning for the future, they are safe from harassment and harmful material. To conclude, our mission today is the same as it was in the time of C.W.W. Kannangara, the pioneer of free education in Sri Lanka. We want to open doors for our children. In the past, that meant building schools and removing school fees. Today, it means providing modern classrooms and making the digital world a safe place to grow. However, we must also look at the world around us. With ongoing wars and so much uncertainty, we must realize that not only education, but our entire future relies on regional and global stability and peace. As Lord Buddha said, Nahi Verana Verani, hatred is never appeased by hatred, but by non-hatred alone. Our leaders must follow a peaceful path and work together to build lasting peace. Without peace, the best education in the world cannot save our future. Thank you, and thank you for having this amazing platform. Ayubowan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harshana Rajakaruna, for that speech on the future of education. Shifting our focus to our next panel, Learning in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. We have with us Professor K.K. Agarwal, who is the president of South Asian University, Professor Omar Besbis, who is the director, AI and Business Initiative, Columbia Business School. We also have Professor Han Song Lee, who's from the School of International Service, American University. And this panel is going to be moderated by Mr. Bradley Jardine. He's the managing director, Oxis Society. So a round of applause. Let's welcome all our guests. Need to remind all my panelists that there's a countdown clock, and we like to respect the time.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our session on learning in the age of artificial intelligence. AI is transforming how we work, govern, and conduct business, and even some of our personal lives. Perhaps most profound will occur in how we learn and how we prepare our societies for the technological opportunities and for the challenges ahead. For countries like India, where demographic scale meets technological ambition, this question becomes particularly urgent. How do educational systems, universities, and businesses adapt when knowledge itself is being reshaped by machines? AI is not simply another tool. It challenges assumptions about expertise, creativity, and even the role of universities themselves. We're fortunate to have an exceptional panel representing perspectives from global academic, business, and international policy communities. And I'm looking forward to a wide-ranging discussion how institutions and individuals should adapt for the future. I'll begin the conversation with a very broad question. I'll let our panel members jump in, and then we'll have an engaging discussion. First, I just want to ask, how do you think AI will change the way that people learn and develop their expertise for the next decade? And will universities continue to remain the central institution for educational development? I can go to, I guess I can ask if you take a first answer.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having us. It's a great honor to be on the education panel, not least because I also brought 3 students from the US here. So I hope they're listening. And in my view, this is no longer a time when we think about the whether question. This is a question of when's, how, and whither, from which source of knowledge, and especially ethical knowledge, do we derive the information that goes into the training of these models, and how do we use them to empower our students and not to actually crowd out their creative thinking, and what kind of vision for human flourishing that we're tending towards. So it is inevitable that we are in this AI moment. For me, it's very hard to tell students not to use it, so I've given up on that. But it's not only because of the volumetric size of the AI education economy, which is probably going to grow from 10 to 30 billion in the future in the next 5 years or so, but because we grow up, the students will be growing up and forming their worldviews when the entire generation from China to Europe to the US and Latin America and to Africa will also be growing up and forming their worldviews accompanied by AI. So in a world where you're embedded into interacting with others who use AI, it's very hard to ignore it and just say, I'm going to refrain from it. So yeah, my view is both one of caution and of optimism. I think we can go into more details next.
Yeah. Do you remain cautious or optimistic?
Thank you. Yeah. First of all, maybe it's useful to say, I mean, all industries are being right now disrupted by AI, and education is no exception there. There are definitely big changes coming across in education, and the way one can think about it in education is, what should we do about AI? What should we teach about AI, but also how can we leverage AI to teach differently, to think differently about pedagogy, to think differently about assessments of students, right? And in some sense, on both sides, in some sense, there are of course risks. When you think about AI through the old way through which education was delivered, indeed there are a lot of risks. But when you look at it the other way, there are huge opportunities that AI brings forward. It brings forward the possibility of personalized learning at scale. It brings forward the possibility of democratizing access to knowledge, which wasn't possible before. So in a way, I'm partly optimistic because of all of these new possibilities, but these can only be harnessed if we actually change the way we do things, right? If we remove this inertia that exists in educational institutions and break that inertia by innovating at a much faster pace than we have done historically.
Just some final remarks.
Hello. Yes. Yeah. I'm Professor K.K. Agarwal. I am President of South Asian University. So in that sense, I have some idea about the education of the South Asian countries, including Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, etc. When we talk about AI in education, I think this question, whether AI in education or not, is a broad question. AI is there in education. The best thing is to make sure that how can we leverage AI, particularly for this region, India and the surrounding countries, in a much better way, where the resources are limited. I think one very great opportunity for us all in education is that AI can be very helpful in designing the education curriculum for each student in some sense, on a customized basis. What we say, education cannot be a massified system. Really speaking, education has to be different for each student. We could not do that for the game of numbers, but AI can greatly help us to design what we call as BYOD, build your own degrees, in a much better manner. And that is one unique opportunity which we must cash on.
Thank you for those thoughts. It's definitely exciting that we can have such personalized education curricula for students. But one of the big questions that people have is, of course, when it comes to knowledge production and dissemination, will AI merely entrench some of these hierarchies of knowledge? And if not, how do we make sure that it widens opportunities for people to gain access to education rather than simply narrowing and entrenching those hierarchical divides that we have today? Can I ask it to you first?
Exactly. I think there are two ways in which AI could entrench those existing fault lines. One is the socioeconomic fault line. There is already research showing that those who go into using AI prepared to tame AI for its own purpose will get more from it, right, than those who go into AI and feel lost because they don't have the prior knowledge to guide AI in a way that is most productive for its own purpose. So there is the socioeconomic challenge there because those who have resources to begin with are more likely to be able to use AI more productively. And there's also a international fault line of resource distributions or maldistribution. As we know, the main large language models, the most popular interfaces are developed not concentrated in one nation, but at least in several nations that are leading powers in AI. So whose values, whose ideas, whose worldviews go into the training of the AI is another matter. So faced with the socioeconomic challenge of inequality and faced with the international challenge of inequality, the question is, how do you develop AI in a more democratized way and diffuse it and decentralize it in a way that allows for experiments across conditions and contexts at the same time so that there is more agency to the students and to their families and their communities to compare and compete. So I think it comes down to a question of whether we can have a competitive and contested a world of AI with alternatives, or are we stuck with a few major providers whose ideas will then subtly or increasingly visibly take over the space for free thinking? Thank you.
What kind of policy options could we make to democratize the access to knowledge through AI?
So, I think already there are many available solutions out there at different price points, right? So there's already, like, the open source movement has been very powerful to provide access, actually. And in some sense, certain countries have during that direction, which has been, I think, good in terms of democratizing access. Now, I think there's a question of also, the risk coming back of democratizing too much access. How do you train students to think critically when you have access to something that have a correct answer 99.5% of the time? That's very difficult. But in some sense, that's where, we shouldn't think about education just as a way to, get skills. They are the skills, but it's also personal development. Right? And I think that part will continue to be there in the long run. The other part that I want to highlight is that, education has always been about developing critical thinking. That's not going away either. If anything, that's going to be the most important skill going forward, given the access to LLMs and all kinds of tools that are available. So I'm fairly, again, positive about these future developments. I don't know the infrastructure is already to be able to leverage this democratization. There's particular policies at this stage.
Yeah, still too early stage. And to yourself, if you could respond to this as well on the question of hierarchy and creating greater access to education using AI.
Yeah. When you talk about education in the world of AI, which is there today, I think we should be definitely looking at the positive sides. And one of the strong attributes which I feel AI which is teaching to all youngsters is when we say prompt engineering, asking questions. Now, so far our students were used to be perfect in answering. Now I think they have to be more perfect in questioning. So there's a very paradigm shift which is coming in education because of AI. And if we emphasize that, that will be better in life in other aspects also. That is art of asking proper right questions, which has become much more important because of artificial intelligence. And secondly, I would like to say artificial intelligence should always be seen as augmented intelligence. I mean, it's not a substitution of human intelligence. Intelligence will have to be with the people to a great extent, but this is a great tool for augmenting our efforts, should be taken note of. And in that perspective, I see a very high, great role of AI being played in the near future.
Thank you for that. And you've mentioned in your classrooms a lot of students are already using AI, and often professors have this struggle between encouraging its use and relying on traditional writing skills. A lot of people are wondering now, especially starting early in their career, what kind of skills you would be encouraging for an AI future? What kind of skills are going to become increasingly important? And what would you encourage, one, students to focus on as intellectual habits, let's say, to improve their prospects in the future we have ahead of us? And is there anything in the current university structure that you think is now increasingly outdated and that may actually be out of step with AI?
Yes, this is a great challenge for the faculties, right? We have three choices: ban AI in the syllabus and knowing that your students are going to ignore that clause, or say that I'm going to find out if you used AI, which is, sometimes the case, sometimes not the case. Or tell the students that there is a certain way to engage with the AI to empower at least a certain stage of your research, not only in the information gathering, the bibliography generating, and the proofreading, but also in asking the questions that set the agenda. It's okay to do that, but ultimately the idea has to be yours, and you need to defend it in the world. So there is always going to be a stage on which you cannot take out your model and ask how to defend your idea, right, in front of other people who come out of very different ethical and epistemic assumptions. So I would encourage the faculties to form a task force. We have a task force at American University. I know there is a similar structure at Harvard University where I also taught, where faculties come together and share their students' ideas and struggles. So that's on the teaching side, but the students can also get together, right, have an interactive, interpersonal discussion of how they each approach AI. But in the future, I do believe that a more critical engagement with AI, asking AI challenging questions, and allow yourself to be challenged by AI, comparing across models. There's research showing that asking the same question to an American, a Russian, Chinese, AI gives you very different answers. Well, you can compare notes and then think about your own worldview. How do you take from that instead of being entirely swallowed by this ready supply of answers? So I think the answer is vague, but it's going to be as decentralized as AI itself.
Great response. And I wonder if you could share some thoughts on that topic.
Absolutely. So in a way, I think it's a losing battle to try to ban AI, and it's also not serving the students. The students have to be prepared to know how to use AI. But what's changing is, I think, what we can ask from students. Today, students will not just be hired based on credentials, but also based on what they can build. An interview in the past would elicit what students know. Now we can see what can they build. In 2 hours' time, we can test very different skills than we were able to test a few years ago. So that has changed dramatically, and I think the types of profiles and the types of CVs will change dramatically for students. Now, going back to the art of asking the right questions, which is very important, I think, there's also a question of how to change the way we assess students. It's not just about the right or the wrong answers, but now we can assess them based on the depth of the conversations that they go through, right, which can be very different. And I have a colleague who started to assess things in this way. And in general, my view is that you have to allow students to use AI, but they have to be able to stand by themselves without the help of AI. So in some sense, maybe we'll be in a world where we'll slowly go back to oral examinations like in the old days, but the question is how to make these scalable at the scale of a whole university, and maybe AI can be a solution to help in that regard as well.
Same question, please.
I would just like to add that when we talk about AI in education, I think the component which has not been dealt with that strongly is AI for assessment during this period. When we go in for AI for education, our assessment methods will have to go through a complete transformation. The traditional methods of evaluation and assessment will no longer be valid. Many universities, in several good universities, have already shifted to oral examinations rather than written examinations, or the case-based examinations rather than written examinations, because the whole philosophy is not to decry OpenAI, but to make sure that OpenAI prepares our students for more critical thinking, more resource optimization, and finally they are able to use their thinking to supplement these tools. So if we do that, then only we really get the best of it.
Thank you for that. I think another question I've been thinking about a lot myself is, with AI, how will it change the role of educators themselves? Of course, expertise seems to be more easily challenged or undermined as people use AI. AI is now engaging in research itself. The knowledge production process, whether it's journals that are receiving record numbers of AI-generated entries, even peer review process of papers is now being impacted by AI. I wonder how you approach that and teaching, and how do you maintain your role as an educator and with this challenge, and do you utilize AI to increase your publications?
Yes, absolutely. On the note of being able to sometimes say no to AI and ask AI to rethink, it's really up to us, the educators and the students working together, to get to a point where AI is a partner and not some a new technology that is going to crowd out what we already have in the pedagogical experience. But I'm going to mention one positive anecdote and one, I think, an anecdote that gives us cause for reflection. We have the Honorable MP from New Zealand here, and I'll just mention that in my course taught at the American University in the School of International Service, I asked students to compare the English and the Maori version of the Treaty of Waitangi to pick out how concepts such as sovereignty are translated and how meanings are lost in translation, and how we can learn from that rich intercultural encounter in the past. The students are able to do that with AI because I'm not going to be able to provide a special course on Maori so that students can do the international intercultural thinking afterwards. But now they're able to use AI for that purpose. But there was another moment when I asked AI to repeat a section of the Rig Veda. Here we're in India. That's actually a language in which I am versed compared to Maori, in which I'm not. I asked it to repeat 50 times. So ChatGPT refuses to do that because it says this is not conducive to creative and democratic learning by American standards of, you always have to ask Socratic questions and not to repeat. There is an AI bias against repetition that it considers to be a kind of, East and South Asian mode of learning. I told AI, no, sometimes we do repeat because it is a sacred verse or because it's something that by repeating we can gain new understandings from, but ChatGPT continues to refuse to do that, but a few other models do, right? So I think it is an interesting fact that AI has its own built-in assumption of what is good learning. And sometimes it is great it cautions us against bad learning, but sometimes we also have to overpower AI and tell it that we have a different philosophy of pedagogy, and it's okay to work together on that. Okay, thank you.
I wonder if you could take some quick thoughts on that topic.
The very short answer is that you have to constantly experiment because the technology is changing so fast that we have to constantly understand the limits, but also the possibilities. But definitely it is disrupting, as you said, not just the teaching aspect of universities, but also the research aspect. It's potentially providing, new research assistance for all faculties in some sense. And this is a huge, boost in terms of, productivity, but also ability to think, to pursue different paths. What worries me a little bit sometimes is how will the future generation of instructors be trained and develop this critical thinking over time? That's the big thing that is, very tricky, especially in the context of research, where the knowledge has to be extremely specialized. How will people be able to recognize when these models are wrong or not? And this is something that we have to continuously experiment to explore what are the limits.
Well, thank you very much for those insights. If there's one big takeaway, it's of course that AI is really going to fundamentally change the way that we produce knowledge and consume knowledge. And our panelists have shared very broad perspectives across all of these topics. Very excited to have had this conversation. And of course, we need to find ways as policymakers, businessmen, entrepreneurs, to find ways to expand access to education as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you all very much for being with us on that panel. All right, and now we move forward to an NXT signature session. Yes, the much-awaited Prime Minister's Roundtable. And for this, to discuss Vision NXT, technology, governance, and our future affairs, I invite on stage Honorable Fredrik Reinfeldt, 32nd Prime Minister of Sweden. I also call on stage Honorable Scott J. Morrison, the 30th Prime Minister of Australia. We're also happy to have with us for this session Shri Baburam Bhattaraiji, the 36th Prime Minister of Nepal. This conversation will be moderated by Editor-in-Chief of NewsX, Rishabh Gulati. How often is it that we have three former Prime Ministers on stage at the same time?
You're right, today it is a bit of a treat, and it's become an NXT tradition. We had three former heads of government with us last year. We have the privilege of having three former heads of government this year. It's a old saying, which is also considered a curse. May you live in interesting times. Scott Morrison, what is interesting about our times?
Interesting times indeed. But times are always interesting, as I'm sure my colleagues could attest to. When I was Prime Minister, we were dealing with COVID-19, which sadly prevented me from coming here and spending more time, and particularly with my good friend Prime Minister Modi, and when we were elevating our relationship. And so those times had their global challenges, as do these, with the big global reset that I think is going on, whether it's conflict in the Middle East, a rebalancing of burden sharing in Europe, in our own region in the Indo-Pacific. That continues to be, I think, the key and most significant potential flashpoint in the world since the Second World War. So these tensions continue to present, and it's the job of governments and others to navigate those processes, and that is always a difficult and interesting challenge because it's always interesting times.
Well, Fredrik Reinfeldt, in a sense, the world is completely changing. The systems that we held true for the past 80 years seem to be in flux. Technology has brought something into the mix in every front that we are still beginning to understand, whether it be drones or AI. As governments, as civilizations, as human beings, what's the biggest challenge in the next few years?
Well, I totally agree with that it's a world order breaking down, and we are reaching for something new. And without a kind of knowledge on how to bring collective security, we find ourselves in difficulties to handle conflicts, and we see too much warfare. But I listened to this panel. Of course, democratic leadership is about also knowing who is in charge and how to hold them account. And of course, moving into a territory with technology, AI, where it becomes a little bit more uncertain who is actually decision maker, who is actually responsible for what will follow. Well, that is a new kind of challenge. It's a challenge for politicians, it's a challenge for media, it's a challenge for everyday life, because people want to know how does it fit together. And if that is very blurred, I think we will see a lot of confusion in the world.
Okay, before I get into specifics, Baburam Bhattaraji, what do you see as the biggest opportunity, both in terms of the geopolitical flux that we are seeing that presents changes? Changes bring opportunities as well as challenges. And the technological revolution, which has a lot of things to be concerned about, but certainly it could be revolutionary.
Thank you. I think we are living in a very exciting times. For me, I think big tectonic shift in the whole politics of the world with the advent of the 21st century, which we call as a fourth industrial revolution with the AI and other developments. So I think the whole idea of politics needs to be rethought and redesigned in my understanding. In that sense, the democracy, which I have been exercising more in the sense of representative democracy, now with the AI, internet technology, on the access of information to all the population and the rising economic standard of the people, education and all, now it's the high time we go beyond representative democracy and practice more of a monitoring, inclusive and participatory democracy. In that sense, I think we should go beyond our traditional concept of liberal democracy, socialist democracy, or the conservative ideas or anarchist ideas. I think we have to go beyond this. So that's why I think it is the work of great thinkers and political philosophers to theorize and solve the contradiction of the 21st century which you are seeing around.
I'm sure there are many people back home for you and many people, young people across the world, who are finding it interesting that you're calling it exciting times. You're more hopeful. But Scott Morrison, amid the hope, I mean, we are literally, we have wars raging all around us. One not too far away, one in Europe, which has been going on for several years. Has this become normal, par for the course? Do we learn to live with it?
Well, there have always been wars, sadly. And it's, I think, in the modern era of communications, we just know more about them these days. But the wars that we're seeing at the moment are protracted, particularly in Europe, in Ukraine, where the human suffering is just almost unbearable. Well, it is unbearable, frankly, but that's not the only place. In the Sudan and Myanmar and other places, these things continue to happen and we struggle with them. But I want to echo my colleague's optimism here. At the same time as we see all of this disruption, in my own view, I think it's not so much a world order collapsing as a world order being reset. A world order being reset as major powers, rivalry comes into play again. But also, I would say, when you see the influences of demography most significantly interplay with technology, and then you look at what has been quite a radical change in global capital markets since the global financial crisis. Mark Rowan from Apollo recently said, we're spending every cent since the invention of fire at the moment on the rebuilding of digital platforms, technology, hardware, infrastructure, energy systems. This is all happening. And for the global south, as it rises, as indeed it will, demography effectively prophesies that in a way. When that combines with the application of completely new technology and energy systems, then that has the ability to transform what is happening for the bulk of the world's population in a way that I think we can only imagine. We saw that in the post-war globalisation period. We saw the economic miracle in China. That has had play-on effects in terms of their ambitions and their threats within the region and coercion, which was applied to Australia and many others. But at the same time, it can be done. You can see that radical transformation of developing economies when you get the combination of their demography and technology, and then when you apply capital to that, which capital is far more mobile now, then that can be realised. It can be realised in Sri Lanka. It can be realised here in India. It can be realised in Eastern Europe and so many other parts of the world. So I am optimistic.
You're right. When you're talking about a reset, the India-European trade deal was being negotiated for 20 years. Crises have a remarkable ability of focusing the mind.
Same in Australia. We've been trying to get a deal out of the EU at the same time. When they talk about protectionism and they rail about it, we raise an eyebrow because we've been trying to break through that for a long time. But the government of Australia and the EU are now, I think, getting a lot closer, largely because of the disruption that we've seen take place with trade over the last year.
Okay, so Frederick Reinfeldt, it's great to have a deal on paper, but actual movement of people and goods is when it translates. That requires trade routes, it requires shipping, it requires air freight, but mostly open sea lanes. In a global situation right now where we've seen disruptions of sea lanes for technical issues, the Suez Canal because of ship blockage, right now you know what's happening in the Straits of Hormuz. How much of it is transient, that all right, crises happen, week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks later the world moves on? How much of it is fundamental, that trade routes will have to realign? Maybe go through certain regions and maybe avoid certain regions?
Well, this is a very important question. When I went to university as a young man, this was the era of just-in-time production, and the economy of scale was very much that developed parts of the world put production in Far East or far-fetched regions because they saw no trouble that could emerge when it comes to transportation and exactly these things that you described. Well, now we know differently. And de facto, we see a change in the production lines, bringing it closer to home. And it's in that way in many sectors. And in a way that's troublesome but understandable. At the same time, I live in the Nordics, northern parts of Europe, and the Arctic is now melting down linked to climate change. So, of course, yes, we have new trade routes, which also creates a new kind of conflict at the north of my country, where we see US, Russia, China, also other interests trying to control these could-be new trade routes. So I think we should be very aware that the world is transforming and that and this is what we tell our entrepreneurs. Yes, there are some few safe markets, some neighbors you can trade with. You can trade with the rest of the world, but the level of risk have risen. And you need to know much more about geopolitics and contacts into different countries. That has changed dramatically.
How much of that, Mr. Reinfeldt, is physical? Physical because of environmental changes, physical in terms of the infrastructure that needs to be built or will be built. We are working on IMEC. The Chinese, of course, have their own trade routes, the new Silk Road and others. And how much of it is based on tariffs and other issues that sort of either protectionist policies or promotion policies? How much of it's physical and how much of it's virtually imposed by policy?
Well, the Arctic Circle melting is definitely climate change, but since we see a weaponizing of trade policy using tariffs very aggressively, not only linked to trade, but actually a means of bullying, which is not good for the world and should not be silently accepted. But what then happens, and now 20 years of negotiations on the FTA agreement, well, why did it succeed? Yes, that's another pathway. So, if old friends don't want to be as close as they used to be, find new friends. And as long as it's rules-based, as long as we can find and respect each other, that's a better pathway, and that's why you see Europe, India coming closer together.
We like to be old friends as well as new friends. Babu Ramji, in a sense, the aspirations which we are seeing reflecting in your home country of the young people, which have to be also fulfilled through trade, through manufacturing, through skills and AI and drones and everything that's going to change the world. Where do you see the energy of the youth being pushed, even while geopolitics plays itself out?
Yeah, we have gone through a tremendous political change in Nepal recently. Though the youth uprising, the Gen Z uprising is going on in different parts of the world, but ours, I think, is very unique, and I am very proud of it. Because we, Nepal, country like Nepal, which were left behind almost 100 years in democratization and opening up and development. Recently, we opened up, our youths went for jobs in foreign countries, and the access of technology, AI and others spread in the rural areas. So the new generation of people who have come up, they have dared to revolt against the old political system, political leaders, and challenge to assume the leadership of the country. So in that sense, I am very proud of it. I think Nepal will no longer be at the bottom of the ladder of development in the world. We can catch up. And as per the question of geopolitics, that's a bit tricky. We are in between two huge states of India and China. Naturally, we are more tilted towards India physically and socially and economically. And China also is a rising power. So the balancing these big powers will be a slight challenge, but I think our youth will show that maturity to do that and lead Nepal to a prosperous and more democratic country.
It's good to see great cricket talent coming out of Nepal now. Before we get Mr. Reinfeldt also to play cricket, Scott Morrison, other than the cricket, what's exciting about India? What do you feel that this country is, something that it's catching the buzz of imagination all over the world?
It's not just what's exciting more generally about India, which is its fundamental values, its belief in representative democracy, its reliable institutions, all of these things which are shared with other like-minded democracies, which has always provided, I think, a basis for the relationship that India shares with Australia and others, be it in Europe or elsewhere. So I think that provides the strong foundation. But I think what you've seen take place in India, especially over the last decade, and particularly under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, has been an explosion of entrepreneurialism and an appetite for growth and realising opportunities for building infrastructure, to reaching out and taking a position in the world which maintains its independence, which is very important to India, but also engages, and particularly has engaged, I think, positively with the West. And that engagement is not seen as necessarily an alignment, but it is seen as a positive engagement that enables India to plug in and to benefit from, whether it's investment capital, whether it's education. I mean, India is now the single largest source of immigrants to Australia. When I was Immigration Minister a decade ago, that was just starting to happen. Prior to that, it was coming from other parts of the world, particularly China. It is now India and the broader subcontinent. So Australia is very much now an Indo-Pacific nation in that sense, not just a Pacific nation or an Asian nation of sorts. So I think it has been that real shift to be so proactive in the global economy. We've seen and if you look at space, for example, I think that has shown an ambition. I remember the day when the moon lander was able to be achieved, and I think the Prime Minister was in South Africa at the time, and just the look of celebration and ambition realised, and the fact that they could do it and other rivals couldn't, I think really injected a sense of pride. And that is intoxicating, it's appealing, it's attractive. And I think that is what is occurring here, and why you're seeing so many from around the world, both from a business side, an investment side, but as well, I think, in the world of diplomacy, that people want to engage and do business and be with India.
Frederick Reinfeldt, India has been victim to cliches. Yes, you're the largest country, but people would call it overpopulated. We've called it a demographic dividend. That's changed. 50% of India's power as of this year is now from renewable energy. Of the 5 largest solar parks in the world, 2 are in India. We are making $20 billion of Apple iPhones now. So what was being talked about as China plus one a few years ago has happened. A lot has happened since then, tariffs and other things. What is exciting that you see about India, not as another hedge or just another opportunity, but about as a rising power that is now the 4th largest economy in the world?
Yeah, alongside what Scott Morrison said, and actually the new figures coming out in Sweden, because there is a lot of crackdown in Europe on immigration. Even in Sweden now, India, people coming from India is #1 group because they come into the Swedish labor market. We link this in our mindset to digital competence, high education level, a very positive view. And I would say that this also now, if I talk to my industry entrepreneurs in Sweden, which is the country they are most now keen to come into as a new market, they would say India, because this reflects exactly what you are saying. I saw this idea to become a developed country by 2047. In part, you're already developed, exactly as you describe, through a very high level on digital competence and also the introduction of a lot of renewable energy. And I made a point, exactly as you said, that I think your demography, the demographical situation, is actually somewhat better than many of the developed countries, because we are seeing in Japan, for instance, Korea, you see this in Southern Europe, a rapid decrease of population with a huge portion of very old people. That is actually also a kind of rebalancing of our economy and our labor markets, which will not happen in the short run in India in the same case.
Mr. Bhattarai, you are obviously excited about a new future for Nepal. What do you find exciting about the opportunity, the development that you've seen in the past decade and a half in India? It's a transformed country. You've been coming to India for many decades, sir. What do you see that's changed that makes you go, yes, it's a beacon for the subcontinent?
I feel very excited when I was entering this Bharat Mandapam in 1972. When I was studying architecture in Chandigarh, we had come here to see the huge exhibition buildings built here. Now this has been converted into a very modern and type of attractive building. So this itself showed to me India is going through a big change. This is a small example. But what I see is India with the largest population, biggest concentration of youths, and huge potential of new technology and IT manpower. I think it can leapfrog in coming decades, and Nepal can take advantage of that. That's why I've been pleading. Nepal, earlier people used to say we sandwiched between India and China. But now we are not sandwiched. We are a vibrant bridge between two big states of India and China. So if we recalibrate our foreign policy, then we can take advantage of both India and China, and Nepal can be one of the most prosperous nations by the end of the century.
Let's hope. I'm glad the optimism is at least coming from this forum. I've got a couple of minutes left. And Scott Morrison, when we were conversing about why we are gathering here, and the conversation was that this part of the world needs gatherings like this, needs an opportunity to not only discuss about India and what's happening in India, but discuss the world from an Indo-Pacific forum. Where do we take forums like this?
This is a very important point. A few weeks ago, I was at the Munich Security Conference, which has been going on for a long time, and provides, quite obviously, a Eurocentric discussion about what's happening in the world. Similar things happening in the United States. In the Indo-Pacific, and I think in the Indian Ocean area even more significantly, that is necessary for the dialogue for business, investment, for governments and others to appreciate the opportunities, but also to better understand the risks and what can be done to manage those risks. I'd highlight that particularly in terms of security risks. There's been the Racina dialogue here for many years, and this dialogue, which goes beyond that and into the business space and technology and so on, I think is really important, because you need to put an Indo-Pacific lens on these global challenges. And the best place to do that, not surprisingly, is in the Indo-Pacific. Sure, they talk about it in Europe, they talk about it in the United States, they talk about it in other places, but we need to talk about it here as fellow citizens of the region. And I think particularly Australia, Japan, the United States and India through the Quad have a real important role to play to codify what these challenges are, and those 4 countries in particular can play a very significant role in addressing the challenges that are discussed in forums like this. So I commend NXT on doing this, and I commend the Prime Minister for supporting it in the way that he does, because with India's rise and the Indo-Pacific now sitting at the centre of geopolitical and geostrategic at ground zero now, it is not Europe anymore. It's not North America anymore. It's the Indo-Pacific that will determine the future of what happens in our world. And so we need to look at it from this lens.
Frederick Reinfeldt, same question to you. Forums like this, because the objective is, of course, what we do on stage is a very small part, it's a few minutes. The fact that you all take out your time, you take flights, you come all the way, and experience India, meet people, and this time, literally from all over the world. He's mentioned the Munich conference. We are all familiar with what happens in Davos. In a conversation in India, what kind of a trend that needs to be set here through NXT?
Yes, but as a politician in a democracy, we know at the end of every election campaign, things become very narrow, local. What's in it for me, my family, and so on. That is understandable, but the main trend last 10, 15 years, this has become a very protectionistic, even nation-first perspective. So everyone looks at themselves, and of course, as mentioned, there are a lot of security challenges, but the risk about this is that everyone thinks it's only happening here. We are the only important one, everything is about us. And therefore, going to forums very far away, to interact, discuss with people that come from different cultures, different religions, is absolutely of utmost importance. And it has grown since the world is drifting into this nation-first thinking. And therefore, I think it's very, very fortunate to be here. And I also think it's good that this forum is both on geopolitics, but also on academia, also on science, also on different items, on media, because it needs to be a broader perspective to understand the world.
Well, it's great to have you. Mr. Butler, I'll leave the last word with you, sir. Forums like this in our part of the world that bring the world to India, to discuss the world in this region, how important are these, and where do we take it from here?
This is very important. I would like to congratulate our friends in India who organize such a fantastic gathering, calling people from all over the world. So I wish India, I think is a part of a historical Bharat Varsha, South Asian nations were collectively called as Bharat Varsha. So India or Bharat being the largest country of this region, I would like to extend my best wishes to Prime Minister Modi and the people of India to take the lead to transform this region, which has the largest pocket of poverty still in the world. In the next few decades, if we go this way, if we learn from the best practices of the world, I see every reason why South Asia, mainly the old Bharat Varsha, cannot be the leading power in the world in the coming centuries. The last point I want to make, this idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam from the old Hindu scriptures which have been popularized now here in India by Mr. Modi, I would like to extend my accolade to him. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam means the world is one family. The technology and flow of people, flow of information has reached to every nook and corner of the world. So this is the time to think beyond the nation state and think restructuring of the world, politics and economy at the global stage. Let India take the lead. I think we'll, in the peripheral regions, in the peripheral countries, will give a huge accolade to our friends in India. Thank you.
Well, on the optimistic note, and for everybody watching us and for our guests, we in India are also looking at the world and not just thinking about ourselves, which is how it should be. I thank you for this very rare treat and a special opportunity for me to sit with all three of you in this forum here. Thank you very much.
And to continue this rare and august moment, it's time now for a special photo opportunity. For that, I want to call on stage founder of NXT and Member of Parliament Rajya Sabha from India, Kartikeya Sharma ji. Prime Ministers, I request you to join us for this special photo op. Keep the applause going. These kind of moments don't happen very often. And now we're going to move on to our next segment, of course, called Next in Philanthropy. And to speak about driving sustainable impact through philanthropy, we have a very special session lined up. And for that, our special guest, who's already in the house, and now I'd like to call on stage Lord Ross Kempsell, Baron Kempsell, member of the House of Lords, United Kingdom. Could I please have you on stage? And moderating this special session will be Sohail Seth, founder and MD, Councilage India. Sohail, who of course we enjoy listening to his answers asked by us, will today be asking the questions to Lord Kempsell in this next special session.
Of all the things that I'm known for, moderation is not one of them. So I've decided to change the rules because next is about doing the impossible. So Ross and I are going to have a conversation. We have 20 minutes, we've been told, and we'll break that conversation into two parts. One is the role of philanthropy in a growingly unequal world. And number two, India and its place in the Comity of Nations, both qua the Global South and the exemplary leadership of the current dispensation in India. This evening, you will hear Narendra Modi, India's Prime Minister, address this. I know Kartikeya is a shy man, but I must say that what he has achieved through NEXT and what he is achieving both through the ITV Foundation and all the other work that they're doing, including on cancer screening, to my mind, tells you where India's heart is. Nations are made with a blend of compassion, energy, and empathy. Nations are not about GDP. They're about the gross domestic compassion. So here's, we'll just start and chip in whenever you wish. From your perch in the House of Lords, which is, I've been told, increasingly irrelevant, but we won't go there now. From the House of Lords, where you sit with hereditary peers and non-hereditary peers and people who've had scandals and no scandals, How do you see India?
Well, it's great to be in India, in Bharat, and to be in Delhi, back in Delhi. I've had the pleasure of coming to Delhi, Sunil, many times, and it's always wonderful to be here and to be enjoying this excellent conference, NXT, put together by Kartikaya and the whole team. So I want to thank them for putting together this event and bringing so many influential and interesting voices from around the world to hear the heart of Delhi.
Just 1 minute. Could we have some silence? I know it's difficult for some of you to keep quiet, but if you were that erudite, you'd be on stage. So would you just keep quiet so that we can hear our guest? Thank you so much. See what a wonderful audience you can be if you choose to. Sorry.
That's kind of you. I'm a passionate believer in the relationship between the UK and India. You asked how the UK and India is viewed from the UK Parliament. Well, we just had a fantastic FTA, free trade agreement, signed in July of last year that's added £4.8 billion to the UK economy. That is the biggest and most economically significant free trade agreement since the UK left the EU. So it's a huge moment of opportunity for the relationship between the UK and India at every level, whether it's the economic level or the trade level. But most important of all is the relationship between the two peoples, because the interplay between the Indian diaspora in the UK and now I hope more Indian business people doing more trade in the UK after that FTA is going to be at the core of our joint development, I think.
So you do know that an Indian group, the Tatas, are the largest employers in Great Britain?
Yes.
By far. What we are seeing, Ross, here in India is a shift from what one of your legendary prime ministers called us a nation of shopkeepers, and we've transformed to become a nation of entrepreneurs. India today, and I must say this for your benefit and for the benefit of those who don't know, we are not just the world's fastest growing economy. We're the world's most aspirational society. Aspiration is different from ambition, because ambition can have an element of hubris and arrogance, but aspiration is an unwavering commitment to seeing the world move ahead. And I believe, Ross, where I come from, I was born and raised in Calcutta, I have generally come to the conclusion that we are leaving behind a better world for our children, and we are leaving behind a better future. Never have I seen the Indian diaspora, or for that matter, an Indian, being so proud of being Indian, whether he is of Indian origin or Indian nationality. And this is pride without the arrogance and without the sense of entitlement. I'm seeing a revival of who we really are. We're going back to an uncolored, unpolluted sense of history that was bestowed on us in 1947 by some people who may have been close to you. I'm just joking. But what I'm seeing today as an individual is that India is now moving towards establishing an order which is uniquely its own. We're not part of any clique, we're not part of any bloc, and we're certainly not wedded to any ideology that does not take care of our own. For the first time, I can say this: India is working for Indians. Indians are working for India, and India is working for a more humane world. And I think that's what matters. And you have an intellectual giant in the form of Keir Starmer. What do you think he's doing?
Well, I think it was very good that he made his first official visit to India in October of last year. So I think it was right that he came. And following that visit, I know that there were a significant number of announcements in job creation and joint trade, again, between the UK and India. I want to pick up on that point about the remarkable acceleration and the remarkable growth that India is experiencing, because I think I'm right in saying that in just a decade, India has gone from being the 11th largest economy in the world to the 3rd, and it's now forecasted that within the next 3 years, that trend will continue to grow even more aggressively than before. And I'm very interested in the point that you made about the humane philosophy, if there is one, that stands behind this growth, because Prime Minister Modi has his one world concept. It is, as you say, a non-aligned vision, but there is a philosophy there behind that growth. So one of the things that I'm here to do is to learn more about not just what drives that mission economically, but the ideas behind it, even though, as you say, it's not ideological.
So you should see what's happening in India, both between individuals and the corporate world. We are seeing a greater impetus towards giving back to society. Daan was talked about in India, which basically means giving back, 3,800 years ago. It's ironic that we needed a Warren Buffett and people like him, great people, to talk about charity or talk about giving back. I also believe, Ross, that, and I will say this not as just because I'm an Indian, but I will say more and more Indians are working towards a greater inclusive India. Any society is as strong as its weakest link, and never before has this been recognized as it is being today, and to me that's a great sign. Countries are born not out of vision, but out of a blend of vision and execution. So the things that we are doing, and I talked to you about what Karthike and his colleagues have done and his family have done, I believe that we need greater examples of giving back. We need greater examples of goodness. You know, there was a Hindu tradition, Neki kar kuwe mein dal, which means if you do good, don't talk about it, throw it into the well. Which to my mind was an incorrect notion of goodness. Goodness also needs inspiration, just like evil has from America's current leadership. So, when you and I talk about the new global order, we've got to understand that countries will be subsumed to national identity, but they must succumb to global humanism. What do you think of that?
I don't share necessarily the view or the characterization of the US administration there, but what I would say is there has to be an increasing degree of cooperation between nations, for sure. And India is absolutely at the heart of that. And as the former Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison was just saying in the previous session, India is going to be the preeminent determining factor in the course of events, not just in the Indo-Pacific, but increasingly in the entire region and beyond. So it's very important that the Western partners, whether it's the UK, the US, Australia, or others, have the most possible constructive relationship with India. And I'm pleased to say that the UK has a 10-year defense industrial roadmap now, a partnership with India. The UK is developing a very sophisticated partnership with India on AI in particular, as one of those challenges that might be coming forward to that global sense of the humane. So it's a world, I think, where partnership can make a huge difference. And I think it's events like this which provide the forum, increasingly so in India, where those collaborations can hopefully be forged.
So since I touched upon America today, there is a recalibration and redrawing of global lines like never before. I mean, you don't have to, bury Caesar to praise him. I'm not asking you to do that. But there is a reality. The global order is changing. Some of the identity politics that are being played out in the world's most powerful country are having their repercussions across the world. We are going to war. We are doing whatever we have to do for whatever reasons. Hatred has never been a great ingredient for peace. And it certainly has never been a great ingredient for progress. Since you sit in Parliament in the UK, where do you think, or how do you feel that your people, not your government, how do your people feel about the redrawing of these red lines across the world?
I think I completely agree that the world is going into a time of very dynamic change. in the way that things work. I think it's mostly actually driven by technology rather than geopolitics, because if you look at, you mentioned the current outbreaking war in Iran, we're now in a situation where those belligerents, rightly or wrongly, but both sides are using drones, which are very cheap to make compared to old forms of munitions technology, and they're having devastating effects. So the economics of war is changing based on technology. We have AI coming down the track at an increasing speed, and that's going to change the way that every society works. I had the pleasure to be speaking earlier here at NXT to a very eminent professor in robotics. The revolutions that are underway in robotics, advanced manufacturing, modeling, and other areas of engineering science are really pushing the boundary, likewise in biotech. And these changes are going to completely reform the meaning of work, I think, in today's world, and the way in which the definition of economic growth actually begins to shift from that traditional GDP measure that you mentioned earlier to new forms of economic growth, whether it's an increase in the specificity and application of information or so on. So these changes are coming. What do I think people in the UK think of it? I think broadly, the number one thing that matters to most of them is sharing in the prosperity that some of those advantages will create. And the UK has, unfortunately, a problem at the moment with its rate of GDP growth. It's very slow, and its productivity is also pretty depressed, and it has been for quite some time. So my view is that the UK economy is in need of quite major reform. But if that reform doesn't come from the political leadership, then it's almost as if it's going to happen anyway, because technology and the ways of work are changing. But I think the thing that matters to most British people, if I can dare to speak on their behalf, is the thing that matters to most people everywhere around the world, which is the health and prosperity of their family, the opportunity to create a better life for the next generation, having peace and stability in their society. Those are shared aims. And whatever's happening at the geopolitical layer, I think those human ambitions are very, very common to every society around the world.
So as we wind down, because I'm mindful of the time, in a very brief manner, what would your message, both as a Britisher and as a British lawmaker, would be to this microcosm of India that you see, including three eminent former prime ministers, lawmakers, young, bright minds, far brighter than most of us? What would your message be from Britain to India?
I'm afraid the message is that the British are back, and we're keen to do business, we're keen to do trade, we're keen to create and share prosperity around the world. And if you have made the mistake of thinking that the UK, because of various political developments or geopolitical developments, is somehow not keen to be your preeminent partner, economically, strategically, geopolitically, then you're completely wrong. And the UK is going to be doing more than ever in my generation. There's a big generational shift going on in leadership. I'm afraid the older politicians are on the way out. There's a new set coming in, and India is one of the key partners for that joint growth and prosperity. So it's a pleasure to be here in India, and anybody who would like to do business in the UK, please come and talk to me, and we'll bring it forward.
So I'm a marketing person. Let me crispen it for you in a headline. Be Indian and please buy British. But I want to end with, who are we today? The British left us in 1947. Up until almost the middle 2000s, we were a nation grappling with three things. We were grappling with identity as to who we are. We were grappling with a roadmap of where we want to be. And we were concerned about who would deliver that. I do not like any political party, none whatsoever. But I can tell you one thing, Ross. Leadership is what leadership does. I I'm going to be 63 in May. I have nothing to lose. And I can tell you that we are blessed that we have a decisive Prime Minister. We are blessed that we have a person who is willing to take the risks and do what needs to be done at the altar of unpopularity, because your former Prime Minister Churchill said, the only person you've got to be popular with is your spouse, and Modi doesn't even have a spouse. So he has to do what is right for India. Indians have to do what is right for every Indian and for the world. Because unlike most countries, we are not just the Republic of India. We are a civilizational legacy. And it's time the world understood our contours, understood our contribution, and most importantly, understood our potential. I hope you have a splendid stay in India. A lot has changed, and yet our cultural values and our value architecture remains unchanged. Thank you and have a great day. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you very much for that very interesting session, both of you gentlemen. And now we move forward. Of course, we heard a bit of business talk in that session as well towards the end. And we're now turning to our next segment, which is in fact on Next in Entrepreneurship. And for this, we have for a special address on data-driven decision-making, the Dean of the Melbourne Business School, Professor Jenny George. Let's welcome her with a round of applause. Professor George, let's have you on stage, please.
Thank you. What a pleasure it is to be here. There is an irony in the title of my talk, Data-Driven Decision-Making, and I wonder what you think I'm going to talk about. I've spent most of my career in management education, and for years, honestly, embarrassingly long, a significant part of my job has been making the case for data-driven decision-making, arguing the evidence matters and it's worth looking at. But I am not making that case today. I don't have to make it anymore. AI has decisively made it for me. Every time an AI tool is deployed, a sophisticated medical diagnosis or Google Maps helping you choose the fastest route out for dinner, you are using heavy-duty data analysis to drive your decision-making. It's so normalized that we don't even notice it now. And the productivity promise that I kept talking about to business leaders, to students, to everyone who would listen, is now very clear. Only a few years ago, Stanford and MIT scientists ran a large field experiment looking at more than 1,000 customer service workers and showing AI assistance was lifting their productivity by 14 to 15%. And the biggest gains weren't for the best workers, the biggest gains were for the least experienced workers. AI was acting as a leveler, giving junior people access to the experience that used to take years to build. In medicine, we've got AI diagnostic tools that are dramatically changing the rates at which we can find and then treat many different conditions. I used to be a champion of data-driven decision-making, but it doesn't need me now. AI can make really good decisions, often better than we do. But there is still a problem. AI is so good that we adopted it widely, quickly, rightly. Decisions that used to require a person, a caseworker or a loan officer, someone at the front line, started happening inside systems. We've all become really used to getting fast results, a quick answer, and AI can do that consistently and at scale. And that's happened and has shifted something inside organisations and governments that's quite easy to overlook. The shift is that authority has moved. The power to decide has migrated upwards and inwards. It's migrated into models, and it's into the small team who design and control them. It's migrated away from the front line, from the people who know the customer and the patient, away from people who know things that don't appear in any data set. And this is one of the most profound shifts in decision-making in our lifetimes. It's not about data-driven decision-making anymore. It's about how we take responsibility for decisions. And very few organisations have shifted with it. Here's where a new piece of research should worry every leader in the room. A very recent study from the Wharton School have published a study on cognitive surrender. They ran 10,000 trials with about 13,000 participants. What did they find? When AI is available, many people stop thinking critically at all. They adopt AI outputs with minimal scrutiny, and they override their own intuition and judgment. Participants who have high trust for AI have 3.5 times higher odds of following AI advice, even when it was deliberately made obviously wrong. Think about what that means. It means that when authority shifts within a system, it doesn't just take decisions away from the front line, it also takes critical judgment away too. People stop questioning and they defer. AI adoption is combining authority drift with cognitive surrender. When decisions move into systems, two things get left behind: accountability and context. Context is that specific knowledge that lives close to the work. The caseworker who knows the neighbourhood, the nurse who knows that this patient understates their symptoms when they're anxious. That knowledge is pretty hard to put into models. It doesn't often live easily in the data sets that we're using. And when the people who hold it lose their authority to act on it because the system has already decided, then that important context disappears from the decision entirely. So let me give you a clear example at a government level. In Australia, the government ran a program called Robo-Debt, and I apologise, Mr. Morrison, about this example. But it's a good one. The idea was straightforward: automatically cross-check welfare payments against income tax. Use the data, be efficient, scale it up. It seemed like a data-driven decision-making example that I would have taught, right? And it was. It was a really good idea. The problem was the model had a flaw. The maths was just a bit wrong. And because it was automated, the wrong equations ran at scale. Experienced welfare caseworkers would probably have spotted this in a week if they'd seen it one-to-one with their clients, because they know how their clients actually live, and they would have spotted that there was a mistake somewhere. The knowledge did exist, it just wasn't in the room anymore. The system had replaced the people who held the knowledge. And so the system sent out hundreds of debt notices, hundreds of thousands of debt notices actually I should say, to people who didn't owe money, who were told they did, and who had to prove that they didn't. And some fought the system for years, while others gave up and just paid. This actually wasn't a technology failure, and it wasn't a bad idea, but it was a failure of accountability design. When it went wrong, no one could answer for it. Officials pointed to the model, ministers pointed to the process, but the system decided is not accountability. It's what accountability sounds like when it's been abandoned. And of course, this is not unique to Australia. Versions of robo-debt are playing out right now in organisations and governments all across the world at different scales. Now, I'm not so concerned that models have errors. Life is full of errors. Models will always have errors. The problem comes when there's no one around who notices them and can fix them. At Melbourne Business School, we're doing research investigating some of these issues, and a colleague of mine, Professor Nicole Gillespie's run multi-country studies with more than 48,000 people on how people form and lose trust in AI systems. Surprise, surprise, trust does not reside in algorithms. It attaches to institutions, to leaders, fundamentally to people. When an algorithm fails, the public doesn't blame the software, they blame the organisation that deployed it. And the single factor that most reliably sustains trust is visible human oversight. Not a line in a policy, but oversight that is real and can be seen. People will accept AI making decisions. What they won't accept is no one who's answerable for them. Our data shows that Australians are still less trusting of AI than similar countries, and robo-debt is one of the reasons. That's the cost of this accountability gap, an ongoing reputational erosion of public belief that institutions are working in their best interests. My old job of persuading people to use data is pretty much complete, but it's not any good swapping unthinking data skepticism for unthinking AI adoption. Data and automated decisions are a great tool, but a poor master. So I want to leave you with two things that I suggest you go away and do. First, name the person. Every important AI decision in your organisation should have a person who is responsible for the output. Not a team, not a committee, dear Lord, not a committee. No, an actual person who can stand up and say, we made the call, this is what it produced, and I will take responsibility for it. If you can't name a person now, you've got a gap, and you need to find it before something else does. Second, protect the override. Your people have to have real authority to override what's happening. If the answer is, I think this is getting it wrong, and you don't have the ability to override it, then something's wrong. AI can make the decision, only a person can answer for it. We are in two races right now. The race to build AI capability, and I've spent my life on improving the quality of those models. I'm excited about it, it's real and it matters, but there's a second race. That race is to make sure that when AI takes on decisions, the humans running our organisations remain genuinely accountable. These two races are not in conflict. You can win both, but only if you run both. Thank you.
And now it's time to turn to another special panel. Yes, it's time, of course, for some cross-cultural and regional relations talk and a dialogue on this issue of what's coming next for South Asia. We're, of course, being joined by members of parliament from all across the world, and you're going to see some of them in this next session. And of course, we have a very senior guest for the Indian perspective as well. Without further ado, I want to quickly go across and introduce my next panel. We have with us now Saidullah M. Marikar, Member of Parliament from Sri Lanka. Could I please have you on stage, sir? We also have Babaji, Honorable Babaji Balakrishnan, Member of Parliament from Mauritius with us. Also with us is Mr. Deepak Prakash Bhatt. He is former Member of Parliament, Nepal. Let's keep the applause going for our next panel. His Excellency Chantavong Sinia Matmontri is also with us, Member of the National Assembly, Lao PDR. Honorable Mikhail Ahmed Nasim, also with us, Member of Parliament from the Maldives. And this panel, in fact, is going to be moderated by Sri Ram Madhavji. We're privileged to have you, and this time in a moderator avatar. President India Foundation. It's going to be a very interesting conversation. Sri Madhavji, I hand the floor over to you.
Thank you. Friends, welcome to a very interesting session. We have representatives, people's representatives from 5 of our neighbors. Of course, 3 of them are our immediate neighbors, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Maldives, and 2 are our extended neighbors, Lao PDR and Mauritius. Ideally, as it was mentioned, this session should have been conducted by one of the NewsX people. But I was brought and put in the position of moderator of this session. I welcome all our esteemed guests to this session. Friends, we have about, I think, 25-30 minutes time in front of us. We have the clock before us. Friends, we all know that all the 5 countries are very important neighbors for us. India has not just G2G, G2B ties, government to government and government to business or business to business ties. We also have very strong people to people ties. In fact, at least with some of these countries, I can say we are 2 countries and 1 civilization. We are civilizational cousins also. That's the kind of strong bond we enjoy with all our friends who are sitting on the dais today. What I'm going to do is probably with each of you, we will have first round to talk about the relationship between your home country and the host country, India. But today we cannot completely ignore the global scenario. So if time permits, I would also like to have your views on whatever is happening all over the world today. So without me taking more time, let me begin by requesting Mr. Marikar from Sri Lanka. Yes. Sir, what do you think? Are you happy with the state of relations between India and Sri Lanka? We have been very good neighbors, close friends for many, many centuries. What do you think about the current status of relationship?
Definitely, when it comes to your topics today, we have personally experienced a regional relationship few years before. In 2020, Sri Lanka got the economic collapse, right? Like more than the regional relation, as an elder brother, India only come forward to help us to come out from the economic situation. I remember they more than the giving loans, they came forward and gave the donation to uplift the people's life in Sri Lanka. So because of the help of the India at that time, and also the tough decisions and patience of Sri Lankan people, we came out from very sooner from the economic crisis. That's the fantastic example we have went through, right? So, and also the India and Sri Lanka's relationship is not the diplomatic relationship, it's a historical relationship. Diplomats made the diplomatic relationship, but the history is for over 1,000 years, right? So, majority of Sri Lanka are Buddhist, though I am a Muslim, right? So, Buddhism coming from the India, right? So, with that, the relationship is to another level, and also when the China and India is in between the China and India also, we still manage to have a better relationship with India.
Thank you. Friends, I'm really happy that Mr. Saidullah used the word elder brother. India's relations with all its neighbors are not that of big brother. They are of elder brother. We are brothers, and we are there in the sorrows and happiness of our neighbors. We are always there, and with Sri Lanka, we enjoy that very special relationship. By the way, as Honorable MP mentioned, tourism between our 2 countries is a very big aspect of our relationship. You talked about diplomatic and non-diplomatic relationships. 600,000-700,000 tourists are visiting Sri Lanka every year now. We are the largest component of your tourism.
Of course, India is contributing the best, the #1 tourism in Sri Lanka. Even not only the Friday to Sunday tourists, even the long-term tourists, even some Indian film industries using Sri Lankan location, that also help to improve the Sri Lankan tourism. Of course, at this with the war in the Middle East, Sri Lankan tourism got affected. I hope India will come forward to help for that also, to uplift the Sri Lanka tourism again, as usual.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. May I turn to Mr. Balakrishna from Mauritius? Mr. Balakrishna, yes. So glad that we have you here. Friends, when we talk about Mauritius, we generally think that Mauritius is a country with, people of Indian origin, no doubt. I mean, 60% almost are people of Indian origin.
Yes, yes.
But you have almost 35 to 40% mixed origin Creole people also. Nevertheless,
Africa.
African mixed origin and African people also. But India's relationship with Mauritius has never seen any ups and downs. You have many different governments changed, you are a good democracy. How do you see the trajectory of this relationship?
We are like the Chote Bharat. That's what we call in Mauritius. We are the Chote Bharat and India is the Bade Bharat. So let me first thank Mr. Kartiki for this challenge he took at this stage when the world is facing something which is impacting globally. While we are sitting here, we are gathering here, India is uniting, but we are facing division in the East. The East, they are suffering. And here, we are trying to get everyone together to create that unity in diversity. We want to build that relationship together to bring peace to the world. And this is what our elder brother is doing, our Bade Bharat. So let me talk about Mauritius. Mauritius depends a lot upon India. And India has always been here to help. India is always present when we are facing hardship. And India is always and will always be at our disponibility. So basically, Mauritius is seen as the best tourism place for Indian people. And we see India as our powerful tool. We use the technology, and now we are looking at your help to empower Mauritius in the cyber criminality, in their technology, in AI, in financial, and we want to bring that financial sector closer. We need to say that we depend a lot on India. And that relationship needs to stay, and it will keep growing in the future. And one thing I need to mention is that in the Indian Ocean, Mauritius plays a big role for India.
Thank you. That's a very important point, Excellency. In the Western Indian Ocean, we have Mauritius as a very important partner with India in managing Indian Ocean in a peaceful manner, and we always cherish this relationship. We will certainly come back to what is happening in the world, Excellency. May I turn to Mr. Deepak Prakash Bhatt. Deepak ji, about Nepal, what do I say? We are two countries, but one people. We share so much in common. We have so much in common, right from our culture to our festivals to our names. Deepak is a very normal name in the entire country here also. So how do you see the relationship going forward? You have a new government. My congratulations to you. You had successful elections, elected a totally new government. You know, we have dealt with leaders who have been in politics for 3 decades, 4 decades. Now we will be dealing with leaders who have just joined politics 2 years ago. How do you see the prospects for the relationship?
Nepal-India relations have been extremely good. We are all weather, all friends, and indeed we have a very close economic cooperation and trade cooperation, and of course the security and all the fields of the nation-state relations. And one very interesting thing India is doing greatly in the global field is like economic transformation, which have been implementing in the many areas of like the digital economy, economic connectivity with the neighbors, and that has been transforming Nepal's trade and other things also, because we have been jointly building new transportation mechanisms, interconnectivity with the border areas, like building integrated checkposts, dry ports, and all the other things. And at the same time, the digital world and the digital economy, India has been greatly contributing in the world stage, and at the same time, that has been impacting Nepal's. And in the education field, which India is achieving greatly and interconnectedly, it's contributing to the Nepal also. And Nepal, as society remained very dynamic in changing the governments and all these things in the last 7 or 8 decades, we have introduced many political systems. Like, we introduced democracy in 1950 when India got independence. Now, as recently, on the 5th March, we have a new government. We call it the algorithmic democracy. We have seen that the party which formed only 3 or 4 years ago have got 2/3 majority in the parliament. Only 2 seats are lacking. So more than 40% people are under 35 of the age now. So that we are waiting, and we'll wait and see that how they will recalibrate their relations with the new, with the government of India. But in a long run, as I see that, not only from the government to government perspective, but from the people to people, and of course the religious, civilizational, and traditional aspects, we have a large mobility, and that's from the Pashupati to Lumbini and Sarna to all the religious, like the places we have been, visiting or in a traditional way. So I think in the days to come, we will have a very more cordial relation, more balanced relation, and definitely at some point from Indian side and the government of the new government in Nepal will recalibrate the relations in the days to come.
I'm sure. Thank you so much. In fact, you have highlighted a very important point that you have seen so much of political instability in Nepal. But it seems that the democracy in Nepal has matured today. You seem to have a government which is likely to be very stable with the kind of majority that they have today. We hope to see this government, between 2008, when you had officially discarded Rajshahi, to today, 2026, you almost have 15, 16 prime ministers. But I think now you will have a good, stable government, and India is looking forward to definitely working with this new government, coming with no baggage, fresh leadership, very dynamic, young leadership. We really look forward, Excellency. Excellency, I turn to you, Mr. Chantharong. I hope I spelled your name correctly. Our Member of Parliament is from Lao PDR, Lao People's Democratic Republic. Not exactly a neighbor with India, but our neighbor's neighbor. It neighbors Myanmar and then, of course, Vietnam. But a landlocked country, but an important country. Excellency, we have not very strong bilateral relations. Your relationship was more with China, with Thailand, other neighbors. But how do you see India in your Lao PDR scheme of things?
Thank you very much. My name is Chanthavong. You spelled it correctly.
Thank you.
I'm from the National Assembly of the Lao PDR. It's so satisfactory to see the friendly relations between Laos and India over time. Laos and India has been like brothers for a long, long time. In 1954, the former Prime Minister Nehru visited Laos, and after that, in 1956, our diplomatic relations has been created, and since then, we have known each other more, and we have supported each other in different areas. There are regular exchanges at high level from the president of the country, prime minister level, and minister and other sectoral levels, including people-to-people exchange. And we never have any dispute in our relationship, and we always support India in regional and international arena. Laos is a small country with a population of 7 million, and you said landlocked country. Fortunately, through BRI now has been connected to the world, passing through ASEAN. ASEAN to Laos and over to China, to India, to Europe, to the world, to our fast trend. And I hope in the near future our relation will further expand in more areas, more sectoral areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. You gave a major rail connectivity project from Vientiane to China to a Chinese company. And it is successfully operationalized last year, if I remember correct, or 2 years ago. And you do a lot of trade. We look forward that you give similar project to India, from Vientiane to Hanoi or Vientiane to some Vietnamese capital, so that India can also be a big player in your economy. Friends, we have our great friend, Mr. Nasim from Maldives. Excellency, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, so again, Maldives and India have been very close friends. We have seen ups and downs, I don't deny that, in our relationship. But there is general goodwill, irrespective of regime changes. And today we have a new government for last more than 2 years in your country now. And your president visited India. We have a very good relationship now. How do you see this relationship going forward?
Well, Maldives and India have had really close relations for decades, not just bilaterally, but the people-to-people connection has always been there, from Bollywood movies to the food. We have been culturally intertwined for decades. And yes, we have had a very rough patch recently. This was because the then opposition, so it fit in that they could use India and some disinformation related to India to stoke public sentiments against the then government. However, they're now in government, and I am glad that they now realize that, India will always remain the first responder to Maldives in times of crisis, be it the 2003 tsunami, the 2014 water crisis, or the COVID recently. And we have, as you mentioned, we have had Prime Minister Modi recently visit the Maldives, and I do hope that our relations remain as strong as it was before.
Thank you. Friends, like Mauritius, Maldives is also an important partner for us in the Western Indian Ocean region. Maldives is much closer to India, and mutual cooperation is also very big. I know that a lot of supplies to Maldives come from Kerala, from Kochi and other ports. So we have a great trade independence, mutual goodwill, mutual cooperation. I hope this relationship will definitely go forward. Friends, we have heard the bilateral part from all our 5 participants. I thought we will have some 10-12 minutes time. I would like to probably trouble them for their views on what is happening in the world today. How do they see it from the perspective of their country? But probably, Mr. Nasim, we will start with you. How do you view whatever is happening in the world, especially the conflicts, right now the Iran conflict, or Gaza, or Ukraine? How does Maldives see it? What role is Maldives wanting to play in this, if at all it is playing any role?
I think as an opposition MP, this has been a real concern for me personally. We have had MPs summon cabinet ministers to the parliament to question what the government's vision is and how it's going to tackle the incoming crisis. However, the official stand of the Maldives government has been that, things are going well. However, I think that, as a country heavily dependent on tourism, primarily, the economy has always been dependent on tourism, and we have had multiple cancellations, flight cancellations in recent times, and this is going to be, our economy is going to take a real hit due to this. And I think we need to, as a country, we really need to be prepared, and we also rely on oil, and the oil prices have been skyrocketing the last week, and also all of our imports. We are a country that import almost 90% of our products. So I think that as a country that is highly susceptible to external shocks, we need to be prepared, and I think we need to have a real plan going forward.
Thank you. You can always bank on India. I wish you all good. You don't face any major problems, but India is always there with you. Excellency, what do you think about the global scenario? What is the view of Nepal, Nepalese people, government?
At the global stage, I think the global order is shifting, or almost changing in a new way, but we still have to wait that in which way it will move forward. Bretton Woods institutions or the UN system is deteriorating, and that has been denied by US again. And at the global stage, the climate change has become a very challenging issue, as global warming and other issues related to the global climate governance issues have become pertinent. And personally, I think India is becoming a third largest economy and doing great at the national level, but at the same time, it have to have more connectivity and more contribution to the sub-region, as we always talk about the less connected South Asia. So it needed to be more addressed in a sub-regional issues, where can be like, the disaster and all other areas of cooperation can be at the priority, as it is doing at its great level. But I think there are possibilities of engaging sub-regional institutions in a manner. And as we see the recent phenomena in the West Asia, that triggered the global deterioration of the geopolitical or the geo-economic connectivity. Supply chain systems have been disrupted, and that has shown that we are entering into a very chaotic situation in the global stage.
Again, you have a good neighbor in India. I'm sure you will be assured about that. Excellency, I know that I talked about other issues like Iran war, Ukraine war, etc. But you have some issues in your own backyard. What is happening about your own islands and all that? How do you see this impacting Mauritius security and all that?
I know what you're coming from. We got the Diego Garcia, and it is hard for us to face this challenge being a small island. And we rely on India enormously, because we know you're the elder brother, you will be supporting us. And especially being relying on the tourism sector, it's very hard for us if things deteriorate in the future. And especially if Emirates not coming, everyone transiting from Dubai to Mauritius. And I think my neighbor Maldives will be the same, because we are highly reliable on tourism sector. But we are sure India will be here to give us a support, because we are in the Indian Ocean.
Thank you. Excellency, you have seen conflict spilling over into your neighborhood.
Yeah, with the Iranian war, it has affected to the Sri Lanka's dollar revenue. Basically, there are 4 pillars to Sri Lanka's dollar revenue. One is tourism, one is remittance, one is export, and foreign direct investment. The tea export and the garment export has got affected, and also remittance is getting affected, tourism is getting affected. But we don't need to worry, because as our largest trade partner, largest tourism partner, and as cultural partner, our big brother is there for bailout.
Thank you. Thank you. Excellency, you are also a member of the ASEAN. Probably you are the only member from ASEAN group of countries. What view does ASEAN take about the current conflict?
Laos, as a small country, always follow the foreign policy of peace, respect peace, independence, while promoting collaboration and mutual interest, and always respect other nations in ASEAN, always respect ASEAN rules. So whenever we have some member of ASEAN, like family, like brothers, have some argument, conflict. We always try to advise them to tackle matters very cautiously through peaceful negotiations and find solutions, best solutions for each.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. Friends, those are the views of our 5 important neighbors. One thing probably you all must have noticed, there is enormous goodwill for India and the relationship between India and the home country. All 5 of our colleagues see that as a very beyond the government relationship, not just a government to government, not just a diplomatic relationship, but beyond that, it is a people-to-people, civilizational, cultural relationship. We in Indian Ocean region, we are all countries which live in the Indian Ocean region. We are like one family, and Indian Ocean region is a natural region, unlike Indo-Pacific, which is a strategic construct. We are all a part of this Indian Ocean, great Indian Ocean region. We are civilizational relatives, cousins, that you have seen in the views of all our panelists today. I thank all of you for your candid views. Before I end, I don't see Karthikeya here. Mr. Balakrishnan talked about how Mr. Karthikeya tried to create unity here. One very big symbol of unity is that we have a Mauritian representative and a Maldivian representative on the same dais. I don't want to create any issue here, but I'm generally saying today these 2 countries have, of course, between them some issues to be sorted out. But India is always a platform where all of us come together, sit together, and discuss about all issues with an open mind and open heart. I thank all of you.
Before you finish, I think Lord Ross will settle the matter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Excellencies. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ram Madhaji, thank you very much for hosting this conversation for NXT on our behalf this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another set of parliamentarians coming to you very, very shortly, but we have a brief interlude with a very special guest who has come not only all the way from the UK, but who's been visiting Gujarat in Vadodara. Lord Bhikkhu Parikh is with us. Lord Parikh, if I could request you to come and join us on our stage, and I'll call my colleague Uday Pratap Singh to have this conversation. We'll be discussing Gandhian philosophy. Uday, looking forward to having you on stage as my team escorts Lord Parikh onto the stage.
Welcome back to those of you still with us, and hello and welcome to those joining us now in this next session on the first day of NXT 2026. We have with us an extremely special guest who's a member of the House of Lords, United Kingdom, Lord Bhikkhu Parikh. He's also 91 years old, so let's have a loud round of applause to him. We are getting a lot of energy from you still, sir. Let me begin by just asking you, as our panel theme, of course, is on Gandhian philosophy. How much has the Gandhian philosophy influenced you in your life, in your learnings, and also in the service that you have done as a public representative in the United Kingdom? You, of course, come from the land of Gandhi yourself. You were born in Gujarat, now, of course, in the United Kingdom. How much has Gandhian philosophy influenced you?
Well, it's almost like telling your autobiography in public. And I don't think I'm that distinguished or that important. But I would say that Gandhi was peculiar in many ways. Having done my own work, as any ex-colonial would, on the Western political thought for 35 years, I turned to Gandhi just as a matter of interest, and he found myself gripped by him. I was struck by the fact that he was not only a man of thought and action, as is the common practice, but the man for whom thought was action and action was thought. That he couldn't think about anything without wanting to put it into practice. If an idea came to him, his first question was, is it something worth putting into practice? And if it is it going to be of any benefit to mankind? If it is, right, we can proceed with it. Likewise, with the action he is contemplating, it provokes a series of thoughts, and he would theorize about them, whether he was fasting or doing any other things. So here was a man who was at once a man of both thought and action, and I was particularly intrigued by the way in which he combined his thought and his action, and in a very complicated kind of way. So that's how the Gandhi book emerged.
Let me also ask you a bit about, how you are carrying on that philosophy into action on ground there. You're, of course, the Vice President, I think, of the Gandhi Foundation there in the United Kingdom. You're also associated with other trusts and foundations as well. How is this philosophy, these thoughts influencing your action on ground there through the work this foundation does and through the work that you do as a public representative?
I mean, how did it affect me personally?
Yes, and what, how has it influenced the work that you're doing on ground as well?
Well, I mean, Gandhi is a strange figure. When he grips you, he grips you very profoundly. You can't get rid of him. And in my case, Gandhi became quite important, not so much as a model for political action, but rather as a model for a thinker who was in constant touch with the masses, with his own people, and embarked upon a series of actions. So Gandhi for me was significant at that level. And as I engaged with his thought, I found myself getting engaged with his action. And there are one or two very interesting ways in which he locates democratic discourse. That in a democratic discourse we are concerned to understand each other. Discourse is not merely about talking. It's about getting to the truth behind what the other person is saying. So for him, every person grasps reality, truth in a particular way. No one knows the full truth, or no one ever will grasp it. Therefore, your life is a journey, as Gandhi put it, from truth to truth. From limited aspect of truth that you will grasp to increasing contact with others with different points of view, and in the process of interaction with those others, you acquire deeper insight into truth.
Yes.
Now, if you accept that, then it leads to a very interesting theory of political action and liberal democracy. And here he goes beyond John Stuart Mill and Tocqueville and other liberals.
Yes.
Why? Sorry, you want to say something?
Yes, I want to quickly interject there, because I also want to ask you about the Gandhian philosophy applicability in the world of today. In the world of today, we are of course seeing multiple conflicts raging. From the Middle East, that we're seeing right now, the war in Iran. We're also of course seeing the war in Ukraine continue. There's also of course a war that we've seen between Afghanistan and Pakistan, which also is continuing. So multiple conflicts raging, of course, and violence. What can the world of today learn from the Gandhian philosophy, and does the world of today need another Mahatma Gandhi?
Well, first of all, when I was in the audience listening to the proceedings of the day, I was a bit struck by the fact that the speeches were a little too loud, and I found it very difficult to concentrate. I decided that when I came to the platform, I shall follow your advice and go rather slowly so that you can hear what I have to say, rather than simply feel that you are being shouted at. Now, in Gandhi's case, the journey from truth to truth is the history of liberal democracy. Liberalism has its limits. It believes it has grasped the truth. The liberty is the central value. There is no other. People who don't live liberal, according to liberal principles are benighted and so on. Gandhi would have nothing to do with it. Liberal outlook simply means concentrating on a dialogue between persons of different points of view. And from that dialogue, that encounter, emerges a discourse, a shared discourse which you share in the course of talking to each other. And that's why Gandhi's theory, his theory of political action, is called satyagraha. That he says that in life, as in any other area of politics, you need to be able to stand up for your truth, accept whatever punishment is meted out to you, but stand firm for what you believe to be truth, and let the truth in you encounter the truth in the other person, and from that discourse, for which enough public space is made, from that discourse will emerge the beginning of something really interesting, new, and more important, truer.
You've stood for multiculturalism throughout your life. In fact, it's often referred to as the Parekh model as well of multiculturalism. You're one of the most respected theorists as well in cultural diversity, and your writings, of course, and views are much celebrated and even inspirational today for thinkers and students. What has inspired your theory of multiculturalism, and how relevant is it even in the world of today that we live in, where often there are those who try and fight against multiculturalism sometimes?
Well, multiculturalism to me is the doctrine of the day. There is no salvation beyond it. And if you look at the way the world is moving, it is moving in a multicultural way. Let me explain, because it's a long story. I have written a big book published by Harvard University Press on rethinking multiculturalism. So I accept multiculturalism, but also the need to rethink some of its values. The basic idea is what Gandhi has practiced, what I have been advocating. Gandhi, for example, look at this man, Gandhi. He is a Hindu. He finds Hinduism inadequate in many ways. So he encounters Christianity and borrows a lot of ideas from Christianity. He goes a little further and then sees modern science and so on. So here is a man who is a Hindu, who is a Muslim, who is a Christian. Having borrowed ideas from all of these, he produces a multicultural political theory. Gandhi, to me, is a patron saint of multiculturalism because he is able to become an embodiment of different cultures. And Gandhi is, to me, a site, a space where different cultures have played out. And that's what saved India at the time. Otherwise, India could have gone the way of any other country at independence. The next question that you were asking me was, how relevant is it today? My answer is, it is. Because for the simple reason that in the age of globalization, different cultures interact, come into contact with each other. They can only survive if they live in peace. And the question ultimately is, how is it possible for two cultures to live in peace, to coexist without any kind of conflict? Yes. And that's what multiculturalism offers, that you are able to understand the other person in his own terms before you jump to a quick conclusion. And that, if I may say so, it becomes quite important. Gandhi would say, if you look at a Muslim wearing a veil and you become very critical, of course you can become critical if you want to. But first find out why is she wearing the veil, what is the meaning of that action. Similarly, I may take a different example, civil code in India, and how different communities are allowed different customs. And all that would indicate, or to take a very simple example, but from a different walk of life. When I was chairman of the Commission for Racial Equality, we found that in medical schools in India, Indian students generally tended to be rejected. Why? And we found out eventually that whenever they were interviewed, they were looking away from the interviewer, because this is the Indian way of showing respect. In an interview, if you look straight at somebody, that means arrogance. Indian students wouldn't do that. But all the interviewers, trained in their own culture, said, oh, this guy is shifty, invariably a failure. So this goes to show that even at the practical level, apart from philosophical level, multiculturalism is the only key to life.
How nice, sir. And that's a good piece of advice that Lord Parekh has given to all those prospective job seekers as well. Because there are a lot of youngsters who are also in the audience today who will be job seekers. So that's a very good point of view that you've given them. I thank you so much, Lord Parekh, for your time. And those who want to know more about his life, well, here's his book as well, an autobiography called Talking Politics, Bhikkhu Parekh in conversation with Ramin Jahang Biglu. I'll encourage you all to read this as well. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Thank you
Lord
very much
Parekh,
for joining us.
Thank you for your time, Uday. Thanks a lot. It was a pleasure that you could take out time to join us, sir.
Thank you very much.
You've come especially for this, so kind of you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next parliamentarians panel, and this is a special one. Let me invite on stage Mr. Andrei Korebenik from Estonia, Mr. Timo Haraka from Finland, Lord Ross Kemsel from the United Kingdom, the Honorable Sanjay Pereira from Sri Lanka, and our very own Member of Parliament in the Lok Sabha, Mr. Tejasvi Surya. Could we have you all on stage? My colleague and Senior Executive Editor of NewsX, Megha Sharma, will be moderating this session.
Welcome all to this very interesting session in terms of the prevalence of artificial intelligence. Digital governance is what has been the focus of countries across the globe. I have with me a very vibrant, diverse panel, members of parliament from all across the globe. We have members of parliament, Mr. Andrei Korebenik from Estonia, Member of Parliament Timo Haraka, who's also former Minister of Transport and Communication to 2019 to 2023, Lord Ross Kemsel, Member of the House of Lords from United Kingdom. We have Honorable Sanjay Pereira, who's Member of Parliament Sri Lanka. We also have with us Shri Tejasvi Surya, Member of Parliament Lok Sabha, Bharat. I'm going to start my conversation with some straight questions. Mr. Timo Haraka, I want to understand from you, the end-use case of digital governance, the success rate, and what have been the uses that have happened in Finland, in your country?
Well, thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure and privilege. We have the honor of being very successful in ratings and comparisons in the European stage, so we've consistently being voted as the most advanced digital society. So I would say that digital first is a principle that is the most successful and most important in e-governance, meaning that by default people and citizens will interact with the government digitally. But there must always be an option of not doing so if there's some accessibility issues. But yes, you will have to go headlong to the deep end of digitalization.
Absolutely. Lord Kemsel, coming to you, again the same question. In your country, what has been the success rate of digital governance? If you could give me examples specifically of how it has been rolled out.
We have a large number of programs in the UK working on the improvement of digital government and e-services. A big part of that is the gov.uk program, which has recently been moving all of the ways in which citizens log in to government services to a single login. which has been a helpful development. But the key elements that I'm really excited about in terms of the UK's partnership with India on this, just in October of last year, the UK established a joint India-UK AI Centre, which is really promising, talking about the ways in which the public sector might use AI productively in those two countries. And I think increasingly we also are working on our joint technology initiatives in defence and in security in the public sector as well. So that's something I'm welcoming.
I'm going to ask the same question to you, Mr. Andrei Korbenik. Use case scenarios from Estonia, and are there examples that are also being imbibed from the success stories in other countries, even the governance model, e-governance model in Estonia?
Yeah, sure. So for Estonia, we actually started a long time ago. We have basically all the government services online. We have a tax department for 25 years. You can file your taxes in, I don't know, 1 minute. You just press the button and all the data gets there. You can get married online. You can get divorced online, which is especially convenient. We exported our e-government platform to Finland, and we are really proud of that because, you know, usually it goes back way. We have online elections, so about half of people vote online and half go to the actual elections. And our challenge currently is to use AI more efficiently because AI can provide proactive solutions. So instead of like doing your business online, you can be notified about your health risks, for instance, about your opportunities of doing business, and so on and so on. So this is what is our next challenge. But this traditional e-government is quite successful in Estonia.
The same question to you, Mr. Pereira. In Sri Lanka, the success rate of digital governance?
Actually, becoming a e-state is a more important thing. That changes has to be happen. In Sri Lanka concern, of course, we have digital centralized, and we have connected all the institutions, connected to the government, all the institutions. And actually, we have government sector, of course, services for the citizens, and the payments, of course, we have digitalized at the moment. But anyway, there are more institutions has to be connected to the digital system. The other hand, of course, now by doing that, of course, our people have better service and efficiency, and past service also, that advantage is there. So as far as when compared to other countries, we have achieved about 40%. But the problem is our urban area population is only 30 to 40%, but the majority are in village area. But the digital technology, the rural area of the people, the citizens are not much used to that. So therefore, what we have introduced, only 30% are benefiting on that. That's the current situation in Sri Lanka.
Shri Tejasvi Surya, you know, we've heard the digital success stories from all these countries. But if you could again highlight, you know, when we talk about e-Shram, when we talk about direct benefit transfers, this has all been enabled very successfully in India through digital governance. If you could shed more light into this for our international audience.
Yes, thank you so much for having me here. And I think India has been a global case study in how digital public infrastructure can be deployed at population scale to enable better delivery of services, improve quality of life of citizens, and also, most importantly, increase the efficiency in governance delivery. One example is the one that you mentioned about direct benefit transfer. the government of India has traditionally been supporting large sections of a population with subsidies. And these subsidies, because of lack of digital public infrastructure earlier, were leading to a lot of leakage. Since we introduced the Jan Dhan Aadhaar mobile, that is, the Aadhaar ID, digital ID, and the mobile seeding and the bank seeding together, we have transmitted close to 45 lakh crore rupees to citizens in their bank accounts directly, and close to 4.5 lakh rupees has been saved, which would otherwise have gotten leaked. This is one example. Next example is how at population scale, India used the same digital public infrastructure, which is open and interoperable platform, to vaccinate the largest population in the world in the smallest possible time. So using the CoWIN platform, the country vaccinated 1 billion people in a record 45-50 days in 2 doses, and all of this was done so seamlessly. The third thing that India has done extremely well is the ease of life of citizens. For example, if you were to take an Uber from here to the airport, from booking your Uber to paying the Uber driver to entering the airport with your digital DigiYatra pass, to your bank transactions that enable all of this to happen, all of this done in the same open and interoperable platform, which is directly increasing the quality of life of citizens. In the same way, what we have also done is build digital solutions for saving a lot of the IDs, like your passports, your driving license, all of this in the same platform called DigiLocker, which today millions of Indians are using. And this is again an indication of how India has transformed or progressed from a paper-based governance platform to a platform-based governance platform in the last 10 years.
I think they're some of the most fantastic examples in India being the most populous nation. If it can be implemented at such a massive scale in India, it can be implemented across all countries in the world. Again, coming back to you, Mr. Haraka, is your country also studying global successful models like the one that Tejashwi Surya just mentioned when we talk about, direct benefit transfers that are being made, or passports that are now digital, or we talk about licenses that are digital, and some really great examples that have been given by Andre Korobenik, that you can marry online, you can divorce online, you can you can even vote online.
Well, yes, and I need to highlight one service that is, I think, being very exemplary for quite some time, and that has produced the fact that 96% of Finnish people do not file a tax return because the tax authority already has the information that it needs from this person's income and deductibles, and also gives a suggestion of how what kind of tax will be paid or returned. And so that's a vast majority chooses that option, and that means a huge saving. And I'm not sure that these kind of examples are also exportable. But what I do actually was very impressive on the Indian example is the sovereignty of these solutions. And this is something that we in Europe are increasingly now looking at. So we are looking at possibilities to build the so-called Euro stack, so we could have all the digital services from messaging all up to cloud services as sovereign European solutions, since we do not want to be dependent on certain vendors or certain countries, be they east or west. And I think this is hugely impressive in the Indian solution, that you could manage on such a scale, on such a sovereign solution. And I think it's an inspiration for all of us.
Lord Kemsel again, in United Kingdom, what are the big challenges you think in being able to successfully implement e-governance?
I think the biggest challenge is public sector efficiency. So making sure that when the public sector decides to take on an e-government program, it does it in the most efficient way, which means good value for money. So spending money wisely on the infrastructure and the digital IT infrastructure that you need to roll it out. There's no shortage of opportunity in terms of the enthusiasm of the population. Citizens want to access e-services, and I think we do look to some of the European partners, Finland, Estonia and others preeminently, who have really implemented these technologies successfully. Another challenge in the UK is that it does have a bigger population, and it has a population with different demographics. So there are different levels of ability to access services in the UK compared to some other countries. But adoption is increasing, and I think there's also a factor with AI becoming more and more known, becoming more familiar in businesses, in trade, in everyday life, that the AI boom is also going to shift people into a new way of using e-government services. So we can all imagine a world not too far from now where with a single AI portal, a citizen would be able to access services through a chat bot and be able to be navigating government services in that way.
I'll come to you, Andrei Korbenik, once again. Do you think smaller countries like Finland and Estonia, where population is small, it is an advantage in the sense that it's easier to roll out these governance models?
Well, I personally think it's a huge disadvantage because it's not like much more expensive to build a system for a country like India. Of course, scaling up is a challenge, but the cost is not growing like proportionally, and I think those countries have a huge advantage at this point. For countries like Finland or Estonia, I think it's a good chance to become some sort of like a test bed, especially within the European Union, which is extremely highly regulated. It's really difficult actually to do innovation in the European Union nowadays. I'm not sure if that's easier for UK, you got away, but Europe has challenges, and making such small countries as a platform for testing new solutions with a bit, easier regulation would be a good way. In India, I think it can be done maybe on states level, but in Europe, countries have this chance. But otherwise, I think one advantage for a small country is that it's more unified. So if there is a common belief that a service would be useful, for example, e-elections are a controversial thing. Not everyone, believes in that. Or, for example, an essential factor for a successful e-government solution is unified some sort of ID, which is a huge issue for countries like Germany, for example, that don't want, to be like identified by one specific number. But for Estonia or Finland, it's easier because people, when there is not a lot of people, it's easier, to sell such ideas to a smaller amount of population.
Absolutely. In Sri Lanka, again, how are government e-governance models setting example for other countries to follow, and what is it that the government is imbibing from the rest of the world, and especially your neighbor India?
When compared to other countries, of course, we are not up to the other countries' level. For example, Estonia, I think they are in success of 90%. So our major problem, major challenges is there's a big gap about the knowledge, technology knowledge in our society. So actually we have to find a solution for that. Already the government has started in order to get the knowledge from the school students level. So we have introduced the IT subject to the curriculum. So in time to come, another 5 or 10 years time, I think we can come up to the international level. That is our hope. Thank you.
Tejashwi Surya, a quick question with regards to, all the examples that have been given by all these members of parliament from all the countries, whether in Europe or in the subcontinent. Talking about ease of living is something that is the end goal. Do you think India still has challenges to overcome?
Well, see, ease of living is a concept that you do not achieve in one go. I mean, it is a process in continuum. You have achieved a certain degree of ease of living and quality of life for your citizens, and tomorrow there is another degree that you can always aspire for. One example I would like to give at this point is how the UPI transactions have been a game changer in so far as financial transactions for 1 billion people. I still remember when we were in school, sending money orders, going to post office or a bank and drawing a money order, and then you would get it the next day. It was a hassle. Today you can send it as easily as you send an SMS or a WhatsApp message. And India today is the world leader when it comes to UPI transactions. We do 725 million transactions per day. And this is across our challenging and diverse demography, both in terms of our geographical diversity as well as the socio-economic diversity that we have in the country. So I think the aspiration of increasing the ease of living of our citizens, better quality of life for our citizens, is a constant everyday exercise. We keep achieving newer peaks and climbing newer heights every day. So there's no summit as such to this endeavor.
I think it has been a fantastic, insightful session with all of you. We talk about digital governance, artificial intelligence. That's the future where the world is heading towards, and you all are working in the right direction and doing very important work in building a consensus when it comes to digital governance and bringing people closer, bringing people ease of living is something that is the focus, and it's been a fantastic session. Like I said, a huge round of applause for our legislators. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. What a treat it was to have the members of parliament from all over the world sitting here and discussing what has been a remarkable story here in India on digital governance. And staying on topic, let me invite on the NXT podium Mr. S.K. Pandey, Deputy Director General of the Aadhaar Services Division of the NIC, that is one of the fulcrum agencies that has made all of this possible. He's joined by Professor Omar Bezbez. He's Director AI and Business Initiative at the Columbia Business School, and my colleague and Senior Editor Devika Chopra will be moderating the session. Gentlemen.
A very good afternoon to everyone. It's my pleasure to be moderating this very interesting session with Professor Omar Bezbez, who's the Director of AI and Business Initiative at Columbia Business School. And in conversation with him is Mr. S.K. Pandey, who's the Deputy DG of Aadhaar Services Division, NIC. Firstly, sir, welcome to NXT. Professor Bezbez, we've had the pleasure of hearing you in the morning as well. Thank you to both of you for joining us. And we were just having a discussion with parliamentarians on digital governance. But here are two individuals who actually work on the technology, on the policy, and on explaining to government what really needs to be done. So a very important conversation. Let me begin with Mr. S.K. Pandey. Mr. Pandey, when we talk about Aadhaar, as a concept, sir. 1.4, over 1.4 billion Aadhaar cards issued in India, is that correct? That's a Herculean task. That's a gigantic number. What does this milestone truly indicate as far as digital governance is concerned?
Ma'am, actually in India, we are having a 12-digit number, Aadhaar card, and it is started way back in 2008. But in India, what is there, that Aadhaar is the digital identity of a person. I mean, that all your biometric, your face ID, and as well as your address, it is basically represented by this 12-digit number. So what is there, actually, just in my previous session, it was already discussed that how the digital infrastructure is being created and it is in progress in India. So Aadhaar is basically one of the major milestones to deliver the services. For example, I'm giving you one example. I'm looking after the Aadhaar system division. So previously there was, as you are aware, many government servants have been retired and they have to give a life certificate annually so that they can get their benefit, their pensions regularly in their account. So previously what was there, people has to personally visit a bank branch or their pension disbursing authority to submit that life certificate. Obviously they are old and India is a big country and there are many unreachable places. People are living, someone is living, they are basically from a remote area, but right now they are living in Delhi. So obviously they will have to go to their native place. So recently it has changed. We have all that now. You have to submit your Aadhaar number and it using the face auth, it automatically identifies whether you are the same person or you can give your life certificate using biometric. The transfer directly transferred to your pension disbursing authority and you need not to visit any bank, you need not to visit any pension disbursing authority, and it automatically, no need to stand in queue. And obviously because previously it was manual process, now it is completely digitalized. So using this type of service, this type of system, we can deliver the government services to the citizen easily.
And that's where the intersection of social justice comes, Professor Bezbez, as far as digital governance is concerned, because more than just technology, we do want to ensure that digital governance and everything under that reaches the last mile. And India is a fantastic example of how that works. I just want to quickly get in your thoughts as well. When we talk about certain specific models of digital governance, what really stands out to you?
So indeed, I mean, one thing that the question that one wants to ask themselves is, what does digital governance allow to do that we couldn't do before? And indeed, this was a great example, but then we can go the next step. How can this help in terms of financial inclusion? How can we help people get loans that they wouldn't be able to get otherwise? And that's the power, in some sense, of digital governance. And I want to highlight that, there's digital governance in the public sector, but in the private sector as well. I mean, one area that I've been researching quite a lot is e-commerce. How can people transact online? And in a way there's a lot of innovations that have to come into play. And how do you bring strangers to be able to transact? And an important component there is trust. How do you build trust? Government has trust, but a private entity doesn't necessarily have trust. So innovation there has happened, for example, through the development of reputation systems that has allowed strangers to transact with themselves, strangers to host other people in their homes or in their cars and things of the sort.
Mr. Pandey, on that note, because Aadhaar, as Professor Bezbez is also pointing out, that when digital governance models come in from the government, there is some level of trust. But as far as Aadhaar or other services are concerned, I want to understand from you, it was launched in 2008, it's been very successful, but if we were to talk about the next steps, is there something that is being planned as far as public-private partnership in digital governance is concerned? As Professor Bezbez was also pointing out, that the private sector is somewhere that digital governance is also very relevant.
Actually, just want to share one thing. Actually, in India, we call it one major initiative government has started. We call it the India Stack. I mean, in case I want to deliver anything to the citizen or anything to the business, all that I need identity, I need a payment channel, I need a document. So India Stack is basically an open API, open platform. You can use Aadhaar with UPI. UPI is basically a payment delivery system of India. You can use Aadhaar with API, so obviously you can deliver financial service to any citizen. You can use Aadhaar with DigiLocker.
Yes.
You can go ahead with the Digi Yatra type of app. In airport, you can move out directly without any showing any document. And in case, suppose you want to submit an application to a government, like a scholarship application, whatever it is, you submit your Aadhaar, because Aadhaar is again biometrically identified, and get the data from the DigiLocker, and you need not to submit a physical form, and directly it's an electronic form, and you can submit the free using any online system. So using these three systems, even I think one more thing, I'm giving you one more example. Right now, all the players like telecom players, Airtel and Jio, they are not doing any physical eKYC. They all are doing the authentication using Aadhaar.
Yes.
So that's an example how we are using the government ecosystem for the private.
But then, I just want to then understand from you, Mr. S.K. Pandey, how does the government, when it comes to the issue of privacy as well as trust, how does one deal with that, and how do you keep improving on that as well as you go? Because the world is becoming more and more digital as we speak. And with that do arise some concerns over privacy, over data hacking. There's always, conversations about social security numbers or other such digits getting leaked or hacked. How does one then keep themselves prepared for this?
As far as Aadhaar is concerned, it's a completely secured system. Actually, one more thing, actually, when we are dealing with the Aadhaar, so we are not storing any biometric detail in any device.
Right.
Actually, the Aadhaar repository is very strong, and Aadhaar is having their own data center with all type of security measure. No one can hack the biometric detail. And even though, in case someone want to do the interaction with Aadhaar, all the information are encrypted. They are traveling in a secured network, digital infrastructure network, and all the information are completely, you can say it's highly encrypted, and even the, that we call in a technical term, HSM machines, they are well in place, and I think hacking of biometric data is almost impossible in this ecosystem. It's a complete robust ecosystem, and end-to-end security is being ensured by all the entities.
All right, Professor Besbes, I want your thoughts on this as well, because you work more from a policy point of view as well. What does your research indicate? And if you were to advise governments, because like I said, the world is becoming more digital, and we rely so much so that I today do not carry any cash. I hardly carry a wallet, because in India, as Mr. S.K. Pandey has also pointed out, we have so many digital facilities beyond the Aadhaar. We have the UPI, and that's been adopted widely across India. So you would, if you're going to the smallest of stores on our streets today, you would find QR codes, and we are all transacting essentially through our phones. But with that, of course, comes certain concerns, like I said, over hacking. The world is becoming digitally advanced, but at the same time a little dangerous as well. So if you were to advise, what is it that we need to focus on next?
I think a big question indeed is what's next, and the next layer of digital governance will not be about information flows, but it will be about AI agents. Now you may have an agent that takes decisions on your behalf, that goes and shop on your behalf. How do we ensure that the right authentication happens? You might have your agent communicating with someone else's agents to lead to transactions. how do we make sure that these transactions are secure? Because these agents are going to introduce another layer of risk from the perspective of the platforms and potentially of the government. So the question is, how do you prepare for this new governance layer when it's not anymore individuals who interact with each other, but rather agents that interact on behalf of individuals?
That's a very excellent point. Mr. Pandey, I want to understand then from your perspective, when we talk about the integration of AI into the world, your thoughts on the same. How is the government preparing on how to deal with AI agents coming up? And is AI being used towards creating certain newer forms of digital governance as well? Is there any sort of AI integration that's taking place?
Yeah, there are many applications where government is using AI. It's like you can say in India, almost all the portals, I'm giving you an example. I think you must have the word the Bhashani.
Yes, Bhashani AI.
Bhashani,
Yes.
it's a Government of India initiative. Actually, rather than LLM models, it focuses mostly in the Indian context. The problem sometimes, in case we are using the Google or some other large level LLM model, so what happens, they just translate in context of their own language. And you know, in India, many local languages are there. So Bhashani is a very good example how we are using the AI-based system in government. And because in India, large number of population live in the rural area, so almost now we are trying to get enabled the Bhashani, that our translation system in our apps, so that in case, obviously it's, you can say it will bring bridge between digital divide. Right now, what happened, many times people are not familiar with English. So that's the problem, they are not able to use the app correctly. So we are using Bhashani, and there are other apps, other AI models also government is exploring to give the citizen.
But Mr. S.C. Pandey, what's astonishing truly about India is the fact that we've had such a rapid adoption of digital services. And that's truly a remarkable story and a remarkable journey. What is it that other countries can perhaps, or what would you advise other countries and governments in terms of how do you get people to adopt technology quickly and get them to trust that technology as well? The reason why all of us have an Aadhaar, I have a digital Aadhaar, I have DigiLocker, I have DigiYatra, I have UPI, I have all of it in my phone, and I can't operate without it. I solely depend on all of these applications, government applications. How does one build that trust? And at the same time, what would you suggest other countries can perhaps learn from us in terms of getting people on board?
You see, for the countries like India, first of all, an ecosystem like Aadhaar, an ecosystem like UPI. I told you now, actually, in case you want to deliver something to the citizen, obviously you only need three things. First, how to identify the citizen. So in case you have that biometric or digital identity system, obviously it will be a gold record for the citizen to deliver the service. Next thing is the delivery of services. So DBT is there, as in earlier session they have briefed about the DBT. And one more thing, in India we have integrated Aadhaar into our banking system also. So that suppose I want to deliver some sort of the payment or some sort of in-kind service to you or to somebody else whose Aadhaar is seated in our system, who is my beneficiary, I can directly transfer that money to his account. And his account is again verified by the same Aadhaar number. So obviously the leakage of the money will not be there. So what I feel, for any country who is having a large population base, they want to deliver the services to the citizen, they must have some sort of the digital ecosystem, identification system like Aadhaar, and payment system like UPI, and obviously third one I told you, the DigiLocker.
Yes, Professor Bezbez, I'll leave the last word with you as we wrap up. I want to understand from your perspective as well. The same thing, how do governments then focus on building trust but also getting people onboarded? Because a lot of people want to study the India stack, as I was pointing out. And the fact that we've been so quick at the digital adoption for a country where a lot of people feel, oh, you know, India does not have the greatest literacy numbers. In India, a lot of people can barely use a smartphone, but they've all managed to open bank accounts. They've all managed to put those QR codes and completely understand how the system works. And that takes a lot of trust for a small vendor to believe that the money will actually reach their bank account. So what is it that perhaps one can learn from the India stack?
I think there are many countries that can learn a lot actually from this deployment at the scale of India, which is very impressive. And there are many also questions that arise now. What are other metrics that we can have? Are people more involved in the democracy? We heard earlier someone from Estonia who said, look, people can vote online. Would that lead to higher participations in elections across the board? We see across countries a decrease in participation in elections. Can this be used as a way to re-engage populations as well? So I think it's a combination of learning how one can do that at scale, but also what are other possibilities where one can leverage such systems. And I think there's a lot of exciting possibilities for many countries. And in a way, even in the US, we don't have such a digital system at scale. And there's a lot that one can learn there as well.
That's true, because, you know, as you mentioned, in the US, even in Europe, when we go to travel, we still do rely on our cards. And as I was telling you, none of us, I don't think most of us in the room carry wallets anymore. So that's the digital revolution that's taking place in India. But thank you so much, Professor Omar Bezbez.
Ma'am, one more thing,
yes.
actually, just answer one more thing. Actually, when we think about the delivery of the services, we first think governance first, digital next. So in India, we have again I think you have already familiar with the term the CSC, Common Service Center.
Yes.
So actually these are the center in the village area, where in rural area especially, and even the urban area. So in case a citizen is not familiar with the portals, with how to use that app, they may come to the CSC center, and all the government services are delivered digital, can be delivered through the CSC portal. So I mean, here I just want to mention one thing. Digital infrastructure is very good, but we in India also consider the governance first. In case citizen is not familiar with the digital part, so at least they are able to avail the services of government using these CSC center.
Yes, absolutely. And I know that in India we've been on a war footing in terms of educating the people about the services that are coming out. And like I said, it's astonishing to really study the India stack and understand how the government put their minds to it and then finally delivered. And today we're one of the fastest growing economies, not just in terms of GDP numbers, but also in terms of one of the fastest growing countries in terms of digital adoption. And with that, I thank both of our panelists for joining us for this session. Professor Omar Bezbez of Columbia Business School and Mr. S.K. Pandey, Deputy DG of Aadhaar Services Division, NIC. Thank you so much for joining us at Next.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to you all for being with us on that session. We're now going to take a very short break, just 10 minutes, and we're back. NXT 2026 continues. We have, of course, the chief guest this evening, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We have the Chief Justice of India this evening. We have many more members of Parliament, CEOs, all of that. Back in 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. After that short interlude, NXT 2026 is set to resume. We are back, of course, with our next session now. And we're going to be speaking in this next segment on robotics. And for a special address on international cooperation, on robotics, tech and beyond, we have with us member of the Folketing, Denmark, MP, Mr. Jeppesø, who's joined us specially for this session. Mr. Jeppesø, could we please have you on stage? Let's welcome him with a round of applause. You've all had your lunch, so let's get some energy back in the room.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues and guests. It's a privilege to be here in New Delhi. If you want to understand our changing world and you want to see the future in full real time, there's honestly no better place to be than right here. Yesterday I was talking to a journalist down here called Adarsh. We were discussing the state of the world, and we got into the topic of freedom. He shared an Indian perspective with me, and I can't get it out of my head. He said, freedom should feel like stretching your arms wide open. You need space to unfold, to make your own choices and live with the consequences, as long as, of course, that your arms doesn't hit anyone else. But then he added, if you stretch your arms and instead of air, you hit a system, a state, an overprotective law, then you lack the trust. And when trust disappears, people rebel. That's a powerful warning to us. When I look at the global political landscape today, I see a worrying trend. We, the system, the politicians, are moving way too close to citizens' freedom. In our eagerness to protect them, we are standing in the way of their arms. We are here at NXT to talk about globalization and cooperation. Yet when we look at the most powerful tool humanity have ever built to connect us, technology, we see a massive global paradox. In too many parts of the world, we watch each other with suspicion. We suspect each other's technology of spying or stealing data. Instead of building bridges, we use new tech to build digital walls. Sadly, as politicians, we let fear become our strongest currency. We have lost faith in the common sense of our people. Here, many Western countries can and should learn from India. India has started a digital revolution in the recent years, but it was driven not by fear, not by losing control. It was driven by a desire to empower the people. When I walked the streets of Delhi the other day and saw a street vendor selling tea using a QR code on his phone, I see a society that embraces the future. You have built a digital infrastructure that allows the individuals to grow. You have given people room to stretch their arms. But in many other parts of the world, governments are acting like afraid parents. Let me give you an example. Let's rewind to when many of us in this room were kids back in the 70s and 80s. Back then, a playground wasn't necessarily a safe place. It was made of concrete, raw wood and steel, sometimes a rusty screw stuck out of the slide. It wasn't designed to be flawless. It was designed to be used. And when we fell down from the top of the climbing frame, it hurt. We scraped our knees. Did we run home and sue the government? No. We put a Band-Aid on it. We wiped our eyes, and we learned a quick lesson about basic physics. Gravity always wins, so next time, hold on tighter. We learned how to feel the world. Today, playgrounds all over the Western world are covered in soft rubber. There are no sharp edges. On the benches, there are parents sitting, ready to stop everything long before anything happens, shouting, "Careful, Don't go up there, it's dangerous. But what happens to kids and to citizens in general who are never allowed to fall? They never learn how to get up. They start believing that the state is a giant rubber mattress that will always catch them. Fundamentally, that is extremely fragile society to build. A society wrapped in bubble wrap, where no one dares to take responsibility for themselves. We are doing the exact same thing in the digital world right now. Lawmakers around the globe are lining up to limit young people's access to the internet, to the social media, and AI. We say technology makes them anxious and insecure. But let's stop and look at the mirror just for a second. Is it really just the screen's fault? During the pandemic, we politicians locked a whole generation of kids in their rooms for 2 years, away from friends, away from school, and we told them to live their life on Microsoft Teams. It's a really surprise. Is it a surprise that that also shaped them? The solution many politicians choose is ban or age limits. But dear colleagues, let's be honest. Trying to stop a 12-year-old on the internet with a piece of legislation is like stopping the monsoon rain with a tea strainer. It's simply impossible. Here in India, you have a fantastic word, jugaad. It's all about finding a creative workaround, an unconventional fix to a problem. The children of the world are masters in digital jugaad. While we sit in our parliaments inventing complicated national laws to block access, it takes a 12-year-old exactly 2 minutes to download a VPN. One click, and their telephone is in Canada or Singapore. Suddenly, our strict rules are just a useless piece of paper. In fact, we actually make it worse. Because when you make something forbidden, you automatically also make it exciting. Try telling a kid 2 days before Christmas, you're absolutely not allowed to look under the bed. We all know what happens when we turn our back to the child. They look for presents. Our job as political leaders is not to take the phone away from our citizens or to censor their reality. Our job is to teach them how to navigate. We need to teach them that the internet is the world's biggest library. It's full of knowledge, global networks, opportunities to prepare them for the future. And yes, we also have to accept that technology is also used for a lot of other things. The internet can be a place where you can waste 2 hours of watching videos with fat cats trying to jump from a table falling into a box. A place where people can invent 15-second dances like flush and so on that no one understands, like we don't get the 6-7. It's absurd, it's silly, yeah, but it's a complete waste of time also. But it's also human. We cannot and we should not never make laws against the human need to be bored, to laugh, also as something silly. The truth is, technology holds a magic wand that we throw away for poor fear. Yesterday I took a walk here in Delhi. I wore smart glasses from Meta with built-in AI. I looked at a sign in Hindi. I didn't understand anything. Asked the glasses what I saw, and a fraction of a second later, the translation was whispered directly into my ear in real time. Think about that. Never before in human history we had such a powerful tool to tear down walls that divide us. We can remove language barriers, we can remove distance, and we can share knowledge across the globe in a split second. We should be working together right now like never before. Instead, we are seeing wars around the globe like never before. We should be building the future together, but that requires us to let us go off control just a little bit. It requires us not to use our PowerPoint to point fingers to global partners, claiming we won't trust them or just because they live on a different continent. We do not create stronger or safer world by packing the globe into bubble wrap, bans and local laws. We do not win the future by letting fear sit at the head of the table. We must dare to believe in freedom. We must trust the common sense of our citizens. We must build a world where countries and people can stretch their arms wide open without hitting a wall of fear. And most importantly, we must give the next generation the freedom to fall, because that's the only way they will learn to rise again. Thank you for your ears, and thank you for hosting a great conference here in New Delhi.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member of Parliament, Jeb So, for that talk. And now we are, of course, going to move on to our next segment. This year, the buzzword has certainly been trade. Next in trade is the topic of our next segment. And to speak about the future of tech in Europe and India, we're being joined by member of the Eduskunta, Finland, MP Timo Harakka. Mr. Harakka, I welcome you on stage. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, and dear distinguished friends, happy to be back in India. I left on Sunday, so I'm back after 4 days. I had the privilege of being part of the delegation of the President of the Republic of Finland, Dr. Alexander Stubb, on an official visit, including a very warm and friendly reception by the Prime Minister Modi himself. I have also had the opportunity to connect with all ministerial colleagues. And the Minister Goyal brings me straight into the pivotal, epochal moment in India-Europe relations, that is the free trade agreement that can finally unlock exponential growth in our trade and technology cooperation. In my book, which you can download in English for free, at my website, I categorize 3 kinds of data capitalism. First is the American way of unrestricted capitalism, profit-making, and the second one is the Chinese way of state control and oppression. In the current geopolitical situation, it is even more important than ever to find the third way, the European and now after the FTA and the very successful AI Impact Summit here in Delhi, I would call it the Indo-European way of human-centered, responsible and respectful technology, including artificial intelligence. And I love to think that India and Europe are strongly aligned in the ethics of technology. We want to use AI to empower and educate, to profit all and not the few. In Europe, we are looking into ways to free ourselves from the American giant platforms and build what we call a Euro stack, all the way from messaging to cloud services. And we are inspired by the Indian experience of Aadhaar and UPI and the recently launched India Stack Global. And I think that the India AI Impact Summit slogan of people, planet and progress is much better for humanity than other 3 P words such as power, profit and privatization. Where could Europe and India collaborate? Here you see the only relevant map of the world, not according to landmass, but according to population, dominated by India. So if you wonder where my country is, so here is Finland. In the north, about the size of Rajasthan, but population of only 5.6 million, hardly a suburb of Delhi. So, standing alone, Prime Minister Modi, our president said that the two of them together account for almost 1.5 billion people. But this scale gives you an idea what we should do. Finland is a very advanced ecosystem for cutting-edge technology and innovation. We have been invited to make in India and scale up in India. Not only the big Finnish companies such as Nokia and Kone, but startups like the satellite tech company Reorbit are planning to grow right here in India. Europe does not have the deep pockets of American investors, or should I say gamblers, that are inflating the current AI bubble by hundreds of billions. We have had to rely on public-private partnerships to build a robust data infrastructure, such as the European High-Performance Computing Consortium, whose most powerful supercomputer resides in northern Finland in the remotest location. Because of the cool temperature, it's also one of the greenest. Its annual electricity bill is some $50 million cheaper than that of the rivals. Real-life applications of AI need zero latency, high-performance connectivity, such as 6G networks, where Finland and Nokia are world leaders. As a former Minister of Transport and Communications, I'm adamant that there will be no autonomous vehicles without advanced AI, edge computing, and zero latency 6G communications from the vehicle sensors to the AI command. And the next step is quantum. I'm proud to be an advisor for quantum company IQM, soon to be listed on NASDAQ, which has built more actual up and running quantum computers than any other, including big American companies. That's our previous President Niinistö on the lower right corner. And finally, it's not only about bits and immaterial digital impulses. AI and robotics are here to solve real-life problems, such as green energy transition, waste management, pollution and congestion. And here's a Finnish innovation. In the city of Espoo, which being an IT capital is also the Indian community capital in Finland, already 40% of heating of buildings and homes comes from the excess heat of data centers, totally emission-free. As important as technological advancements are, I would like to leave you with a political, even geopolitical note. What do we want to do with artificial intelligence? We can use all the world's electricity to optimize cat videos in social media feeds, or we can use AI to serve humanity and help solve the biggest planetary problems. So here is a sobering questionnaire from G7, the world's 7 leading economies, or old world powers, the West plus Japan. 2 years ago, these rich countries were asked to name 5 best opportunities for generative AI from a pre-populated list, ready-made suggestions. So 7 votes is then the maximum, and all of G7 countries voted for productive gains and business innovation. 5 of the 7 wanted to help solve climate crisis. I don't know what the other 2 were thinking. But when suggested that AI could help eradicate poverty and hunger from the world, no one cared. 0 votes from the rich countries. To conclude, dear friends, India and Europe must urgently collaborate in producing ethical and efficient technologies for the benefit of the majority of humanity. This is the mission for the future of European and Indian technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MP, Mr. Haraka, for that talk, and we now continue this conversation in this segment of Next in Trade. We're now going to be speaking about another region, ASEAN. And to speak about digital integration in ASEAN and beyond, we are very privileged to be joined for a special address by His Excellency Chanthavong Senematmontri, Member of the National Assembly of Laos.
Excellencies, esteemed parliamentarians, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Namaste. It is my great honor and privilege to participate in the NXT Summit 2026 and to address this distinguished gathering under the theme Digital Integration in ASEAN and beyond. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to Honorable Kartikeya Sharma, Member of the Rajya Sabha, the upper house of the Indian Parliament, and the organizer of NXT for the kind invitation and warm hospitality extended to the delegation of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. Today, as a member of the National Assembly of the Lao People's Democratic Republic and as part of ASEAN family, I am pleased to share ASEAN's experience in advancing digital integration and to reflect on how our region can contribute to a more connected, secure, and inclusive Indo-Pacific digital future. ASEAN stands at a pivotal moment in its digital journeys. Over the past decade, our region has transformed from a rapidly growing consumer market into one of the most dynamic digital economies in the world. Digital technologies are no longer peripheral, they are central to economic resilience, social inclusion, and sustainable development. ASEAN's digital integration is guided by a shared and forward-looking vision. This vision is operationalized through successive regional frameworks, including the ASEAN ICT Master Plan 2020, the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2025, and most recently, the ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2030. The ASEAN Digital Master Plan 2030 sets out a clear vision of ASEAN as an integrated, secure, trusted, innovative, and inclusive digital community, one that empowers every citizen and every business to access opportunities, build innovation capabilities, and thrive in the global digital economy. To realize this vision, ASEAN is strengthening cross-border digital connectivity, enhancing regulatory interoperability, promoting trusted data governance, reinforcing cybersecurity cooperation, and investing in digital talent and future skills. Digital integration within ASEAN is not merely about technology, it is about building trust, ensuring interoperability, and advancing inclusion. However, our progress is not without challenges. The digital divide remains a concern both among member states and within them. Rural communities, MSMEs, women and vulnerable groups must not be left behind. At the same time, regulatory fragmentation across jurisdictions can create barriers to cross-border digital trade and investment. Therefore, ASEAN's approach is guided by three fundamental principles: interoperability rather than isolation, trust rather than fragmentation, inclusion rather than exclusivity. Through this balanced and cooperative approach, ASEAN seeks to build a resilient and integrated digital ecosystem and laws harmonization that contributes not merely to regional prosperity, but also to a stable and open ASEAN digital architecture in the future. In this transformation, ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly plays a strategic role, while ASEAN provides the executive platform for cooperation. IPA strengthens the legislative dimension of regional integration. Parliaments contribute by aligning national legislation with regional commitments, promoting harmonization in data protection, cyber security, and e-commerce laws, supporting digital inclusion policies, exercising oversight and accountability. Through multiple resolutions adopted at IPA General Assemblies, Members of Parliaments have reinforced commitments in areas such as digital inclusion and human security, cyber resilience, digital skills development and mutual recognition, MSME digital empowerment, gender equality in digital transformation. In this way, parliamentary diplomacy complements executive cooperation, ensuring that digital transformation is grounded in law, accountability, and democratic legitimacy. Allow me to briefly share the experience of the Lao PDR. The government of the Lao PDR has adopted the Digital Economy Strategy 27-2030 and the National Digital Economy Development Plan 2021-2025 as key pillars of national reform. Nowadays, more than 98% of our population has access to telecommunication infrastructure. Mobile banking services are expanding rapidly. Digital startups are emerging in e-commerce, logistics, and service delivery. Digital transformation in Lao PDR is not merely about economic growth, it is about improving public service delivery, enhancing transparency, empowering youth and entrepreneurs, strengthening regional connectivity. As a landlink the country in mainland Southeast Asia, digital integration enables us to overcome geographic constraints and fully participate in regional and global value chains. We are mindful, however, that digital transformation must be accompanied by safeguards, including data protection, cybersecurity, and digital literacy to ensure that all citizens benefit equitably. Distinguished participants, the global digital landscape is evolving at unprecedented speed. Technological breakthroughs, shifting geopolitical dynamics, and rising societal expectations are reshaping the rules of competition and cooperation. Governments and businesses are accelerating the investment in digital infrastructure and innovation. Artificial intelligence, including generative AI, are transforming industries and redefining productivity. Digital sovereignty is rising as nations seek greater control over data, cloud infrastructure, and technology standards. At the same time, the digital talent gap is widening and sustainably has become a strategic imperative. The question before us is not whether digital transformation will shape the Indo-Pacific, it already does, and how we shape it together. First, we must deepen regional and international cooperation. Governments, private sectors, academia, and international partners must work together to strengthen digital infrastructure, bridge the digital divide, invest in emerging technologies, and enhance cybersecurity resilience. Second, we must promote greater policy harmonization and regulatory interoperability. Compatible frameworks in e-commerce, data protection, and cybersecurity are vital to facilitate seamless cross-border digital trade and to ensure a level playing field for businesses. Third, we must invest in people. Digital integration will only be success if our citizens possess the skills, trust, confidence to participate meaningfully in the digital economy. Esteemed colleagues, digital integration in ASEAN and the Indo-Pacific must remain open, secure, inclusive, and rules-based. If we work together, digital transformation can become not a source of fragmentation, but the foundation for shared prosperity and regional stability. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member of the National Assembly, Lao PDR, for your very interesting and, of course, an enriching talk there. Okay, now for a special presentation next at NXT 2026, I would like to invite on stage Group Director General for AM Trust, Dr. Ramesh Kosi. Let's welcome him with applause. Dr. Kosi, I invite you on stage.
Namaste. Okay. In the next 20 minutes, I want to show you something unique. A space where the future of humanity will be decided. This is not only a story about technology, it is a story about a yuga. So, you know, today everyone is talking about the singularity. Everyone is watching the wrong curve. Of course, Mr. Kurvai explained that there is a singularity. We saw millions of people adopting LLM, ChatGPT. We saw enterprises willing to integrate Gen AI. We know that AI capacity is doubling very fast. We also know that very soon we should have, in the next decade, AGI. All these things are real. This is true fact. But this curve does not describe elements that are nevertheless very important. And do not show, very important limit, some structural limits, because we know for a fact now that LLMs will exhaust all high-level quality data around 2028 or 2030. So it means that we'll have to find other alternatives to find reliable data. It doesn't mean that the AI is going to stop. It just means there will be a shift in paradigm. Because also, you know, integrating, ingesting data is about better understand the world, the reality. And unfortunately, LLMs sometimes hallucinate. This is a major issue. Because if hallucination is still there, confidence will not be developing. So we know that there will be some limitation also on the architecture of the existing AI. And even the co-inventor of the convolutional networks, Yann Lequin, a French guy, by the way, and I say a great hello to France because I'm also part of this region. But he said that using LLM is going to be more and more insane because we'll have some limit and will not be able to produce and to execute reliable actions. But another very important factor, is the energy constraint, because AI is burning energy. Today it is estimated to be 3% of the total electricity. And we know that very soon it's going to be more and more because AI is developing extremely fast. The point is that a few years ago I explained in a paper, in a book, that AI is just not about technology. It is more than this, you know. AI is about an evolution and that will transform our behavior, that will transform our society. In fact, AI is a civilizational force that will change a lot of things. Think about it. Our brain is not using a lot of energy to be very performant, but LLMs and computer needs a lot. So, we need another tool to better see the world than to look at curves. And for this, I'm using a yuga. And there are different phases in a yuga. But, you know, what is very interesting with this kind of tool is that you can dig into a variety of curves that better describe reality. And if we look at this curve, you will see that the singularity cannot show you what a yuga can. So if you look at these three curves, you will recognize in orange the technology power curve. And we know it's going very fast. But if we look at the green curve, and this curve is the human system integration capacity, we see that everything is going too fast. We are just human. We need time to learn, to integrate, and at a collective level. You know, for example, to build an AI act, it has taken a few years, but for us humans, it takes decades to master a subject and to be able to be very efficient. We are just human, we need to accept that. And this curve, you know, this is something that the singularity cannot show, for example. And there is another curve that you all know. This is the blue one. It's about, of course, about what we call the planet, you know, the boundaries, the limits that we are overpassing year on year. And this is a great problem, because if we kill the planet, we're going to kill far more than just a business. So all this is not neutral. And between these curves, you will see a gap. I call that the Yuga gap. This is where the future of humanity will be decided. And we have option to change that, and we have to make very quickly action to change that. So, we are at a moment where there will be a bifurcation. A bifurcation means that technologically we'll have some choice to do, but also at different levels we'll have decision to make between the path A, where we stand today, and the path B, where we need to go, where we need to use frugal AI. It means AI that do not burn a lot of energy. It means AI that use very simple model with less parameters. It means also use bio-inspired technology. And I will give you a concrete example in a few slides of what it means to use bio-inspired technologies. But more than this, there is the importance to integrate population, education, to accelerate all this change, because we are human people. Even if we talk about AI or natural intelligence, is still to develop. So we need to make the right decision, because this bifurcation has started. So it is the government now to take the right decision to modify that. And why we should be quick to do that? Because there's 3 curves that the Yuga shows are not the only one. A new one is coming. And this new curve is called quantum, optical. All this is extremely serious. It will accelerate, of course, the bandwidth, the internet, we know that, but also it will give path to new kind of AI, neuromorphic, for example, AI, new neural network, quantum neural networks. So all this is extremely important to see. And this technology will impact also AI capabilities. It means that, again, we are going to reinforce a very dangerous cycle if we do not master all this. And some decisions are to be made now in terms of AI and quantum. And then why I say now, it's tomorrow. Because the nation that will not integrate this technology won't be able to defend their sovereignty in few years. Because with this kind of technology, no system can resist to AI hacking. And believe me, I am from this game. I can tell you that if you believe everyone you're protected, this is not the case. So we need to do things because it will have a strong impact on the Yuga gap. And again, this is why I'm insisting on this tool, to be able to have a large-scale view on what is happening at a country level, at a region level, at a global level. And this is very unique to adopt this kind of thinking. So, India, we're in India. This is a growing continent, a growing nation, and of course, AI and quantum will be an accelerator for this region if the things are done in a proper manner. Today, India is estimated at a GDP around $5 trillion. This is fantastic, and congratulations to India, because now officially India is number 4, in this race, for success, to counter poverty, to have a better quality of life, for health and so on. Congratulations. But in the coming decade, India is expecting to grow and to have a better ranking in this course. And for that, AI and quantum will play a major role. Why? Because AI and quantum is not just about this industry. It impacts all the industries: health, care, manufacturing, agriculture. People will tell me, Ramesh, what do you mean by AI will impact agriculture? The thing is that the AI we're using today, the LLMs, as I said, won't be effective in a few years. So we'll be using other technology, using sensor. We'll be using actuators. We'll be using other electronical components that will produce more reliable data for us humans to better understand the world and then make good decisions and avoid the hallucination factor or diminishing it by a factor of 10x, 100x. So it is extremely important. And then we'll be seeing other technology progressively sustaining this GDP of India. And India then has a major role to play because we know that India is a country for science and technology. So this curve also is very interesting to watch. So, because we love India, we believe that India has a major role to play because they are very good in science, in mathematics, in ICT, but also because India has frugal infrastructure. Frugal is the right thing not to burn energy. And if we're able to have performance, efficiency, this is the combination we need. So this is why India is very good positioned. The mentality is already oriented on frugality and adaptation. The mentality is adapted to frugality by design. And this is something very important. But there are other assets, of course, because the next token produced by LLM, the next token that AI will need, won't be English token only anymore. And India, Hindi, Sanskrit, Tamil, whatever, you know, will be contributor because this is a global game where we are. And the next architectural solution will integrate all these capacities. And of course, we know that India, you know, it's a nation that's seeing long term, you know. We are not NASDAQ oriented. Even it's good for the business. We think the world in the long term. This is a major difference. Dharma, Yoga, this is very important to see that there's epistemologic framework, there's analytical tools born, native from India, are very interesting lens to decode the world. So we need that, and we need to continue on that. And finally, there's a lot of stuff. There is a growing relationship. We know US, we know China, but there is a growing relationship with Europe. And India, now you say Emmanuel Macron was there very recently. So there is a huge cooperation with this nation to set the right framework, the right regulation to enable things and to grow all together. So all these forces are extremely important. And I have to say something. You saw some nation investing massively in LLMs, massively. And when LLM collapse, it means, what do we do with these trillions of dollars that we have invested? And if I'm not wrong, and believe me, lots of experts, it's not just about Dr. Ramesh Kasi, believe next AI is not LLM. So what does it mean for the finance? What does it mean for the investment? So this is a good momentum for India to now enter into the game. But we have another secret invisible asset. We have this Indian diaspora. Extremely important. You know why? Because we have people that love India, that are working everywhere in the world, that are developing technology, that are in R&D, research and development. And you know, 10 years ago, I've invented a fantastic robot gifted with the first bio-inspired AI, a neuro-inspired AI. We were, let's say, 10 years in advance to what the world is going to do now, meaning use bio-inspiration, integrate bio-inspiration capacities. I'm just one person. I'm nobody, I'm just Ramesh. But there's a lot, thousand of people like this that love to learn, that learn to create, to invent, to develop systems that is good for the people, for the planet, for the business. We're Indian, this is embedded in us. We love to learn from the nature. We love to learn for the flying bee, because when we translate that into algorithm, it gives amazing navigation capability without burning a lot of energy. This is 100% concrete. It has happened, I presented that, and it is just good experience to see beyond inspiration and frugality. And I put that in some papers in a French journal called Telecom, thanks to them, because they are supporting this kind of desire to contribute to the world and the nations. So this habit to think the future might be useful when now it is a timing to implement, when now it is a timing to guide, to give direction, to avoid to lose time, because as said, the timing is now to change things. You are informed. So, the choice we'll make will define the curve, will define the next yuga, will define the magnitude of the yuga gap. And as said, technology will be there, technology will be important, but also people are important, but also governance will be very important, because regulation more than ever is needed, because if not, we are simply going to lose our humanity. And for people, when you say losing humanity, say, oh, it's a theory, it's a philosophy. Believe me, when system learns you, when they drink you every day, they can easily become you. And it's also reality today, and it's going to be amplified. And of course, I hope I don't have to explain that our planet is extremely important. So it is a very important moment for India to show its leadership. Number 4, tomorrow number 3, who knows, number 2. But all this is about leadership, making decisions, and it's time to show leadership in AI. And I just want to rephrase that, repeat that, sorry. Leadership in AI. We heard about leadership at the left, we heard about leadership at the right. It's now good to see leadership at the center with the Indian way, with the Indian thinking. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Corsi. I want to quickly, swiftly move on now. In fact, the next segment is now going to be talking about next in farming. And for this, for an address, we are very privileged to have with us Member of the Irish Parliament, Andreas Monaghan, Techadela from Ireland.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. It's a wonderful privilege to be here with you in India at this important global discussion on the next in farming and in generational renewal. It's especially meaningful that we meet this year in the International Year of Women in Farming, and an opportunity to recognise the women who have always sustained agriculture and who will be a central part of its future. Before I begin, I just want to draw your attention to something interesting, just a quick story, because on the way to the conference here, I travelled to the airport with my son. I'm not sure if many of you have family yourselves, but they grow up really quickly. They do. And from there, picking them up, suddenly they're up here, they're taller. And interestingly, Irish men today stand 11 centimetres taller than their grandfathers and great-grandfathers at the foundation of the state just over 100 years ago. 11 centimetres taller. And that's not any genetic wonder or anything. It's simply about having the right food at the right time when their bodies are growing. Food shapes our bodies, our societies, and our futures. And it reminds us why agriculture, one of humanity's oldest professions, remains one of its most essential. The techniques developed thousands of years ago still form the backbone of global food production, and newer techniques from GM to vertical farming, they'll augment those practices, but not actually replace them. Ireland, we're a smaller nation, just over 5 million people, and yet we export 90% of the food and drink that we produce. Last year, that was valued to us at over 21 billion euro. We're one of the most food-secure countries in the world, and we play a significant role in feeding many, many others. But food security is not something any nation can take for granted. The World Food Programme defines food security as having access to enough safe and nutritious food for normal growth, development, and an active, healthy life. Ireland's food system, we're deeply integrated into the European Union, and our TAGASC, our national body for research, they focus in on the way that we're a large net exporter of temperate agricultural commodities, especially in dairy and meat, that we produce far more of these foods than we consume, and yet we're net importers of fruit and vegetable. Our food security is strengthened by the EU single market, one of the larger, most stable and most diverse food systems. And it's why free trade, not self-sufficiency, is the foundation of modern food security. According to Global Food Security Index, global food security is falling. Food is becoming more expensive. Gosh, we know that when we do each week in our shopping. The gap between secure and insecure nations, it's widening. And 8 of the top 10 most food-secure countries are in the European Union, Ireland ranking second in the world. But even in Europe, risks are growing, perceived and real, assessed as cybersecurity threats, animal diseases, high input costs, tighter margins for farmers, and food affordability pressures. Our food security is becoming more fragile, even in wealthier regions. Despite our export strength, Ireland faces several vulnerabilities. As I mentioned earlier, in horticulture, we import 83% of our fruit and vegetables. And animal feed. Ireland is only 36% self-sufficient in animal feed. We're heavily reliant on North and South America. And like so many other of you here listening, climate and environmental pressures are impacting globally. Soil degradation, extreme weather, flooding, plenty of examples. But also in Ireland, market pressures such as 90% of our retail market being controlled by 5 major retailers, and rising energy and labour costs squeezing growers. But without doubt, one of the biggest challenges, and it's not unique to us, it's in your country as well, it has to be generational renewal. Ireland has less than 4% of farmers under the age of 35, and the average age of a farmer is nearly 60 years of age. And that pattern is repeated throughout developed countries. Austria is a rare exception. Younger people have so many more career options than ever. And why would they want to do the heavy physical work of traditional farming when they can have a predictable paycheck and a possibly 9-to-5 job? And this is where public spending and public policy really becomes critical. Ireland, we established a commission on generational renewal to address the challenges. And later this summer in July, we'll host a major EU conference on generational renewal. And that's to bring together farmers, policymakers, researchers, and for sure, younger people to shape the future of agriculture. Public policy must support early successional planning, land mobility, tax incentives for younger farmers, collaborative models for farming, education, and support for women entering or expanding their role in farming. Succession, it isn't just a legal process, it's a critical cultural one. And families need the support and the direction to have an open conversation about the farm and its future. Later this year, Ireland will assume the presidency of the Council of European Union, and that will be at a decisive moment for agreeing the Common Agricultural Policy, or the CAP. And that presents a rare opportunity where Ireland will be able to shape or have a stronger input shaping Europe's food production strategy, supporting farmers, innovating funding, and generational renewal policies. The decisions made under that period of presidency will influence European agriculture over the next decade. As I mentioned earlier, this is the International Year of Women in Farming. And it's hugely important to recognise the role women play in running their farms, managing the finance, care for livestock, sustaining rural communities, innovating in agri-tech, leading research and policy. And yet, despite that, the barriers that they face in land ownership, access to credit, and even in recognition. Public policy must ensure that women have an equal opportunity to lead the farms of the future. Later this week, we're going to see further on India's space program, and a reminder of humanity and the way it's looking forward beyond the Earth and pushing out the boundaries. Farming will also have to push out the boundaries, with focuses on newer techniques in vertical farming, hydroponics, multi-storey livestock, GM crops, AI-driven precision agriculture, and so many other different ways. These innovations can help us to feed a growing global population. In conclusion, food security, it's not just a national issue. it's a global one. In Ireland, we feed far more people than live on our island. India, you feed 1/6 of humanity. Both our nations understand the critical truth. Without farmers, there is no food. Without young farmers, there is no future. Public policy, it must support those who produce the food. It must encourage the next generation, and it must empower women in farming. Public policy must also strengthen resilience and embrace innovation, and do all these while protecting our planet. If we get this right, and we do need to, we'll not only feed our people, but we'll also nourish our societies, our economies, and our shared future. Gurv Mahagav.
Very much. Sentiment for young people in farming is something we can share right across the world. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next session, which is Next in Mobility. My colleague Uday Pratap Singh is going to be in conversation with Mr. Aditya Goyal, who is the Chief Strategy Officer of Bhago Mobility. Aditya ji, if we can have you on stage, and Uday, if we can have you on stage as well, to kindly conduct this conversation.
Hello and welcome to those of you joining us for this session, of course, physically here in the National Capital, and welcome to those of you watching us on television and on our digital streams in this next session at NXT 2026. We are very happy to welcome back Aditya Goyal, Chief Strategy Officer for Bhago Mobility, who were with us, of course, at the first edition. So thank you very much for your support, and good to have you back, Aditya.
Thanks, Uday. It's great to be back here. Thanks, Karthik. Thanks, ITV. And it's a great pleasure to be back.
Let me begin by asking you, since we are, of course, talking about, futuristic issues, and one big sort of trend that is going to emerge in the future is sustainability. We already are getting more sustainable, and it is really becoming a necessity rather than just a choice. How does Bhago then enable urban, intelligent sustainability?
Yeah, thank you for the question. If you look, mobility is not one topic. I think it's a combination of how it is delivered. So if you look at it like a layer of soil, we're just talking about agriculture there. So the bedrock is the hardware, which is the vehicle itself, and then you go on top of it. Then there is the infrastructure that enables that. So that could be the swapping stations, the charging stations, the hubs. Then there is the orchestration of that. That is the fleet management, microfinancing, and that stack. And then there's the consumer layer. So Bhago enables this on a tech platform by combining with people who are dealing with the consumers, like a Rapido and an Uber. So yeah, so sustainably delivering clean energy, clean vehicles, microfinancing it, enabling that to happen on a tech platform. In Delhi and Bangalore, it's already on, and Bombay is next.
Okay. Sustainability, of course, is a buzzword, but so is collaboration. And we are seeing, of course, more collaborations now between Indian and foreign companies. In fact, today as well on this stage, we've seen a lot of collaborations between foreign members of parliament and Indian members of parliament. Now, one collaboration that I want you to talk a bit about is Bhago Mobility's collaboration and Bhago Mobility's partnership with Honda. What does this entail? Why did you partner with them, and what's happening?
So I'll take this question on 3 levels. One is India and Japan. We believe that India and Japan are strategic partners, and I think since Modi-san and Abe-san together envisaged path together, I think a decade and a half back. We've been strongly strategic in terms of our alignment. So naturally so, India and Japan. Then moving forward from that, Bhago and Honda, in terms of hardware, we believe Honda has the best hardware in the country and in the world actually, in terms of the vehicle systems, their engineering produces the best kind of hardware. So we believe that partnership with them and modern, which is our background, has worked with Honda for 2 decades. So we understand that their engineering, we understand their ethos. So the vehicles from Honda, the two-wheelers, are going to be deployed on this platform and get enabled to use for urban mobility and through microfinancing, get the gig workers on it and deliver.
I can also see the Indian and Japanese flags that you've got on.
Got to represent, right?
Yes, but are you bullish about India-Japan ties and India-Japan collaboration in general as well?
Yes, completely bullish, and I think they are too. So we have a skill set that's complementary. They have an aging population, we have a young population. They have a lot of discipline in their civil society. We lack that, unfortunately, currently. They have tech, we have markets. They have capital, we see capital. So I think it's a marriage made in heaven, and we see strong partnership going forward. Even on the swappable side, there were many discussions and many possibilities, but we chose Honda e-swap system as the backbone. So already in metros in Delhi and Bangalore, we've laid out these swapping stations throughout these metros to enable. So for example, just going back to the first question and answering the second one as well. So a metro moves the city, but maybe Bhago completes the journey. Yeah. Okay.
You know, since we are picking up all these trending topics, another has been on gig workers. And we, of course, have done shows on NewsX as well on gig workers and their rights, etc. But battery swapping, how has this impacted the life of gig workers?
Thank you for this question. It's a very important one, actually. So how energy is delivered at demand is the discussion. So that becomes very tedious with different kind of charging systems, with different kind of electricity grids, with different kind of laws. How do you scale and how do you enable a concept that can work for the entire country? So we found battery swapping networks established throughout the country at key locations would be the best possible use case for a B2B application, where B2B application is where you are enabling somebody to provide a service, like a gig worker. So uptime is, of course, one. Then these batteries, after their first life, can be used for inverters at home. So we are already powering, Honda eSwap Sun is already powering these second life batteries to light up shops which don't have electricity, for example. Kids can read and write at night with this power. So this will come back into circulation as second life. So we believe that this swapping is the best way to control uptime, to manage uptime, and that is the key to our success. Yeah.
Final question then to you, since of course this session is titled Next in Mobility. What is the way forward in mobility?
That's a big question. I can just answer it from the 2 cents that I know. Next in mobility is huge. Next in mobility includes even powering vehicles from cow dung. And we're trying to have the Prime Minister and the country is focused on delivering even fuel through cow dung and running it through the CNG outlets. But there will be a future where there will be autonomous vehicles very soon. There will be a future where the vehicles will be selling electricity back to the grid, powering the grid back. If not the grid, at least emergencies can be used. Electrical emergencies can be used. Like, for example, we have a war right now. And this is an uncertain world where it can happen anytime. So this is ready to use energy available. So I think that usage into civil life will grow. And with this, we'll have many more possibilities and opportunities arising and less dark time. Maybe.
You know, that's an interesting point to make, because right now there's all this talk about energy supply uncertainty. So for that...
Yes, so if for at least a short period of time you have that covered. So if there is an emergency, it can cover that. So that's a very critical point going forward, and I think that will happen pretty soon. And it's already happening. Like, for example, the second life of these batteries going back and getting used for villages where there is no electricity. So it enables lives, it tries to provide an uptime that is world-class.
Yeah.
So I think it's the way to go, man.
Well, thank you so much, and wishing your group, of course, all the very best as you continue to stride forward in this sector. Thank you very much, Aditya
Thank
Goel,
you
for
very
joining
much.
us
Thank you
at
once
NXT
again.
2026.
Thank you. May God bless.
Let's have a round of applause for Aditya Goel, who joined us in this session, Next in Mobility.
Thank you very much, Aditya ji. Thank you, Uday. Without further ado, let's call on to this podium His Excellency Professor Anil Suklal, the High Commissioner of South Africa to India. Your Excellency, please.
Thank you. Let me thank NXT for this privilege to address you this afternoon. I know we have limited time. Let me get directly to business vis-a-vis South Africa and India. Well, this year is a special year for India-Africa relations because at the end of May, I think you will see all the African leaders assembled here in New Delhi, in this very venue, for the 4th edition of the India-Africa Forum Summit. Now, India-Africa trade is quite vibrant. It's still in its infancy, and I believe there is great scope to deepen this trade. Total trade between India and Africa is in the region of just over $100 billion. South Africa-India trade accounts for about 20% of that. Two-way trade between India and South Africa is in the region of about $20 billion. But as I've indicated, this is still the tip of the iceberg. Africa is the fastest growing region outside of Asia, and it is the last frontier of growth. And if you are not present in Africa today, you are missing a great opportunity. According to the IMF World Bank data released last week, in terms of economies of the world, those that are growing at 6% and above, the majority are from the African continent. Now, South Africa is, of course, a destination of choice for a number of reasons. Because we have the most advanced infrastructure on the African continent, we are the largest economy on the African continent, and the most industrialized nation on the African continent. You have about 160 Indian companies housed in South Africa. All of your major multinationals from India have a base in South Africa, and it is not only catering to the South African market, but they use it as a springboard into sub-Saharan Africa. Just within our region, the Southern African region, you have a market of over 300 million. Africa today is a continent of 1.5 billion people. It has the youngest demography in the world. The average demography of South Africa is 19 years old. So you have a ready labor force, well-educated labor force, and you have, as I've said, the infrastructure to establish your offices. To give you some very recent examples, I've just been here in India for a year and a half almost, but I've seen the vibrancy of the economic interchange between our two countries, both on the trade side and on the investment side. Vedanta Resources have major investments in South Africa over the past 6 or 7 years. They've invested over $15 billion in mines in the Northern Cape, including a smelter plant for aluminium, for zinc, silver, and copper. We have seen recently Varun Beverages have entered the South African market. Varun Beverages is present in about 16 African countries. They have major investments now in South Africa. Over the past 2 years, they've invested over 4 billion rands and today operate over 5 factories in South Africa. Mahindra is been in the South African environment for about 20 years. They announced expansion of the plant in South Africa in October last year to the value of an additional 1 billion rands. And Mahindra is now looking at setting up a manufacturing plant in South Africa. One of their 4x4 vehicles was voted the most popular vehicle in South Africa. So Indian products are highly regarded in South Africa. Tata launched 4 new models of their vehicles in South Africa in October last year. We're likewise seeing a number of South African companies entering the Indian market. We have about 30 major South African companies in the Indian market, especially in the financial and insurance space and the ICT space. Process, which is a major South African company, has invested over $7 billion in the Indian market. Sanlam, one of our major insurance giants, which thus far held about 16% share in Shriram Financials, they have increased that to 36% in October last year, investing an additional 5 billion rands into the Indian market. Santam, another major insurance company of South Africa, just last week was given license to open up an office in India. De Beers, our mining house, the diamond mining house, has offices and have been present in India for a number of years and doing very well. So we have identified about 5 or 6 key areas for mutual growth. These include infrastructure and the mining sector. South Africa is a mining country with vast experience. Green energy is another area where we believe we can cooperate closely for mutual benefit. The pharmaceutical and medical equipment sector is another important sector. Agriculture and agro-processing is another sector where we believe we can cooperate. Of course, naturally, the ICT digital space is another area where we believe both South African and Indian companies can cooperate for mutual benefit, not only in dealing with trade bilaterally, but also on the African continent. Last year, our Minister of Trade was here and met with Minister Goyal in August last year, and we have agreed to start negotiations on a free trade agreement, the first between the African continent and India. The Southern African Customs Union, which comprises 5 countries that makes up the oldest custom union in the world, founded in 1910, South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, Namibia, and Eswatini. So we have started work on an FTA between India and SACU, and I believe this also has great promise, and we hope that we can expedite this process and have an FTA in place. Now, given what is happening in the economic space, where trade has been weaponized in recent time, it is important for us as countries of the Global South, as BRICS countries, to deepen trade and investment interaction between ourselves. South Africa has major pull factors in terms of attracting Indian businesses, and likewise, we'd like to see more South African businesses, not just the major business houses, but the MSME sector. We have a delegation coming to India later this year to see how we can increase our trade interaction, especially amongst the MSME sector. So I believe that trade between India and South Africa and India and the African continent is still in its infancy. $100 billion is a small amount compared to the vast potential both our markets hold. If you compare that, India and the African continent combinedly accounts for almost 1.3 billion people of the global community. This is a vast market. It's a vast opportunity. But very often we take it for granted. Yes, India and South Africa have a shared history of struggle, a very long history of a vibrant Indian community that goes back almost 200 years, of Gandhi's stay in South Africa. We think we know each other, but in effect, we don't know much about each other. I believe we need to intensify the interaction between our people, between our private sector, to explore the vast opportunities for mutual benefit between ourselves. I'm quite optimistic that trade between India and South Africa can be doubled over the next 10 years, if not more. And trade between the African continent and India can more than double over the next 10 years if we give it the necessary attention and we take advantage of the vast opportunities that lie before us. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much for that, Your Excellency. High Commissioner of South Africa to India, very bullish about South Africa-India ties there. All right, now we are going to be taking a 1-hour break. There are, of course, security protocols which have to now come into place. The chief guest this evening will be gracing us, the Prime Minister of India. I request all our VIPs and VVIPs, our dignitaries, to please exit from the gate on the right, on my right, where you came in. So it will be your left, my right. Please exit from there. There will be a waiting area. And in 1 hour, we'll be back in the hall for the sessions to resume. The other audience, the ones in the blue section, the magenta section, are students. I request you all to exit from my left, your right. So we're going to take a 1-hour break, and we'll be back after that. Security protocols are now coming in place. We will see you very, very shortly.
नीचे कर नहीं लगा हाँ RR2 का दिख रहा है ओके
check, check, check. Hello. Hello. Check one. Check test. Hello. एक मिनट भाई साइड दे रहा. Check test, test one. 1, 2, 3. Hey, check one. One. Check. Check test. Hello. Hello.
कौन सा बंद करवाया बताइए? ये वाली आई थिंक नहीं आ रही है। आ रही है
ITPO वाली
बंद कर।
वो अभी चढ़ा हुआ है यहाँ। तो ये यहाँ तक चिपकाते ना भाई, ये ऐसे क्यों चिपका? यहाँ तक चिपकाते ये सर का हाथ लगेगा ना, ठीक नहीं ये सर।
Main. Hello, check. Hello, check test.
अच्छा आप चेक कीजिए।
Hello, hello, check one, one. Hey, check, check test one. Hello, hello, check test one. Hey, check. Hello, hello, check, check, check one, one, two, three. Hey, check.
Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. राहुल ठीक है बस? दविंदर हिल गया सारा तेरा सामान.
Check. Light team, can we slightly dim these lights? The one on my right head. Light team. सर सही है हाँ जी
नहीं है इस पे पैनल मुझे जवाब दो हेलो पैनल आप करते रहो यार आप करते रहो छोड़ दो हेलो पैनल हेलो पैनल यार वो भी गायब हो गया वो बंदा कहाँ है
All right, welcome back. On behalf of NXT, I welcome you back to the first day of our Mega Summit 2026. The security protocols are now in place. I request you all to take your seats and appreciate your patience while, of course, we were going through this procedure, which is necessary for, of course, the security of everyone, given the high-profile dignitaries who are going to be present this evening. Let me now move to our next session, which, of course, continues our special focus on Next in Trade, for a special address on new trade routes and route modernization. We're very privileged to be joined by Member of the National Assembly of South Africa, Honorable Darren Bergman, Member of Parliament. Can I welcome you on stage with a warm round of applause for your special address?
Thank you very much. Thanks for the warm welcome. The speaker earlier today, when speaking about AI, spoke about glasses, and he mentioned that he had glasses that could tell him the translation about the writing. So I was hoping that he had the glasses here so he could tell me what I wrote in my speech today. But I wanted to talk about, for those of you that have ever been to London and you have you've been on the metro, you've heard the saying, mind the gap, mind the gap. Well, for those of you that have been to South Africa, and for those of you that are traveling here in India, you will experience the gap, because the gap is very visible. You see, in Africa and in India, the gap is between the have and those that don't have. And you can see it when you drive past and you see these beautiful buildings, you see these beautiful houses, and then you see other areas. And that today, ladies and gentlemen, is the challenge that I speak about, because my experience comes from Africa. I've come from the executive of SADC, I come from the African Liberal Network, and I can tell you that Africa is a very blessed region. It's blessed with natural resources, a balanced climate, and some of the best strategic areas of land. Africa is rich in resources and beauty, yet it has endured exploitation, corruption, and poor governance throughout its history. Slavery, colonialism, tribal wars have ensured that Africa has remained in a stagnant state of victim mentality and has a pot to be plundered from. To appease guilt, we have swallowed a lot of aid that is often swallowed way before it reaches any of the intended recipients. We have seen French, British, Portuguese seeking their new place in Africa. With aid and opportunity, the intentions have been good to reverse decades of degradation and turn it into prosperity within just a few years of projects. But this is not sustainable, because when aid does not reach its intended target, countries are not seeing returns on their projects. More money is being spent on less, and less is being achieved. Leaders of countries and their closest allies in government continue to live completely out of touch, in stark contrast to the masses of their populations. Their children are schooled in other countries, often in Europe, and the suffering continues, and the problems continue. Conferences and organizations have been established to network governments and businesses from these countries and across Africa. They speak about ambitious opportunities and goals. However, these events become talk shops. And even more troubling is that for many reasons, not least the translation aspect, the delegates from the opposite ends of the room tend to speak past each other. In my experience,
It was interesting to see some of these priorities. On the one side of the room, I would hear a person get up from Africa, and I'm sure it was no different to India. They would speak about how hungry they are. They would speak about how they need a job. And they would speak about how they need shelter. And they would beg from the other side for help. On the other side, in the next moment, a delegate would get up and say that our air quality is poor and that we're not looking after our animals. Now, in swift translation, it seems that my counterpart cares more about the air quality and animals than they do about my fellow neighbors. Of course, that's not true. We all know that both issues are just as important and both could lead to the same problems. China sees a wonderful opportunity in Africa. India sees wonderful opportunity in Africa in terms of ports, trade. China knows that they can buy raw resources in Africa, get them back to China as cheaply as possible. They can then manufacture them into these amazing products and then sell them back to us at four times the product, 4 times the price. And unfortunately, as much as Africa has been lobbied to increase their intra-African trade, it still sits at a paltry 15%. And one of the saddest reasons for this is the poor infrastructure between countries in Africa. Now, one can import a full 20-foot container from China to Kenya for $1,000. They can even get it there within 3 weeks, maximum. But to move that container anywhere from Kenya to anywhere in Africa, that very same container will cost anywhere from $1,600 to $3,000, more expensive than bringing it from China to Kenya. And more importantly, to get it from anywhere in Kenya to anywhere in Africa, south or north, it would take longer by road and by rail than it would by ship from China to Africa than by truck from Africa to country to country. However, the ever-efficient China has seen that, they build trucks, heavy-duty trucks every 6 minutes. They can build a station and railway within a night. I've seen this happen. They can see a gap. Now, these economic issues in Africa, no different, I'm sure, as we've seen in Asia, lead to another issue. Africa is a hotbed for terrorism. Recruitment, training, fundraising, they are easy due to the poverty and the lack of enforcement. Lack of opportunities, hunger, drought, civil war create the elements for migration, and the first destination of choice is Europe. Many countries are already circling Africa like vultures, looking for opportunities that may present themselves. And so when I talk about mind the gap, today, like a conference like this is important because I talk about solutions. And so many people spoke today about AI. So many people spoke today about the future and looking into the future. The most important thing that I heard today was the trust, cooperation, because that's what it's going to take. To close the gap, we need to look at the have and the have-nots. We need to look at this Maslow hierarchy of needs. When you look at the hierarchy of needs, what the poor want and what the wealthy have are two different things in terms of need. On the one hand, you're looking at people that need jobs. You're looking at people that you need to close the Gini coefficient. So what they need is skills. They need education. They are vulnerable in terms of gender. They're vulnerable in terms of age. They're vulnerable in terms of disability and illness. Some of them need justice, restorative justice. And in a conference like this, it would be remiss not to mention that they need AI and they need Wi-Fi. What could the other side do? The other side needs to protect the climate. The other side need to look at something like the UNDP report, where we speak about the quality of life, water quality, electricity, education, crime, the life expectancy in a country. We look at peace, we look at war, and someone said it today again, yoga is, you don't need war and terror, you just introduce sports. You introduce something as relaxing and calming as yoga, and that will take away, sport tourism will take away from terror. Technological advancements, make woke, take away woke, look at your human rights, how you treat it. So if you look at trust and you break trust up, what you're really looking at, the T is a trade, technology, tourism. That's what a country has to look at when they want to trade bilaterally. R is reliability. How reliable are the countries making themselves? Do they stick to their word? Do they stick to the rule of law? Do you know their policies, and do you know what their national interest is? U is for understanding. Do you know their culture? Do you know their human rights record? Do you know their degree of freedom? S is for sports, competitiveness, their culture, and synergy. And lastly, because I see my time is up, treaties, twinning, and terms. That is how you wrap that whole offering up. Multilateralism. BRICS is instead of inviting everyone into BRICS, you need to focus and use your power to increase trade, but not aid. Ladies and gentlemen, more of these conferences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Darren Bergman, Member of Parliament there, addressing us. Of course, we are continuing this focus, but now slightly expanding the ambit of the conversation to the health sector. For a keynote address on building the health infrastructure of the future, looking forward, we have Dr. Martin Daly, a member of the Irish Parliament with us. Could we please have you on stage, Dr. Martin Daly? Tekadala, Ireland.
Thank you, everyone, and I have to say it's a privilege to be a participant at the NXT Summit here in Delhi. There have been many magnificent contributions, and it's been thought-provoking and certainly given us a different prism in which to view the world. There's an emerging, evolving economic challenge for governments worldwide, with increasing life expectancy and a consequent increase in non-communicable disease, such as cardiovascular disease, cancers, respiratory disease, and diabetes. Better basic health care, such as clean water, nutrition, housing, education, vaccination programs, and increasing wealth have contributed to this increase in life expectancy. The emerging issue of the non-communicable disease burden is manifesting itself, however, in health budgets internationally. And whilst there may be differences in the rate of progress in healthcare demand, depending on local economies, there's an inexorable incremental cost associated with non-communicable disease. This cost is sometimes viewed through the prism of an isolated health budgetary tension for governments, when its totality affects not only the health of individuals, but the social and economic well-being of societies. In this context, non-communicable diseases such as cardiovascular disease, cancers, diabetes, chronic respiratory disease, and obesity can only be managed sustainably by fundamental change in our healthcare systems. We know that non-communicable diseases kill 46 million people annually. 18 million of those people die prematurely before the age of 70. And 82% of these premature deaths occur in low and middle income countries. Of all non-communicable diseases, 73% occur in low and middle income countries. Cardiovascular disease accounts for the most non-communicable disease deaths, followed by cancers, chronic lung disease, and diabetes. And diabetes prevalence is growing globally, with 589 million cases currently, 1 in 9 of the global population, and predicted to rise to 853 million by 2050. The US spends $1 trillion on diabetic care alone annually. Tobacco use, physical inactivity, the harmful use of alcohol, unhealthy diets and air pollution all increase the risk of dying from a non-communicable disease. And we know that prevention, screening and early detection are vital to mitigate the human and economic cost of managing established disease and its complications. Aside from the obvious human costs, the economic price of either ignoring the problem or underinvesting in screening, early detection and management of non-communicable disease is enormous. Non-communicable disease will cost an estimated $36 trillion or 20% of global GDP by 2050 if left unchecked. This encompasses not only direct healthcare costs, but indirect costs of reduced productivity, early retirement, increased illness benefits, whether public or private. So this burden isn't simply a health issue. It is an emerging socio-economic crisis in evolution. There is evidence that a commitment to proven interventions could address about 35% of global disease burden of non-communicable disease, preventing around 28 million deaths annually and adding 396 million years of healthy life globally. This investment in the health of societies has the potential to add $11 trillion to the global economy by 2050. The World Health Organization estimates that $1 invested in 28 high-impact, cost-effective Best Buy prevention measures will yield $7 downstream savings in health care costs. And we have international examples of successful screening, early detection and primary prevention programmes. Our Taoiseach Micheál Martin, our current Irish Prime Minister, introduced the world's first comprehensive smoking ban in the workplace in 2004 in the teeth of fierce resistance from the tobacco and hospitality industries. It has been a remarkable public health success and an international template for many others. Studies have shown a 12% decrease in acute coronary syndrome in the first 12 months of the ban, with a sustained decline in subsequent years. It also caused a decrease in national smoking rates from 27% to 18%, mostly impacting younger people, and an estimated 3,700 smoking-related deaths avoided in a small country of less than 5 million people. We know that a similar initiative in Brazil has shown a 35% decrease in tobacco use since 2010. We also know that using a combination of enhanced cervical cancer screening and the HPV vaccine, Australia is on course to eliminate cervical cancer by 2035. And in Ireland in 2020, we introduced a protocol-driven chronic disease management programme delivered by general practitioners in primary care, free at the point of access to public patients, to address the increasing burden of chronic disease on our health service. GP participation in the programme was dependent on GP practices being fully digitalised, enabling the identification of target populations with established cardiovascular, respiratory and diabetic disease. And compensation for the practice was contingent on the return of anonymised e-data to our Department of Health. Substantial gains in clinical monitoring and outcomes have been achieved, with reduced emergency hospital and clinic attendances. Given the predicted volume and cost of care, not only must there be a shift from expensive secondary and tertiary care to primary care, but also to people themselves, to manage their own conditions through education and supervised remote monitoring. We need to encourage citizens and patients to become owners of their own health care. Technology has been successfully piloted internationally, but it needs to be universally available. Proven interventions must be accessible and affordable, with an eye on the prize of healthier, happier, and more productive populations. Digitalised healthcare with citizens' access to personal interactive digital health records is critical. The European Union Health Digitalisation Compass is a core component of the European Commission's Digital Decade 2030, which sets out a pathway for digital transformation of health systems across the European Union by 2030, including 100% access to digital health record for citizens. The extrapolation of this is the technology-driven care models already harnessing AI in the area of diagnostics. The concept of AI acting as a personal health agent designed as a proactive, intelligent, personalised wellness coach, integrating data from multiple sites to provide tailored evidence-based recommendations for daily health fitness and lifestyle management, enhancing patient engagement with 24/7 support is the future. We need to expand remote monitoring, not just for patients with existing disease, but also as a tool to diagnose new disease early. Challenges include data privacy and integrity and the requirement of a human in the loop to maintain trust and safety. The European Union AI Act is setting up standards for safe and ethical deployment of AI in clinical standards, and this is to be welcomed. AI will be crucial in accelerating development of novel molecules for new treatments and improving the efficiency of clinical trials, resulting in reduced cost of new therapies. Apart from the clinical uses, the potential for AI to manage health delivery systems, such as establishing and maintaining registers, records, patient flows and admissions, and supply chain management, is not exclusive and is limitless. The potential savings are considerable. Accessible, affordable, appropriate care at the most appropriate site is the guiding principle. We already have virtual clinics and virtual hospital wards. We need to build on that experience. We must promote a wellness model for prevention. The payoff is enormous. And we can't meet this challenge in a medical-only model. And for the first time in our history, we have the technology not just to bend the curve of non-communicable disease prevalence, but to empower citizens to manage their health in a meaningful way. The WHO has identified the burden of non-communicable disease globally as a barrier to sustainable development. We have to change direction, culture, and understanding. We need to embrace smart technology that brings us beyond the traditional healthcare silos and reach upstream to healthier populations and sustainable health solutions, where complexity is evaluated and managed at the right time, in the right place, and at the right cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very thought-provoking address, Honourable Member of the Irish Parliament. Okay, let's continue our focus now in our very futuristic NXT segment, in which we are, of course, looking at various frontiers of the future. We are now joined for a keynote address on the next frontier for global tech and global technology and global energy. This address will be delivered by a very special guest from the south of America, Member of Chamber of Deputies from Argentina, Deputy Sergio Capozzi is with us. Deputy Capozzi, could we please have you on stage? Thank you very much for being with us at NXT for this next keynote address.
Thank you. Distinguished guest, friend from India, authorities, excellence, college students. Thanks for letting me talk to you about my country, Argentina. Now my country is going through a profound transformation. We are rebuilding trust, stability, and predictability. We understand that investment requires long-term certainty. Today, Argentina offers that certainty. Incentive for large investment by law, in Spanish, RIGI, Régimen de Incentivos para Grandes Inversiones, for inversions over $200 million American dollars. Through our new investment framework, RIGI, we provide long-term tax stability, legal protection for large-scale projects, foreign currency, free availability at hearings, clear and transparent rule, not for now, for more than the next 30 years by law. This is not about ideology, it's about predictability. Inversions needs rules, clear, safe, and strong institutions. Argentina is building thus. Argentina is not only natural resource, also is not only Lionel Messi and our national team. Of course, I want to win the next World Cup in USA. INVAP is an state-owned technology company based in Patagonia. I live in Patagonia. Has more than 50 years of experience in high complexity engineering, with many branches, nuclear research reactors in multiple countries like Nigeria, Peru, Australia, Egypt, radioisotopes production facility here in India too. More than 100 operational radio systems, satellite missions for observation and telecommunications, aircraft without pilots. But it's not theory. This is proven international experience. India is the fourth economy in the world. Argentina is member of the Mercosur with Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay. We just signed a free trade deal with Europe and another with USA, but it's not enough. We are ready to more trade with India, with heritage and knowledge. Argentina and India now are partnership. Our relationship with India is already strong. In Mumbai, Argentina and India cooperate in radioisotopes production for medical use. We do not compete, we collaborate. There is a room to deepen cooperation in nuclear medicine, satellite technology, radar and airspace control, clear energy and digital infrastructure, of course, AI. Artificial intelligence requires energy and stability. Partners, Patagonia offers strong wind resource, hydro capacity, nuclear development, natural gas reserve, the second war all over the world in Vaca Muerta. It also offers something rare, physical security and low population density. In Patagonia, between two villas, there are more than 100 kilometers. We are presenting long-term potential built on real assets. Argentina is one of the 10 largest countries in the world by land area. Patagonia is a region comparable with size to Europe, but with few population, under 1 million people. It's vast. Cold climate and access to diverse energy matrix include wind, solar, gas, hydro, nuclear, green hydrogen. With clear sky and this unique condition, Patagonia is the location for establishment AI technology hubs. We are ready to be partner. We offer stability, energy, engineer capability, institution, community, law, and more important, we don't have problems with our neighbors. We have in freedom and peace. We invite India and the global partners to work with us the next decades, not just for short-term business, but for long-term strategic cooperation. Namaste.
Thank you very much for that very inspiring talk. And of course, I'm sure a lot of people will take a cue on forging closer relations between our countries after your address. All right, moving now swiftly forward. We are quickly switching our segment now. Our next segment is on Next in Defense, another very topical segment because it is, of course, something that the entire world is speaking about today. And for her address on the topic of AI cognitive warfare and the European Sky Shield, I invite on stage member of the National Assembly from France, Madame Deputy Laetitia Saint-Paul. Could we have you on stage for your keynote address? Let's welcome her with a round of applause. Madame.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be speaker for the NXT 2026, and thank you for your attention on this very specific topic on artificial intelligence and cognitive warfare. So why AI and cognitive warfare? If we look back at the history of cognitive warfare, there have always been spies, propaganda, manipulations, disinformation, and psychological operations. We could say that AI is just another building block, just one method among many. Astroturfing, the equivalent of a digital raid against someone, but with the aim of creating a trend, creation of fake accounts and alternative media, funding of influencers, coordinated maneuvers in the physical and virtual world, biases in algorithms. We could say that it's simply an evolution, a new tool, and this is not the conclusion I've reached. AI in this topic is a real industrial revolution. It's part of our daily lives. It's a technology accessible to all. There is an explosion in quantity and quality, and a collapse in price. So it means it's an industrial revolution. For instance, on the 22nd of May 2023, an AI-generated image showing an explosion near the Pentagon spread across Twitter in a matter of minutes. This rapid dissemination caused a momentary decline in the Standard & Poor's 500 index, the leading stock market index in the US. A barometer of American economic and financial health, and by extension of the global economy, the SP 500, faltered for a few moments under the effect of a digital illusion. A simple AI-generated artifact with no material existence was enough to disrupt the global financial order. By blurring the line between reality and simulation, this episode revealed the fragility in an information ecosystem now exposed to machine-generated illusions. Through its symbolic significance, this event illustrates how AI is bringing about a genuine technological breakthrough in the conduct of cognitive warfare. By enabling the automated, credible, and massive production of narratives, it makes it possible to influence collective behavior even before any factual verification has taken place. However, by introducing spirit, algorithmic personalization, and visual simulation, AI is transforming this battle into a war of perceptions, no longer waged by human actors, but by learning systems capable of manipulating attention on a large scale. This technical shift is part of a broader cultural context, the entry of contemporary societies into the post-truth era. In this environment, emotional sincerity tends to take precedence over factual accuracy. Adherence to a message is based less on its truth value than on its ability to elicit emotion, fear, or indignation. Digital platforms, structured by recommendation algorithms, exploit precisely these emotional triggers, particularly negative emotions, to capture attention and convert it into influence. Disinformation is therefore no longer simply a lie. It has become a tool for emotional engineering. The public sphere is thus being reshaped around competing flows of emotions and narratives, where truth becomes relative, fragmented, and unstable. This shift hasn't escaped the attention of us, political leaders, and directly challenges the cognitive sovereignty of democracies if liberal regimes become increasingly dependent on digital infrastructures that they no longer control. Behind this vulnerability, which can be described as structural, lies a more profound transformation in the relationship between information, power, and sovereignty. The public sphere, once based on rational deliberation and the exchange of ideas, is now shaped from abroad by algorithmic logic that directs attention, amplifies emotion, and redefines the notion of shared truth. It's therefore essential to develop regulatory frameworks capable of preserving the rationality of public debate, guaranteeing the integrity of electoral processes, and strengthening the cognitive resilience of open societies. Will our democracies, especially yours in India, be able to forge weapons to counter the striking power that AI will bring to the information field? I sum up it this way. We have a competitor that puts ink in a pen that writes by itself. Here are three major proposals from the fact-finding mission on the emergence of artificial intelligence in foreign interferences that I led in 2025 for the Foreign Affairs Committee. So I share it with us as United Democracies. Make consent to algorithms mandatory in content suggestion on platform, kind of freedom of consumptions. Establish a pre-election algorithmic reserve on platform for a defined period prior to the election in order to prevent manipulation and preserve the integrity of the vote. Rapidly and effectively implement at European level or maybe at the world level a digital majority requirement for access to social networks. We have implemented this law in France a few weeks ago. So if you've got any question, I'm at your disposal to work on this emerging topic. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, your keynote address, of course, and for addressing those various topical issues of Next in Defense. All right, we are now quickly shifting our focus back to the other buzzword of the year, that has, of course, been trade. Trade is something that we've seen being talked about all across the world. Trade agreements have also been signed. And on the, again, very, very topical, pertinent, and interesting keynote address on trade, taxation, tariffs, and the fight against smuggling as part of our NXT in Trade segment, we are very, very privileged to now be joined by member of the National Assembly of South Africa, Mr. Alan Beasley. Mr. Beasley, could we please have you on stage for your keynote address? Let's keep the applause going. We need the energy in the room to continue to grow now as the evening continues. Thank you.
Trade, taxation, tariff, and the fight against smuggling and illicit trade. Ladies and gentlemen, illicit trade is no longer a peripheral issue in the global economy. It is a structural challenge affecting government revenues, legitimate businesses, and the integrity of global supply chains. According to the Transnational Alliance to Combat Illicit Trade in its 2025 Global Illicit Trade Environment Index, illicit trade now spans almost every major sector of the international economy, from tobacco and alcohol to pharmaceuticals, fuel, gold, and consumer goods. The report estimates that illicit markets are worth well over $2 trillion globally, representing a substantial share of the world trade. This phenomenon undermines public finances, distorts markets, and empowers organized criminal networks. But it also raises a deeper policy question. How do governments design trade, tax, and enforcement systems that protect legitimate commerce whilst discouraging illicit activity? My remarks today draw on experience of South Africa, but the lessons are relevant to many countries confronting similar dynamics. South Africa today illustrates a striking divergence between two economies. The legal economy has struggled to grow, expanding at less than 1% annually in recent years. At the same time, the illicit economy has expanded rapidly, growing at an estimated 6% per year and flooding the market with illegal cigarettes, alcohol, gold, fuel, and counterfeit goods. This divergence is not accidental. It reflects the interaction between tax policy, trade policy, and enforcement capacity. Consider the example of tobacco taxation. In South Africa, excise duties on cigarettes and related products have increased steadily in recent years, almost always above the rate of inflation. The policy rationale is understandable. Higher taxes are intended to reduce consumption for public health reasons. However, the outcome has been quite different from what policymakers intended. A legal compliant pack of cigarettes in South Africa now sells for roughly 35 Rand, about $2 or more. Illicit cigarettes, by contrast, can be purchased for 10 Rand, or roughly $0.50, often in the same retail environment. They are 80% cheaper than legal products. When such a large price differential exists, the market adjusts rapidly. Consumers shift towards cheaper illicit products, while criminal networks step in to meet demand. The result is a rapid expansion of the illicit market. In fact, illicit cigarettes are now estimated to account for about 75% of total cigarette sales in South Africa. The fiscal consequences are significant. The South African government loses an estimated 100 billion, roughly $6 billion, to illicit trade across the broader economy, including alcohol, tobacco, fuel, and counterfeit goods. Even within the tobacco sector alone, excise revenues has fallen despite repeated tax increases, demonstrating the limits of relying on taxation without enforcement. But the costs extend beyond government revenue. Illicit trade undermines legitimate business and destroys jobs. A recent example illustrates this clearly. A major international tobacco manufacturer with decades-long presence in South Africa recently announced that it would cease domestic cigarette manufacturing, citing the overwhelming dominance of illicit cigarettes in the market. The decision threatens hundreds of direct jobs and tens of thousands more across agriculture, logistics, and related supply chains. This example highlights a key principle in the fight against smuggling. policy coherence matters. If tax regimes create price gaps that legitimate businesses cannot realistically compete with, and if enforcement systems are not sufficiently resourced to police borders and supply chains, illicit markets will inevitably expand. Yet, it is important to emphasize that combating illicit trade does not require impossible complex solutions. In many respects, the fundamentals are straightforward. First, tax regimes must be calibrated carefully. Excise duties, particularly on products like tobacco and alcohol, should not increase so rapidly that they create extreme price disparities between legal and illicit products. Moderating the price of increases can narrow the incentive for smuggling while persevering the viability of legitimate industries. Secondly, enforcement capacities must match policy ambition. Taxes only function effectively if governments have the institutional capacity to enforce compliance. In South Africa, this means strengthening agencies such as the South African Revenue Services, the South African Police Services, the National Prosecuting Agency, and the Border Management Authority. These institutions are responsible for policing borders, investigating criminal networks, and ensuring that tax laws are enforced through the supply chain. Third, trade infrastructure must be modernized. One of the most effective tools in combating smuggling is the deployment of modern cargo scanners at ports and border posts. Advanced container scanners, risk-based cargo inspections, and integrated customs intelligence systems dramatically improve government's ability to detect illicit shipments before they enter the domestic markets. In many developing economies, including South Africa, insufficient capacity at major ports remains a critical vulnerability that organized criminal networks exploit. Fourthly, international cooperation is essential. Illicit trade is inherently transnational. Smuggled goods often cross multiple jurisdictions before reaching consumers. Intelligence sharing, customs cooperation, and coordinated enforcement operations between countries are therefore essential components of any effective response. None of these measures alone is sufficient, but together they can form a coherent strategy. The central lesson is that the fight against illicit trade is fundamentally about balance. Tax policy must pursue legitimate policy objectives, whether fiscal revenue or public health, without unintentionally empowering criminal markets. Trade systems must facilitate commerce while maintaining robust safeguards against abuse. Enforcement agencies must be adequately resourced and technologically equipped to keep pace with increasingly sophisticated smuggling networks. When these elements align, legitimate businesses can compete fairly, governments can collect the revenues that they are due, and consumers can be protected from unregulated and potentially dangerous products. But when they fall out of alignment, when taxes rise faster than enforcement capacity, or when borders remain porous, while price incentives grow, illicit market and smuggling expands rapidly. The stakes are significant. Illicit trade does not merely deprive government of revenue, it corrodes state institutions, undermines the rule of law, and displaces legitimate economic activity. For countries like South Africa, desperately seeking growth, investment, and job creation, allowing the illicit economy to expand unchecked is simply not sustainable. The good news, however, is that progress is possible. By combining balanced taxation, effective enforcement, modern trade infrastructure, and international cooperation, governments can significantly reduce the incentives and opportunity for smuggling. The challenge before us is therefore not to simply recognize the scale of illicit trade and smuggling, but to ensure that our policy frameworks are aligned to confront it effectively. I thank you.
Thanks indeed for that very topical address, Alan Beasley, Honourable, of course, Member of the National Assembly of South Africa. And now it's time to move swiftly forward to our very, very special segment this evening, because our special guest at NXT 2026 is now amongst us. A very warm welcome, and could I please ask you to sound a round of applause for, of course, the Honourable Chief Justice of India, who's now with us at this August gathering, Honorable Justice Suryakant. But to welcome our special guest, I would like to call on stage founder NXT and Member of Parliament Rajya Sabha, Shri Kartikeya Sharma ji. Let's keep the applause going, please.
Good evening. I would like to welcome the Honorable Chief Justice of India, Justice Suryakant ji, for taking out time from his hectic schedule and addressing us at the NXT Summit. We are honored to have you amongst us, sir. I would also like to welcome the distinguished members of the bench and the bar, global delegates joining us for the NXT Conclave. It is a profound privilege to address this assembly. NXT is not just a glimpse into the future, but a roadmap for a more equitable world. Whether we are discussing the evolution of medical diagnostics in NXT in health or decentralized systems in NXT technology, we are essentially looking at the convergence of human rights and the high-tech innovation. The Chief Justice has often reminded us that the soul of justice lies in its accessibility to the last person in the line. As we host this international dialogue here in New Delhi, it is essential to recognize that India is no longer just a participant in the global legal discourse. It is a primary architect of the digital jurisprudence that will define the 21st century. The impact of technology on the evolution of law in India has been nothing short of a silent revolution. Historically, the law moved at the pace of paper. Today, it is making rapid strides in delivering justice every day. We are witnessing a shift where technology is no longer an external impact, but an internal engine. In India, we are moving towards a framework of proactive law, where digital safeguards are embedded into our systems to prevent disputes before they arise. This evolution is particularly critical as we look at the intersection of law and other sectors. For instance, as India leads in digital health initiatives, our legal system is simultaneously evolving to address the complex ethics of data privacy and algorithmic accountability. This multidisciplinary approach ensures that our technology leaps forward, our legal protections remain robust and human-centric. To our international guests, it is important to highlight how the Indian judiciary has pioneered the use of technology to bridge the vast socio-economic gaps of 1 billion people. Under the visionary guidance of the Honorable Chief Justice of India, India has implemented the e-Courts mission, a massive digital infrastructure project that has turned geographical barriers to justice into a relic of the past. By conducting millions of virtual hearings, Indian courts have ensured that a citizen in a remote village has the same seat at the table of justice as the resident of the capital. We have deployed AI tools like SUVAS, which translates complex legal judgments into various regional Indian languages, ensuring that law speaks the language of the people. These are not merely administrative upgrades, they are profound democratic reforms designed to reduce pendency and make justice a tangible reality for every Indian, regardless of their location or literacy levels. In the new global order, the evolution of law must confront a world where power is increasingly algorithmic and borders are increasingly digital. The rise of a decentralized technologies and global data flow is challenging this traditional law of the land. We are entering an era where we must protect not just the physical territory, but the digital sovereignty of our citizens. This brings us to the fundamental question for this international audience: will technology make laws borderless? While the delivery of the justice remains a sovereign duty of the nation state, we are seeing a regulatory convergence. Whether we are in New Delhi, Brussels, or Washington, we are moving towards a shared legal language regarding AI ethics and data protection. India is at the forefront of this, advocating for a global digital constitution that respects national sovereignty while ensuring a universal standard of fairness and transparency. As we navigate this NXT frontier, our commitment remains to the human heart of the judicial process. Justice Suryakant ji has eloquently noted that while a machine can process data and highlight inconsistencies, It cannot replicate the human conscience. In India, our digital transformation is guided by this very principle. Technology must be a force multiplier for empathy, not a replacement for it. We seek to create a system where judiciary, the bar, and the administration move in perfect harmony. A four-wheel journey towards a future where justice is not a distant destination, but a constant, accessible, and affordable presence in the lives of all citizens. It is through dialogues like this that the new ideas are forged, partnerships are strengthened, and the pathways to a more responsive and future-ready justice system begin to merge. The next summit is envisioned as a precisely such platform, where thought leaders, jurists, innovators, and policymakers come together to shape the contours of the future that lies ahead. May the conversations we begin here today help build a world where innovation and justice advance together for the benefit of all. With that, I warmly welcome all of you to the NXT Conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kartikeya Sharma ji, for that welcome address. And now it is time for the special address. I humbly invite on stage to address this august gathering, Honorable Justice Suryakant, Chief Justice of India. Could we please have you on stage? Let's please have a loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Chief Justice of India.
Honorable Mr. Frederick Reinfeldt, 32nd Prime Minister of Sweden, Honorable Scott Morrison, 30th Prime Minister of Australia, Honorable Mr. Shri Baburam Bhattarai, 36th Prime Minister of Nepal, very distinguished parliamentarians, lawmakers representing various jurisdictions, very distinguished Chief Justice of Madhya Pradesh High Court, Justice Sanjeev Sachdeva, senior advocates, Indian parliamentarians, Mr. Kartikeya Sharma, founder of NEXT and Member of Parliament Rajya Sabha, other members of the legal fraternity from domestic and international jurisdictions, eminent academicians and students from various institutions across the world, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and namaskar. It is both my proud privilege and profound pleasure to address such a distinguished and diverse gathering of eminent government functionaries, members of judiciary, public representatives, distinguished academicians, future generations, very eminent personalities across the world on the theme, as Mr. Kartikeya Sharma pointed out, law and justice in the era of artificial intelligence and beyond. Let me first commend Mr. Kartikeya Sharma and his entire team for so thoughtfully bringing together the galaxy of leaders and professionals I see before me. The breadth of experience and perspectives represented in this assembly reflects the complexity of the subject before us today. Allow me, therefore, to begin with a simple metaphor, one that I hope captures the essence of what I seek to convey in the course of my remarks. Dear friends, imagine for a moment a river Its waters are in a state of perpetual flux, constantly moving, swirling, and adapting to the terrain it encounters. As the Greek philosopher Heraclitus famously observed several epochs ago, and I quote him, "One can never step into the same river twice." Yet while the water changes, the river bed remains firm. It is the foundation that gives the flow its direction and its purpose. For centuries, the law has been like that very river. The specific statutes, rules, or regulations are the shifting waters, but the riverbed, the fundamental, unshakable truth of justice, remains constant. This relationship between the permanent and transient nature of legal development is not new. If you look back at the dawn of civilization, we see the law attempting to anchor itself in the most literal sense. For instance, in ancient Mesopotamia, the Code of Hammurabi, which was their legal text covering civil, criminal, and family laws, was carved into a 7-foot tall basalt stone, unmoving and unformidable. In our heritage, Dharma Shastras inscribed onto palm leaf manuscripts viewed that law was not merely a set of human dictates, but as a cosmic order that sustains the very universe. The Earth Shastra, another wonderful book of ancient times defining various aspects of law, which is a book known for its statecraft, politics, economic policy, and military strategy, views the law in a similar vein. However, in those eras, the law was bound by the physical limits of the scribe's hand and often only in the preserve of a select few who held the keys to literacy. Then came the great shift, where the advent of printing press during the age of industrial progress marked a departure from the times of inscriptions on stone tablets and handwriting manuscripts. Large-scale mechanical printing dramatically multiplied the number of books and legal texts in circulation, expanding public access to knowledge and gradually democratizing the idea of rights. As law moved beyond the silence of handwritten scrolls to the roar of the printing press, it became accessible to the common man, yet infinitely more complex. This transition, of course, proved that the law is not a fossil, it is a movement. It is a living, breathing organism that has successfully navigated the journey from parchment to paper and from the town square to the globalized courtroom. We learned then, as we must remember now, that the law survives not by resisting change, but by absorbing it. Justice Benjamin Carjo, one of the most eminent jurists, therefore very aptly put it. He said, and I quote, "Law never is, but is always about to be." Today, we find ourselves at the edge of another great shift, perhaps the most profound and challenging one yet. We are transitioning from the world of paper to the world of pixel. The course of the river, so to speak, is entering a digital canyon where the speed of the current has accelerated beyond anything our predecessors could have imagined. But as we stand before the daunting possibilities of artificial intelligence, we must not lose sight of the riverbed. While our tools are becoming more artificial, our commitment to justice must remain more human than ever. In the Indian context, this transition has resembled less a cautious reform and more a quiet yet transformative shift. It was only a matter of time before our halls of justice, long recognized by the rustle of paper and the weight of physical dossiers, began to accommodate the silent and instantaneous flow of digital data. Today, technology forms the very pulse of our institution. The e-courts project stands as the cornerstone of the metaforces. From the automation of filings to the use of artificial intelligence in research and analytics, technology today permeates every layer of legal functioning. The endeavor, however, has consistently been to ensure that technology is harnessed in a manner that meaningfully assists every stakeholder within the justice delivery system. If one considers the impact that technology has brought upon the judiciary and court administration, it has significantly enhanced efficiency and institutional coordination. Case management systems, electronic registers, and digital filing platforms now allow the life cycle of a petition to be tracked across the country, enabling us to identify systemic bottlenecks and areas where the process moves more freely. The National Judicial Data Grid stands as a notable example of this foresight. Not long ago, a notion of a real-time public dashboard displaying pendency across thousands of court complexes would have seemed improbable. Yet, today, it is a living reality that reminds us that while the waters of technology are rising, we have spent years carefully building the vessel that will carry us through them. For members of the bar, the integration of technology presents both challenge and opportunity. Automation has reduced the burden of routine clerical work, enabling practitioners to devote greater attention to client engagement, legal strategy, and drafting. Lawyers today benefit from access to sophisticated legal databases, AI-assisted research tools, and extensive digital libraries that earlier generations could scarcely have imagined. In fact, advocates practicing in smaller towns and rural regions are no longer constrained by the logistical disadvantages that once set them apart from their metropolitan counterparts. Finally, when we turn to the most important stakeholders in the judicial system, the citizens themselves, technology has opened doors and were difficult to access. Online grievance portals, virtual lok adalats, and digital legal aid services have now brought the justice system closer to the common citizen. Litigants are now able to track the progress of their case online, access essential legal information, and in appropriate matters, they can resolve disputes through digital mediation. The experience of virtual hearings illustrates this transformative vividly. By conducting millions of hearings through video conferencing, the Supreme Court of India, the High Courts, and also the district courts at the grassroots level have very successfully demonstrated that the authority of law is not diminished by a digital interface, provided the quality of deliberation remains uncompromised. For many marginalized groups, including women, the elderly, and the persons with disabilities, the shift proved especially significant as the journey to a courtroom had often been a formidable barrier for them. The practical effects of these reforms are visible today. A citizen in Kashmir, Kerala, or Nagaland can approach the Supreme Court of India without the necessity of being physically present in Delhi and may participate in proceedings virtually whenever required. Indeed, a third of the matter before my court are now conducted virtually, reflecting a meaningful reduction in geographical barriers, litigation costs, and obstacles to accessing justice. Further, the live streaming of court proceedings now allows citizens to participate and observe how the court engages with arguments and how judicial deliberations unfold. This measure has strengthened transparency, fostered a more informed public understanding of the judicial process, and helped dispel the misconception that the judiciary functions behind closed doors. More recently, the Supreme Court E-Committee has initiated phase 3 of the E-Court projects, which has formally begun the process of digitizing the entire court record and making e-filing and e-payments a reality across all court complexes in the country. As we continue to navigate this digital stream, we are beyond cognizant that we have arrived in this age of artificial intelligence. To some, this may feel like a storm gathering on the horizon. To others, it appears to be the dawn of a new capability. But my dear friends, in the world of law, we must remember an old piece of wisdom that says, and I quote, "You cannot stop the wind, but you can build windmills." Our task is thus not to retreat from this advancement, but to harness its energy into a structured, responsible framework that serves the ends of justice. Within the Indian judiciary, this transition is already reflected in several pioneering initiatives that are setting important benchmarks. One notable example is the software known as SUVAS, that is Supreme Court Vidhik Anuvad software. This is an artificial-driven translation tool that advances the core objective of access to justice. In a country as linguistically diverse as India, the language of the law has often posed barrier. SUVAS, the software which I am talking, seeks to bridge this divide by translating complex judicial decisions into 16 regional languages. In doing so, it enables a farmer in rural Tamil Nadu or a small trader in West Bengal to read a Supreme Court judgment in their own mother tongue and understand the reasoning that underlines it. As of early 2026, the system has expanded to cover nearly all scheduled languages, transforming the promise of wider legal accessibility into a practical reality. Another software, SPACE, we have introduced. That's a Supreme Court portal for assistance in courts' efficiency. Presently, it is at the experimental stage of development, and it is intended to enhance judicial efficiency through the use of advanced analytical tools. The system is designed to sift through vast volumes of precedents, statutes, and factual records within seconds, identifying relevant material that might otherwise require weeks of human effort to locate. In this manner, technology assists the judicial process by enabling more focused and informed deliberation. Looking to the immediate horizon of 2025 and 2026, the judiciary is preparing to introduce a new generation of specialized system, including Digital Courts 2.1 and LegRaw. LegRaw is envisioned as a legal research and analytical assistant designed to support judges in navigating complex legal materials with greater ease. Digital Court 2.1, on the other hand, incorporates features such as voice-to-text transcription and translation tools to assist in the dictation of orders and judgments. At the same time, newer e-filing modules are being developed with AI capabilities that can detect technical defects at the point of submission, such as missing annexes or inconsistencies with pleadings. This preliminary screening ensures that by the time a matter reaches the judge's desk, the record is structured, complete, and ready for judicial consideration rather than clerical correction. Keeping in mind the rapid pace at which artificial intelligence continues to evolve, we have also established the Supreme Court Artificial Intelligence Committee, headed by one of my colleagues, and Justice Sanjeev Sachdeva, sitting in the distinguished audience, is one of the senior members of that committee, to guide the responsible adoption, development, and deployment of AI tools across the Indian judiciary. In fact, at the recently concluded India AI Impact Summit, the Supreme Court of India had the opportunity to engage in substantive deliberations with several leaders and stakeholders in the global AI ecosystem. During these discussions, I explained and outlined the progress we have made in integrating AI into aspects of our judicial processes and the manner in which we hope to strengthen these systems further through responsible technological adoption. Most importantly, I emphasized that any such integration must remain firmly anchored in the values of institutional integrity, fidelity to the rule of law, and our continuing commitment to expanding access to justice and ease of justice. Yet, as we marvel at the lighthouse beam of technology, we must also be wary of the shadows it casts. There are some serious challenges that sometimes it might raise before us, and therefore we need to take care of that part also. For all its brilliance, artificial intelligence brings with it a paradox. It can provide an answer with lightning speed, but it often cannot provide a reason. This is what has often been termed as black box problem. In our courts, justice is not merely a mathematical output. It must rest upon careful reasoning and principled legal analysis. If an algorithm cannot account for the logic that leads to its conclusion, it falls short of a central requirement of our legal tradition, namely that justice must not only be done, but must be demonstrably done through a transparent and reasoned order. What I seek to emphasize is that artificial intelligence cannot replace the human judgment that lies at the heart of the justice delivery system. We are already witnessing troubling instances of what may be described as synthetic or artificial generated judgments being cited in court proceedings. In some cases, courts and members of the bar have relied upon precedents that simply do not exist. Decisions that were the product of AI generation rather than any authentic judicial record. In such situations, we have made it clear that reliance on fabricated authority cannot be treated as a mere lapse in research or decision making. Rather, it constitutes serious professional misconduct. These developments serve as an important reminder. When artificial intelligence can undoubtedly assist in streamlining processes and handling large volumes of information, it lacks judgment or consensus. It may replicate the form of law, but it cannot comprehend its spirit. Ultimately, the human judge remains the final and indispensable guardian of truth within the justice system. Therefore, to navigate these challenges, we must pursue a responsible path that treats technology not as a master, but as an instrument in the service of our twin objectives of access to justice and ease of justice. When I talk of access to justice, I mean to that access ensures that a citizen can approach the law without undue barriers, while ease ensures that the legal process, once approached, is not an impenetrable labyrinth. This requires a human-centric framework in which routine and mechanical tasks are entrusted to technology, allowing the moral and interpretive dimensions of adjudication to remain firmly within human hands. Artificial intelligence may assist in sorting of documents or scheduling of hearings. By relieving the system of these administrative burdens, it enables judges to devote their full intellectual and moral attention to the more complex questions before them, where careful reasoning, context, and human sensitivity remain indispensable. It is evident that the courts of tomorrow will be both technologically advanced and deeply anchored in enduring legal values. We are moving forward what may be described as a smarter court, where tradition and innovation exist in careful balance. Ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, artificial intelligence may eliminate patterns within vast oceans of data and assist in navigating complexity. That responsibility remains with the judge. In that sense, technology enhances the judicial process, but it is human wisdom that ultimately gives its direction. As we journey into the horizon of artificial intelligence and beyond, let us revisit the picture I asked you to paint in the beginning. Imagine the law and artificial intelligence as two mighty rivers, one ancient, flowing with the wisdom of centuries, and the new, swift and shimmering with the reflections of boundless data. At first, they run on separate courses. The old river meanders with caution, the new rushes with youthful vigor. But inevitably, they meet, intertwining in a vast confluence where currents of tradition and innovation both swirl together. If we guide their merging with care, their waters will carve a single channel, a river that carries both reason and morality, logic and empathy, flowing steadily into the ocean of justice. It is in this union, neither stagnant nor reckless, that the future of the law will find its enduring and everlasting strength. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me and giving this opportunity to share my views with all of you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much. request you to, sir, stay on stage for a brief moment. As I also call on stage founder NXT and Member of Parliament Rajya Sabha, Kartikeya Sharma ji, to please join the Honorable Chief Justice of India on stage. And for a vote of thanks for our special guest, Honorable Justice Suryakant, I invite on stage Dr. Aishwarya Pandit Sharma, Chairperson, the Sunday Guardian Foundation. Ma'am, could we have you on stage?
Namaste. I would like to thank Honorable Chief Justice of India, Justice Suryakant, for taking out time from his hectic schedule to grace the NXT Conclave. Your views on law, the need for justice for all, caution about the impact of technology have always been enriching for our nation and the entire legal community. We are honored to have you share your views. Your humility and record of service is an inspiration to many. Once again, I would like to thank Honorable Chief Justice of India, Justice Suryakant, for gracing this occasion and blessing us on behalf of the NXT Conclave 2026. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you once again, sir, for gracing us with your presence. All right, and we continue our focus on Next in Law as we turn now to this next session, which is, of course, titled Next in Law and Technology. I will now also be calling on stage for this next session, of course, our eminent speakers who are amongst us today. We're very, very privileged to also have with us the Chief Justice of the Madhya Pradesh High Court, Honorable Justice Sanjeev Sachdeva ji, with us. I extend a warm welcome to you. Justice Sachdeva ji, could we please have you on stage? Also with us is Member of the Chamber of Deputies, Argentina, Deputy Sergio Capozzi. Deputy Capozzi, could we please have you on stage as well? Thank you very much for joining us in this next session, Deputy Capozzi. Sergio Capozzi, I request you to come on stage. And also with us for this next session is Malcolm Byrne, Member of the Irish Parliament. Malcolm Byrne, thank you very much for being with us as well. Techadela, Ireland. And we have with us Senior Advocate and Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, Vivek Tankhaji as well. I invite you on stage as well, Vivek Tankhaji. Let's keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our focus on Next in Law. We, of course, had the Honorable Chief Justice of India address us just now, but we will, of course, now be having a special panel with international guests and, of course, eminent members of the Indian judiciary. And in this session, in an avatar of a moderator, will be Sri Vivek Tankhaji. So, Sri Tankhaji, I hand the floor for this next session at NXT over to you.
It's a very eminent panel, and nobody wanted to take the risk of moderating this panel, so they chose me. Actually, we just heard the Honorable Chief Justice. He gave us the way forward as far as technology and law is concerned, and the emerging field of artificial intelligence. We are delighted to have with us the Chief Justice of Madhya Pradesh High Court, Mr. Sanjeev Sachdeva, who originally comes from Delhi, but presently is in Madhya Pradesh and is also associated with the technological advancement being planned at the level of the Supreme Court as part of the committee. But before I start, Chief Justice Sachdeva ji, let me ask you something which we all witnessed during COVID. Now, before COVID, it was impossible to think in India that you could have a virtual hearing. There was no concept of virtual hearing. And the world of court hearing changed. And thereafter, the advancement has not stopped. We have live streaming also. Some courts allow it, some don't allow it. There are issues of artificial intelligence. So I would like to ask you, how do you perceive this technology influencing the evolution of law?
Thank you, Mr. Tanka. It's actually a pleasure to be here to address all of you. I'd like to slightly put an input in what Mr. Tanka said about virtual hearing not being a reality when COVID struck us. In the Delhi High Court, the first digital court was started in 2008. In 2000, and after that, whenever there used to be we had instances where we'd have some experts joining in virtually. For that, the court would rise from the courtroom, go to a VC center or a virtual courtroom center, and then the court proceedings would be held and the judge would come back. In 2018, in my court, when I was sitting in Delhi High Court, I attempted a virtual hearing. We had the director of the Forensic Science Laboratory connected from her remote location, and we had that, and seamlessly it was conducted. In 2019, December, we were planning to set up virtual courtrooms in all the courts in the Delhi High Court. We had about 40 benches. And when the pandemic struck and lockdown happened, I think, on 14th of March, 21st of March was the first virtual case that was held in Delhi High Court. And thereafter, not a single day was Delhi High Court shut. All the judges went digital. In March, it happened. And now, it seems, it's not too far off, but now it seems that virtual courts are there for us to be, for us. And in fact, I'm in Delhi today, my court is functional tomorrow, and I'll be holding a virtual court from Delhi tomorrow. And my colleague judge, I'm sitting in a division bench, will be connected from Madhya Pradesh. In fact, during pandemic, we had a division bench sitting virtually where one judge was in Delhi, one judge was in Madras, and the lawyers were connected virtually. So virtual courts are now here to stay, and in fact, it is helping us in such a fashion that the courts don't shut. You don't need to shut. And if you have an infrastructure difficulty, if you don't have enough infrastructure in the sense you don't have enough physical infrastructure, virtual courts don't require anything. We have digital courts where completely everything is recorded online in Delhi in motor accident cases, in traffic cases. So these virtual courts, it's actually a tremendous advancement that India has made in terms of digitization. I became a judge in 2013. Till date, I have never used a paper file. So it is possible and it's happening. So we are using all virtual files, we are using digital data, the amount of space we are saving. But probably I'll leave it for your next question when it comes, because I'm sure you're going to ask us about law keeping up with technology. So I'll leave it for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Justice Satyawaji. We have the Deputy MP, Member of Parliament from, which is the country, sir?
From Ireland.
Ireland. And now Ireland is known for many things. And for technology also, I know data is stored there in a very big way. We know that also. So please tell us, given the change in the current landscape, how do you see the law evolving to respond to new global realities and challenges, especially in your country?
Hello, good evening, everybody. Is there anybody out there? Good evening, everybody. Hello. Hey, that's good. So to say thank you, first of all, for inviting me here to this NXT Summit. And this panel, we're very conscious that we're the support act before the main act that comes on later. And as it's quite gender imbalanced, this is kind of the boy band before you get to see the main act later on. But I do think the question of the balance between law and technology is very important. And our role as legislators, I see our first priority is the protection of the safety of our citizens, and that applies as much in the offline world as it does in the online and digital world and in the era of artificial intelligence. And new technology, we need to see it as an enabler. It shouldn't be seen as a goal in itself. So where it's applied in law, in business, in education or healthcare, our question has to be, how does this better deliver services to our citizens? How does this deliver in law and justice better outcomes, the better delivery of justice? In the area of crime prevention, for instance, how can we deploy AI tools to be able to prevent the commission of crime and also to detect criminal activity? So I think we need to inform ourselves more about this. The more debates that we have in public, because as speakers have said earlier, it's critical that we involve members of the public in these debates. Trust is a critical element to all of this. But I have no doubt that AI and other technologies, but particularly artificial intelligence, will profoundly transform both how we as legislators draft and enact laws, but also in terms of how the courts will interpret and will use AI to make decisions, and indeed how law enforcement agencies will use it to enforce the law.
Thank you. That was very, very interesting. And fortunately, Justice Sachdeva is of course a judge, but other two people are lawyers and members of parliament from their country. So now, Senator Malcolm Bryan, now I would like to ask you, do you think technology advancement could eventually push the legal system towards becoming more borderless? Or will jurisdictional sovereignty continue to remain the defining feature of law? Well, the answer is not easy. I think that the law is behind the facts. And for me, AI is a tool, only a tool. You have a hammer. You can, this hammer to work or to kill somebody. The AI too. And we have more than 20 projects in my chamber. And I think that this is a big way. About fake news. You can do fake news with the AI. But we have our penal code to this matter. And we are in the first stage from the AI. What happens if our law is behind? The development stops. And I think that we must think about that and growing and waiting for the development. And after that, we can do a better law.
These are good answers, very informed people. But Justice Sachdeva, I'm going to give you a tougher question this time. And the tough question is, with crores of cases pending in India, because we are a country of 140 billion. You are chief of one of the largest states of India. Pendencies are huge. How do you think technology will be used to reduce this pendency?
You see, technology has been a great tool in terms of dispensation, but because of the vast pendency, it is showing results. It's not that, but if you expect miracles to happen, it cannot happen. Because ultimately, human intervention is required in disposal of cases. Technology is being used extensively. If you look at the disposal rate, which was, say, 10 years, 15 years ago, we are many folds ahead today. But the numbers are still so insignificant in terms of the pendency that the result is not noticed. But since we maintain the data, we have that information. Technology today is used in filing of cases. The Honorable Chief Justice of India mentioned about digital filing. It is saving a lot of space. A simple example I'll give you, and the reason why I've always been promoting a digital court. I was sitting on a vacation bench once, and as an Indian lawyer, you would know that the volume of cases and the volume of pages that are there in each file. So in a vacation bench, when you're sitting suddenly on a day, you don't get to have digitized files because these are urgent cases which are filed a day before and listed the next day. So I had about 90 matters listed on that day. So I said, let me time me in terms of how much time I'm taking in picking up a file and opening it, closing it and putting it back. So I realized that I was taking about a minute and a half in just opening a file and closing it and putting it back. So I was spending about 145 minutes in just that work. That was judicious time being wasted. In a digital file, in a computer, with just at a click of a button, it opens. It speeds up things. Our research tools that we are using, they help us. We have implemented AI-assisted translation tools which translate real time, and it's contextual translation. If you were to translate using Google Translate from, say, Hindi to English, it'll give you words which are not legal, which don't make sense. But the AI tools that we're using give us literal translations with contextual translation. AI tools are substantially helping us in dispensation, in research work, in disposal of cases, but yes, AI is not going to replace judges. The question which you asked the co-panelist, may I just add on to that, whether law is becoming borderless. Well, today, we have to. Today, law is not borderless. We are all governed by our own laws of our respective countries within the borders. But technology and law and the businesses, crimes which are happening borderless. So maybe the world as a nation has to think and create a situation where, yes, borderless laws could be a reality, especially in terms of today's technology. For example, a crime is committed in, say, in a country. The server which is used to commit the crime is another country. The person is sitting in a third country. So virtually that transaction is happening borderless. But law today doesn't take it. Maybe a crime in India may not be a crime in another country. But yes, nonetheless, something has happened. So probably we may need to have a unified decision by I call the world as a nation rather than different nations. The world as a nation should come together and maybe create a system where we could have borderless laws, borderless implementations, which may then tomorrow be a reality. Yes, law would be borderless.
That's a good answer. Deputy Kaposi, let me ask you something, taking it forward from... Okay. Taking it forward from here, you think there can be an international connect between the courts and the judicial system at some stage? When we talk of borderless...
Yes, it's part of this. In our province is Rio Negro, the Black River. We are building a new station for AI. The inversion is 25 billion American dollars. A lot of people working. The future is near, but we have an obligation with the next generation. Live the earth better than we live.
And Senator Malcolm?
I want to talk about this idea of global governance of artificial intelligence and any new technology. And I think what is critical, and this is about the importance of it being human-centric, it's the values that we use in the deployment of that technology and the use of that technology. And I think that's why it's critical for India, for Argentina, for the European Union, for those countries where democratic values are really important. And those things that we think that are important, democracy, human rights, the rule of law, those principles also need to underpin how new technologies are rolled out. I think there is a real concern of a concentration of power in the hands of a small number of companies in the rollout of these new technologies, and particularly if they're not infused with those values which to us as democracies are very, very important. And in us keeping humans in the loop, in us making our decisions about how law operates in those sectors, the principles that we apply in our courts at present, that respect for justice, that has to underpin how we roll out those new technologies. Because if not, and a real concern that I have is how AI and other technologies are being misused, in some cases by state actors, and I think they need to be called out, the likes of China and Russia and Iran, but also by non-state actors, and how non-state actors may deploy AI. And I think as legislators and as members of the judiciary, those principles that are important to all of our states, they have to underpin our thinking.
Since we are short of time and we have to finish this program now, let me thank Mr. Kartikeya Sharma with his visionary concept of the next. He has brought so many legislators, judges, lawmakers, thinkers together, and this is how we're going to reach the next phase of our judicial administration of justice system. Thank you so much, Kartikeya. Thank you so much, ITV Network. Thank you so much, all of you who are here to hear this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's have a round of applause for our panelists who joined us for that next in law session, and of course also our moderator, Shritan Khaji. Okay, let's move on now very quickly and of course bring back our focus now to the New World Order. For a keynote address on the New World Order and trade with a specific focus on Finland and the Indo-Pacific, we have with us member of the Eduskunta, Finland, who's amongst us, and I invite you now onto stage, MP Ville Skinnari, Member of Parliament. Mr. Skinnari, could we please have you on stage for your keynote address? Let's welcome you with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very pleasure to be here today. A topic that is becoming increasingly important for all of us. The changing world order, trade, and the growing importance of cooperation between a country like Finland and the Indo-Pacific region. The world is changing faster at any time in recent decades. Traditional foreign policy categories no longer describe the reality we live in. Security policy, trade policy, and development policy used to operate in separate boxes. Today, they are deeply interconnected. Supply chains are strategic, energy systems are strategic, data sovereignty are becoming a core element of national sovereignty. And in this environment, ladies and gentlemen, countries are forced to rethink how they cooperate, how they innovate, and how they build resilience. And what we're witnessing is not just another geopolitical shift. We are going through a system-level transformation of the global economy and international cooperation. The institutions, rules, and structures that shaped globalization over the past decades are being tested by technological change, climate pressures, geopolitical competition, and shifting economic power. Adapting to this moment requires more than incremental policy adjustments. It requires system-level thinking and new forms of cooperation. And for decades, the world was often described through geopolitical blocks: the West, the East, and the global South. But perhaps the real question today is different. The question is not only where countries belong geographically, the real question is who are the partners capable of building solutions together. Countries that combine openness, technological capability, strong institutions are the ones, and they have the ability to cooperate. And in this new landscape, trusted partnerships become one of the most valuable assets. And that is why cooperation and co-development between India, Finland, the European Union, and the wider Indo-Pacific region matters more than ever. The Indo-Pacific has become one of the central engines of the global economy. It's also one of the regions shaping the future of trade, technology, and security. For Europe and for Finland, engagement with the Indo-Pacific is therefore not optional. It is essential. And if we look at the foundations of modern societies, three systems stand out. The first one is data, the second one is energy, and the third one is food. And of course, this is not a complete list. We could add critical minerals, health systems, and secure supply chains. They're also part of the picture. But these pillars illustrate the systems on which modern societies ultimately depend. And I want to emphasize the importance of data and data sovereignty, because data infrastructure is becoming the backbone of modern economies, including AI, including digital services, but also including the health systems, smart cities. All depend on secure and reliable data systems. But, ladies and gentlemen, the real question is not about innovation. It's all about the trust, but trust in a very concrete sense. Trust that data is protected, trust that systems are secure, trust that rules apply equally to all. So the question becomes, who creates that trust? Because it's not created by declarations only. It's created by us, by governments, by parliaments that uphold the rule of law, institutions that make sure the transparency happens, and companies that are acting responsibly across the borders. In the end, trust emerges where partners keep their commitments even when circumstances become difficult. Finland and the other Nordic countries, Sweden, dear former Prime Minister, I think we have developed strong traditions in digital governance, transparency, and trusted institutions. India, on the other hand, has built one of the most remarkable digital public infrastructure of the world. And India shows how digital systems can be designed at scale for hundreds of millions of citizens. And imagine what could be achieved if Europe's trusted regulatory frameworks and India's digital innovations and scale and scope were brought together more systematically across the Indo-Pacific. And secondly, the energy, which is, of course, inseparable from national security. The cleaner energy, it's not only an environmental necessity, it's also one of the largest industrial transportations of our time. And countries that manage this transition successfully will define the industrial landscape of the coming decades. In my country, in Finland, we have built up clean energy technologies, nuclear safety, smart electricity systems and energy efficiency. And of course, India, with its scale, ambitious and technological capabilities, will be one of the countries shaping the global energy transition. Cooperation, co-development, scaling together in such areas is a huge opportunity. Hydrogen, nuclear safety could create both economic growth and climate solutions. Because, Your Excellencies, climate change remains the largest challenge of our planet and our generation. And thirdly and lastly, the food and food security, which is becoming one of the defining questions of our time. Climate change, together with water and geopolitical tensions, as we all know, are affecting global food systems. Finland has deep expertise in sustainable forestry, food technologies, and agriculture in demanding climates. And once again, India has the scale, the diversity, and innovation capacity to transform global food system. Together, we can really strengthen the resilience in global food production across Europe, India, and Indo-Pacific. Then a few words about the multilateralism, because international relations have often been driven by multilateralism, but also by competition. Competition between states, competition between companies, competition between technological systems. And yes, competition will always exist. But in this interconnected world, cooperation between trusted partners is becoming as important. Instead of focusing only on how to outcompete, we should also ask how we can out-cooperate. Not cooperation based on dependency, but cooperation based on shared capabilities and mutual benefits. And this means, what I want to underline, the joint innovations, co-development of trusted technologies and supply chains, and shared investments in critical infrastructure. This is also why the result of EU-India trade agreement is so important. European Union, India agreement would not only increase the trade, it would open the door to deeper technological cooperation, investment partnerships, and industrial collaboration between Europe and the Indo-Pacific. And trade agreements today, they are not only about tariffs, they are about building long-term strategic economic partnerships. And Finland sees India not only as a market, we see India as a platform to co-develop and to partner, developing technologies together, scaling solutions together, building industries together. Because India has the keys, the tools, and the unique position in the world. Few countries can combine this, few countries can implement. Ladies and gentlemen, many years ago, I read a book called Planet India. And I think the title pretty much captured something important. India is not only a country, in many ways it's a world in itself. I've had also privilege to experience India personally long time before entering politics, from Himachal Pradesh to Chennai to Trivandrum, in business, in tourism. These experiences left me a deep impression of me and India. They showed me the extraordinary diversity, creativity, and energy that exists across India. And today, I think it's clear that many of the solutions of the world's biggest challenges will be involved in will involve India and can be solved with India. India will not only participate in solving these challenges, I think India will help and lead those solutions if we make this right. And therefore, the real question, therefore, is not whether cooperation should happen. The real question is how we take this cooperation to the next level. We need the platforms, we have the platforms, we have all the elements in place between companies, universities, and governments. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Thank you for the collaboration, and I look forward to see you again and again in Europe, Nordic countries, and Finland. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member of Parliament Skinari, for that address, of course, of yours. And I want to quickly, before we move on, take out a moment to thank those without whom today's event wouldn't have been possible. Our partners, sponsors, Adani, SPS Construction India Private Limited, session partners, ACE Group, Bhutani, BLS, Granules, Insurance Deco, M3M, Molbio, Niramai, NSE, SPS Realty, Tourism Finance Corporation of India, Trident, NTPC, Bhago Mobility, HNS, state partners, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Rajasthan, Haryana, Uttarakhand, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh. Institutional partners, Delhi Tourism and Transportation Development Corporation. International Film Festival, Delhi. Realty partner, Green Circle Homes, Ambala. And now let's quickly move on to our next panel. We are now going to take our focus a bit on the health sector once again. To discuss next in healthcare, we are very happy to be joined by an eminent panel comprising of Mr. Amit Kakkar, Managing Partner and Head, Novo Holding in Asia Pacific. Could we please have you on stage, Mr. Kakkar? Mr. Vikrant Shotria is also joining us live, MD and Corporate VP for Novo Nordisk India. Mr. Vedam Ramprasad also joins us, CEO, Medgeno. And with us also for this panel is Mr. Ankit Modi, Chief Strategy Officer, Cure.ai. And to moderate this panel, we again have another very eminent speaker. I invite on stage Dr. Namit Choksi, CEO 10 Health. Thank you very much for being with us today, Dr. Choksi, and thank you for doing the honors to moderate this next panel. Let's welcome them with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Uday, for that intro, and long but phenomenal day, and thank you to all the panelists for being here. Let me start this panel really by giving some context. The goal of this panel is to explore how AI-enhanced diagnostics, genomics-driven precision medicine, advanced cardiometabolic therapeutics, and scalable specialty care models are transforming healthcare innovation in India. Let me actually start with a very close mentor, Dr. Amit Kakkar, and ask him, sir, what makes India such a powerful test bed for innovation in healthcare?
Namit, thank you. And it's a pleasure and an honor to be invited here with such esteemed audience. So Namit, both of us trained as medical doctors, me probably 30 years before you trained here. And one thing I realized was that necessity is the mother of invention. When we trained as doctors, access to even blood diagnostics and an X-ray was almost impossible. Absolutely. And the reason behind that was the affordability and the cost. When you go to a rural healthcare primary center, you do realize what we do require for basic primary diagnostics. And I think that's why India took on its own mantle to start developing its own technology And a showcasing point of that is our generic drugs, which are today globally well known and recognized. And I'm seeing that technology evolve, whether it's in AI, it's diagnostics, or genomics. We are coming up with homegrown solutions which are both cost affordable and accessible for our population. The second important part is the dynamic shift of our disease burden. So 30 years ago, we were battling more infectious diseases. Today, we are facing an onslaught of what we call it as chronic diseases or non-communicable or cardiometabolic diseases. So imagine that 68% of deaths today in our country are caused by these non-communicable diseases. 13% diabetics in our country, which is the second largest in the world. 44% people suffer from hypertension. So address that, we definitely need more cost-efficient, cost-effective, and easy-to-access solutions.
It's a great answer, and I hear the buzzwords, AI, access, X-rays. With that, actually, let me get to Ankit from Cure AI, and one real big question for you is, how do you see AI-enabled diagnostics, accelerating decision-making within healthcare, and where do you see the biggest opportunities for AI and radiology here in India and in Asia?
Thanks. Thank you, everyone. India does around 500 million medical images every year. That's around 2 million medical images every day. And we hardly have 20,000 radiologists to read them. Now combine that with the fact that all over the world we are training new doctors, new specialists by around 2% every year, whereas imaging is increasing by 20% every year. So there is already a huge gap between experts versus the volume of work, and that gap itself is increasing by 18% year on year. So that's a huge gap, and that's where AI kicks in, especially in a country like India where this lack of radiology expertise in terms of the ratio with population is much, much severe. AI can play a great leveler in the sense that if you look at, if you had to visit a new city 20 years ago, you needed a guide to take you around the city. Today, with a smartphone and GPS on it, you can navigate the city on your own. So I feel AI in such systems would be the new GPS of healthcare, guiding healthcare workers wherever expertise is scarce.
New GPS of healthcare, very, very interesting. So I think the key takeaway here, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, is AI will not really replace doctors, but doctors using AI will in some ways precede over doctors not using AI, and then AI will help bridge gaps in healthcare access. Switching gears a little bit from AI to actually genomics, if I can ask Dr. Ram Prasad a very similar question. How do you think genomics and precision diagnostics are reshaping early detection of NCDs, and what breakthroughs would really have a greatest impact on population health?
Thanks, and thank you for calling me here. So I'll try to simplify this as much as possible. So our human body has roughly about 35 to 40 trillion cells.
Wow.
And in each cell, there are about 3 billion chemical entities, which we call DNA today. So that's a complexity. And how the body behaves or what diseases you get is everything written in this code. So predominant of the diseases, except few like accident or something like that, almost have the genetic component. So if you need to understand the disease process, or if you need to understand an individual is predisposed to certain disease, or how do you identify a disease much, much ahead to what the conventional methods are doing, you need to understand the code of life. So 10 years back, we knew this, that it's embedded in this code, but we didn't have the technology to decipher the code. So today, last 7 to 8 years, the technology has become very mature to what you call sequence the DNA. We have seen, almost everybody has seen this during the COVID. For the first time in the history of humankind, we have real-time sequenced the virus. We could identify, say, alpha, beta, delta virus and tell which is lethal. So same thing is happening in humans. You take rare diseases where we have about 90 million rare disease patients in India. About any given point of time, about 100 to 120,000 cancer patients every year. And as Dr. Amit mentioned, we have 25%, including pre-diabetics of the population being diabetic. So if you need to address these challenges, you need to diagnose and identify far ahead. You need to be very precise, which is possible by genomics. Today we call it as multi-omics approaches.
It's very helpful. So what I'm hearing is, you know, again, like there's a way for us to decode really human health. But to Dr. Kakar's point, we've also figured out a way of making that affordable, you know, which wasn't really the case. You mentioned pre-diabetes, which I think is a perfect gateway to the man of the hour, Mr. Kshatriya, who's the CEO of Novo Nordisk India, and, you know, Ozempic, Wegovy, Mounjaro are all buzzwords. But also they're really impacting, you know, the way we kind of think of NCDs and prevention. So if I may kind of, you know, really dive a little bit into that, how do you think the next generation of cardiometabolic therapies are defining or redefining the standards of healthcare in India?
Thank you very much, and I really like it. You have made it really 360-degree, including health, in your program next.
Thank you, sir.
When it comes to the medicine, it has been always a try that medicine should be more precise, less toxic, and much more efficacious. And for that, many of the transformative platforms which have been used, and the effort is actually to switch from just a symptomatic treatment to disease-modifying treatment.
Disease-modifying.
From a preventive stage, from an angle of curative stage to preventive stage. Given that a population which is to the size of 100 million just in India, and then 250 million obese, and with central obesity, we call it visceral obesity, we have got 350 million people, urban population as much as 40%, like in hypertension, what Amit told, is actually obese. I think there was a need to get the new treatment. Treatment which is not only just taking care of the symptoms, but also disease modifying, you know, tackling at multiple front. We had earlier in diabetes treatment which can probably control the blood sugar, right? Or you give insulin in terms of controlling the sugar. Now you have got medications with the help of this GLP-1 and combinations which are there, by which they affect and bring down the sugar and also reduces weight by having an effect on multiple organs.
Correct.
So it's not only one way, they actually have many other ways. And let me tell you, with urbanization, we call it epigenetics, we have only seen obesity growing. It's very difficult to see somebody having a belt size lower than what it is today, than what it was 5 years back, because it keeps on increasing. But when we see the data with the advent of these GLP-1 which has come, we have seen in a Gallup survey in the US that the obesity rate has reduced from 39.9% to 37%. So that's what is called as life-altering and changing from just, you can say, disease control to really making a long-term impact. And that is what the new generation medications which should do in this cardiometabolic space. And these are the medications which not only reduces, you can say, diabetes, but reduces weight. They have been also very beneficial in terms of CVD, that means the heart problem, the kidney problem, and also for fatty liver, which we call MASH. So in whole, there is a lot which is happening in cardiometabolic space in terms of precision, in terms of higher accuracy, and with less and less side effect.
I think, sir, very well put. And, as a physician, I think of this really as a miracle drug, right? Like trying to address so many issues with really just one shot a week. Switching gears a little bit, if I can go back to you, Dr. Kakkar, since you're an investor, and a physician, I would really love to learn from you, from really an investment, but also a physician lens, that what are the highest impact opportunities for really kind of investments and innovations to scale across India, but also Asia?
So that's always a dilemma for an investor because investors want to make money. And when you make money, you invest in hospitals or diagnostics where you have a lot of patient through flow, patients have to pay, and you get return on capital. But if I wear a hat of a physician, and I think we heard something very important today from Dr. Martin Daly earlier, who talked about the power of preventive health, or the power of early health, and how you can actually tap a disease before it becomes a chronic issue. And I think this is where I see a convergence of technology, clinical knowledge, and also affordability to start doing early stage preventive health. Namit, you and I talked about, how we can equip some of our primary care centers to be able to do preventive health. We heard the impact is going to be in trillions. I met somebody, one of your friends from O Health, who talked about technology that can enable the doctors to actually use tools like AI, simple measurements like diagnostics and genomics to tackle the disease early before it becomes a full-blown either diabetes, heart disease, or stroke, and then prevent that extra cost spent
to the system.
and the huge hit to the economy that brings in. So I think if I had to pick up one area, preventive health in a great primary healthcare setup would be my choice.
So very true. And I think, primary health is really that base of the pyramid, right? And if the foundations are really strong, I feel like you can build upon so much. One last question, maybe, to all the panelists, really, but if you have to put medical innovation or healthcare innovation overall here in India in maybe 3 words, what would those top 3 words currently be for you? I can guess yours. So if you want to start first.
I would say combination of medicine plus the AI technology should come from India.
Okay, very well. Sir?
Maybe I'll Yeah, so in this world of data, I would strongly recommend a national health data infrastructure or a framework which can capture all aspects of the data of an individual, keep it de-identified, protect the privacy, improve the interoperability, and also federate it so that it can be used by every institution and companies to come up with novel technologies, and also monitor the patients and individuals to alert them, to make them or to empower them to take control of the health.
And I think Honorable Prime Minister and our government is also really thinking about healthcare and data banks, right? As we think of Ayushman Bharat and we think of the data that government is trying to build, I think they're exactly in those directions. Ankit?
My 3 words would be necessity, not luxury. Medical innovation and AI for us is a necessity. It will play a great equalizer and democratize access to care for all of us.
Phenomenally said. Sir, last but not the least.
So I have to use my investor's hat again. I would say funding the growing ecosystem in India.
Yes,
funding the new technologies, the new platforms, the new innovation. I think made in India, I think is a very, very important aspect for all of us. And I'll leave you with a thought, because I know we talk about this a lot. 70% of medical devices are still imported in India. 70%.
That's a lot.
And there is no reason why we shouldn't be changing that by making our own innovation here in this country with our own team and our own scientists.
Well, sir, make in India. And on that note, thank you once again for this, for joining me today. It was great. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all our speakers for being with us for that session. बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया आप सबको. All right. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, that moment is about to arrive. जी हाँ, कुछ ही क्षणों में हमारे बीच हमारे आज के और NXT 2026 के मुख्य अतिथि प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पहुंचेंगे. कुछ ही क्षणों में हमारे बीच प्रधानमंत्री जी पहुंचेंगे, मगर उससे पहले मैं आप सबको कुछ प्रोटोकॉल्स से अवगत कराना चाहता हूं, because of course you know very soon when the Prime Minister reaches, the SPG protocols will be in place. I request you to all please stay in your place as of course the Prime Minister enters the room. Right now the doors will also be sealed in a few moments from now, so I request you all to please be in your seats. मैं आप सबसे अनुरोध करता हूं कि आप अपने स्थान पे बैठे रहें. मगर उससे पहले we have some very special messages that were sent from some dignitaries who could not be with us physically but have sent a virtual message for NXT 2026. We have got this message from the former Prime Minister of Denmark, Honorable Anders Fogh Rasmussen. We've got a special message from Rich McCormick, member of the US House of Representatives from the United States of America. We've got a special message from Margareta Cederfelt, member of the Riksdag of Sweden. We've got a special message from Pier Carsini, Senator of the Italian Republic and former President of the Chamber of Deputies of Italy. And we have got a special message from Beatrice Lorenzin, Senator of the Italian Republic and former Minister of Health of Italy. So we're going to play out these video messages for you, and after that there will be a brief interlude before that and the Chief Minister's address. So I request your patience. I request you all to, of course, stay with us as we turn to these video messages now. Could we play out the EV?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry that I cannot be with you in person at the NXT Conclave this year. I extend my best wishes to Member of Parliament Kartikeya Sharma and all who make this important gathering possible. Before we look forward to what's next for democracy, we must look back. The post-World War II rules-based order was not created by accident. It was designed both to constrain and to free mankind. It constrained the worst excesses of man, the dogma that might is right. And it freed people from the shackles of dictatorship. It opened commerce and trade. It sparked a sustained period of relative peace, stability, and growth. But the rules-based international order, as we knew it, is at an end. Rules have been replaced by spheres of influence and coercion by the strong. Doctrines and ideas from the 19th and 20th centuries have re-emerged. The US no longer claims to lead the free world. Globalization is being unpicked, and technology is shifting power. Ladies and gentlemen, we must not lament the demise of the post-Second World War order. We must focus on designing what comes next. And India's role in this cannot be underestimated. As the world's largest democracy, a vibrant, growing economy, and a country that embraces change. The Ashoka Chakra in India's flag symbolizes constant forward movement. Freedom and democracy around the world are under strain. We all need forward movement. India can play a formative role in designing a new system, a global alliance of democracies, a series of practical coalitions of the willing built around open trade, mutual support, and opposition to economic coercion. Alliances that focus on critical raw material, defense, space, and tech cooperation. We have made good progress with the recent EU-India trade agreement. Now we must build upon that agreement to strengthen a friendship that has been neglected for too long. Because like-minded friends must stick together regardless of our geographical distance. Beyond pursuing mutual interests, a global alliance of democracies should unite around a core principle of one for all and all for one. Because if freedom fails in one part of the world, it fails around the world. That cause of freedom is a responsibility of all who benefit from it. From the trenches of eastern Ukraine to the streets of Tehran and the waters of Taiwan. We must stand with those on the front line in both words and deeds. Building new democratic alliances will require political will and bold leadership, not just transactional interaction. It will not be easy, but the alternatives are unthinkable. The path that our world is treading has been trodden before. History tells us where that path leads. But I'm optimistic that we can find a better way that keeps the democracies strong and the autocracies at bay. The world is shifting before our eyes. So, as we discuss what's next for democracy, we cannot afford to be complacent. But we also must stand tall for our shared values. The linchpin to a global alliance of democracies will be India. The free world needs your leadership. Unity is our greatest deterrence because as democracies, individually we are strong. United, we are unstoppable. Thank you very much.
All right, that was a special video message there from, of course, the former Prime Minister of Denmark. All right, now as I mentioned to our august audience that security protocols are in place now, as the next session is our Chief Guest, Honorable Chief Guest session. Security protocols are in place. I request your cooperation now. I will just request those sitting in the Prime Minister's enclosure here to just take an alternate seat for a few minutes. The SPG has to just take control of this area for a few minutes. I just request you all to take an alternate seat. Our dignitaries, our honorable guests in the Prime Minister's enclosure, I will just request you all to bear with us as SPG takes control of this particular area before the Chief Guest session. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I request all our other audience to keep seated as we, of course, await the next much anticipated session. And while, of course, the sanitization process continues, we can play out the rest of the videos on our screen. The rest of the special messages sent to us virtually, we'll play them out on our screens. Thank you.
Namaste. I'm Dr. Rich McCormick from Georgia's 7th District, and I am a congressman who's in my 2nd term. Very happy to be with you today. Very big fan of India and our strategic alliance with India in a partnership that I think can benefit the world for decades to come. It is so important as India develops its economy to be the 3rd largest economy in the world within the next few years, and the largest population, the biggest democracy in the world, about 1.47 billion, marrying up with the largest economy, the oldest democracy in the world, as we usher in an era of peace this world has not seen in our lifetimes for certain, and maybe not in any lifetime, quite frankly. If you have 2 countries that see the world similarly, that see that a rising tide lifts all boats, that the business of a country is business. And when you support economy and business, and you have upward mobility and hope, it gets rid of poverty, it gets rid of terrorism. It actually solves a lot of problems because we get to rely on each other rather than a government to supply all the answers. We get to self-determine. When you look at the Indian diaspora in our country, and my district has the largest Indian diaspora by percentage, about 14%. About 20% of all the doctors in my district are Indian diaspora. And I too, I made it to medical school. Most of you don't realize this because I am 2% Indian. And my oldest son is about to marry a woman of Indian diaspora this September. Our ties are strong. And because we have such a large Indian diaspora, we are the wealthiest Republican district in America by median income. We have more business owners than any other district around. We have amazing hope, amazing prosperity, and an amazing culture, a blended culture, where people get to continue to identify by their heritage, but at the same time, have that very proud banner of being Americans. So it's with great heartfelt sincerity that I say, I love you, I want to work with you for all my lifetime, so that my children can pick up the mantle and run with it as we have generations of benefit between our 2 great nations into the future. God bless you.
Dear participants of the NXT 2026 Parliamentary Forum, the forum is of high importance to bring lawmakers together and to take steps forward for more knowledge, reflections, and political action on artificial intelligence. In my view, is artificial intelligence a revolution? It's something that we as human beings can use to serve us. But on the other hand, it's also something that could have negative impact on our society. Our duties as lawmakers, it's first of all to support that we get a good use of artificial intelligence. And what can we do then? We are not engineers, we are not in the field of technologies. We are lawmakers as parliamentarians. And I see this as really an important aspect of artificial intelligence. AI is much, much broader than technology. It's about education on all levels. It's about science. It's about labor market. It's about ethic perspectives. It's about humans. And let me say, I believe strongly that we as lawmakers should take initiatives when it comes to AI. We should broaden the discussion, the debates, and let our perspective, the perspective of those who voted for us, to be there and be reflected. Let me say that the conference you have these days are really of high importance, because without a political dialogue, without reflections, how should we manage to make the laws? For me, artificial intelligence, it can make the world much easier. It can make the world easier for us to live in, but there are, of course, danger. I'm thinking about those who are most vulnerable. I'm thinking about young people. I'm thinking about women. And I do also think about responsibility. Who are responsible when it comes to artificial intelligence? It's not only to say it's the companies. It's not only to say that it's the user. We, as parliamentarians, we need to think about what does AI mean for us. Reflect on that and see what can we do to make AI work in a way that it serves us as human beings. I wish you, dear fellow parliamentarians, all the best and a very, very interesting conference. I wish I could be there with you, but unfortunately, I have duties here back home in my national parliament in Sweden, which make it impossible. But continue the good work. It's important. Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, the serious international crisis prevents me and the Italian delegation I have the honor of leading from attending in person the session of the NXT Summit 2026. I am sure you realize that at this time it's essential for us to ensure our presence in Parliament. Tomorrow morning, the President of the Council will be in the Senate to speak about the terrible situation that we have. However, I would like to take this opportunity while remotely connected to express my sincere gratitude to the honor Kartikeya Sharma for inviting us. Thank you very much. I'm sure that following the 2025 first edition, the forum will provide a significant contribution in laying the foundation for meaningful initiatives focusing on the future of mankind. The recently signed trade agreement between India and the European Union represents a fundamental step in their relationship that goes far beyond the purely economic dimension. It's a clear signal of mutual attention and demonstrates a shared awareness of the need to build a more structured and strategic relationship to be consolidated over time. I have decided to talk about Mediterranean geopolitics, which means talking about the stable core of the new world order. The Mediterranean Sea is not just a geographical area. It's a crossroads of civilization, trade routes, energy-related interests, migratory flows, conflict, and strategic ambition. This is where some of the most profound crises of our times converge. The war in Ukraine, the escalation in the Middle East, and the crisis of the multilateralism system. The war in Ukraine was a real watershed moment, deeply impacting the region. It's not just a territorial conflict. It defies the European order set up after 1991. It has revived the issue of collective security and NATO's role, making the Mediterranean a key logistical and military platform once again. The bases in southern Europe, the fleets in the eastern Mediterranean, energy supply lines, alternative to the Russian ones. It all passes through here. In the eastern Mediterranean, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is still an open wound, despite the peace plan agreements. Netanyahu's government is doing all it can to block all efforts for a peaceful coexistence, but until the two people, two states solution is implemented, and until there is a Palestinian state, the region will never be at peace. And now, The joint US-Israeli strike against Iran and the neighboring countries, starting from Lebanon, has further halved the regional conflict. We are witnessing a gradual erosion of international law compliance, which is giving way to the logic of deterrence and force, yet not cause, regardless of it being legitimate, can justify the violation of the basic rules. Neither the fight against terrorism nor national security can be a pretext for striking innocent people, for indiscriminately attacking civilians, for the weaponization of anger. With the international community seemingly powerless, the extent of multilateralism crisis emerges clearly. The institution founded of the aftermath of World War II are revealing increasingly evident limits. The United Nations, which could once exert an effective moral suasion, can now hardly prevent escalation. The great powers tend to act through a selective coalition. Strategic decisions are taken swiftly and more often than not unilaterally. But the ineffectiveness we are currently witnessing on several fronts cannot be an alibi for deeming multilateral organization redundant. Choosing militarism is not an option, is a necessity, and the future of multilateralism should depend on the international institutions' ability to adapt to the new multipolar disorder, where there is no longer one single center of power, but where no shared system of updated rules exists yet. Thank you very much for you, and good luck for the important meeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, authority, I am sorry I cannot be with you in person today. The Italian Parliament is currently facing a complex phase shaped by geopolitical tensions affecting several regions of the world. But moments like this make conversation like this even more important, because climate change is not only an environmental issue, is increasingly a global health issue and a global security issue. When in 2017 I had the honor of chairing the G7 Health in Milan, one of the key topics we addressed was the link between climate change and health. Even then, the scientific evidence was clear. Climate change would affect not only the environment, but also human health, animal health, and the stability of ecosystems. We were already discussing forced migration caused by droughts and floods, the growing risk of a new pandemic and zoonotic disease, and the increasing pressure on agriculture and food security. Today, the connection between climate and health sometimes seems to have faded from the center of public debate. But the planet does not follow political cycles. Climate, ecosystems, animal health, and human health are deeply interconnected. That is why the One Health approach has become so important. For Europe, and especially for countries like Italy, these challenges is also connected to another major transformation, demographic change. Population aging is already increasing healthcare demand in structural ways. Every day we are working to understand how to manage this growing demand of healthcare, how to guarantee access to pharmaceutical innovation, and how to accelerate the digital transformation of our health system while keeping public healthcare sustainable and universal. And when we add the effects of climate change, heat waves, new disease and extreme events, it becomes clear that strengthening our health system is not optional, it's strategic. The future of public health will also be shaping our cities, where most of the world's population already lives, and where decisions on air quality, mobility and urban design will increasingly determine whether cities become generators of health or accelerators of disease. Over the coming days, you will discuss technology and democracy. Artificial intelligence and advanced technologies can become powerful tools to anticipate health crises, strain prevention, and protect ecosystem. But there is another essential dimension: international cooperation. The major health and climate change of our time do not respect borders. Viruses travel, pollution travels, extreme climate event travel much faster than any country can respond alone. That is why we must strengthen multilateral cooperation, not weaken it. We must strengthen the World Health Organization, not dismantle it. And we must not abandon the most vulnerable regions of the world to their fate. Because in an interconnected world, the vulnerability of one quickly becomes the vulnerability of all. Climate change is not only an environmental challenge, it's one of the greatest global health challenges of our time. We must share knowledge and work together to develop models that help both human societies and ecosystem adapt. At this moment in history, those who make decisions carry responsibility not only to this generation, but to the generation that will follow. So good job, and thank you for your attention.
All right, those were some special video messages from, of course, dignitaries like the former Prime Minister of Denmark, a sitting US House of Representatives member, and other members of parliament from across the world, who, of course, couldn't make it physically to India, but have sent virtual greetings for NXT. We, of course, though, are very privileged to have many sitting members of parliament from across the world here in attendance. Of course, 3 former heads of state as well. Also, many sitting members of parliament I can see in the audience as well, and sitting members of legislative assemblies. I welcome you all, of course, and we will be, of course, very soon joined by our honorable chief guest for today, Shri Narendra Modi ji, Pradhan Mantri Bharat ke hamare beech kuch hi kshanon mein pahunchenge. This is a quick announcement for our foreign dignitaries here, our foreign guests. I know some of them are outside, but those of you who are in the hall and those of you who are seated next to the dignitaries who will return back from outside, can inform them that there will be an option of live translation. During Prime Minister Modi's speech, there will be a live translation option available through headsets. These headsets will be distributed to you all very, very shortly. So watch out for them in the hall. Our team will be coming around very, very shortly to distribute these headsets. We will be giving a live translation to you of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's address when it happens. I request your patience. We are, of course, all set in a few moments to have the session that we all have been waiting for, not just through the day, but through this entire month. I request everyone now to please be seated. We will be starting the session very, very shortly. So those of our volunteers just distributing the headsets, I'll ask you to quickly finish that, and the rest of our audience members, I request you all to please be seated. In the back, no one should stand. If you don't have room to sit, you can go outside. There's another hall which is cleaning it, but no one should be standing. This is, of course, protocol which is now in place. और अब हमारे बीच पहुंच चुके हैं हमारे आज के मुख्य अतिथि। जी हां, उस पल का हम बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे हैं। हमारे बीच भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पहुंच चुके हैं। जोरदार तालियों से उनका स्वागत किया जाए। तहे दिल से आपका स्वागत करता हूं मुख्य अतिथि जी, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी। और अब वेलकम एड्रेस और मुख्य अतिथि को स्वागत करने के लिए मैं मंच पे बुलाना चाहता हूं एनएक्सटी के संस्थापक एवं राज्यसभा सांसद श्री कार्तिकेय शर्मा जी। कार्तिकेय जी, मैं आपको मंच पे आमंत्रित करता हूं। तालियों से इनका स्वागत किया जाए।
Namaste and a very good evening to everyone. I would like to welcome and thank our chief guest for NXT, the Honorable Prime Minister of Bharat, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for taking time out of his hectic schedule and gracing the second edition of the NXT Conclave. The ITV network is truly indebted to him for his luminous presence. This conclave would have not become as grand and significant as it is today without his gracious presence and encouragement. To further grace this conclave, we are honored to have with us former Prime Minister of Australia, Mr. Scott Morrison, former Prime Minister of Sweden, Mr. Fredrik Reinfeldt, and former Prime Minister of Nepal, Shri Baburam Bhattarai ji. I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished speakers, guests, and NXT fellows on behalf of the NXT Foundation and the NewsX World family, where we remain deeply committed to building a community that comes together to discuss challenges and collectively find solutions. Whenever the world has faced crisis on a global scale, it has been the collective strength of humankind that has brought people together to deliberate, debate, discover solutions, and rebuild humanity. And it is in this very spirit that the NXT Conclave brings the world together in India. The NXT is envisioned as a global platform where ideas converge to address humanity's most pressing challenges, from geopolitics, healthcare, and technology to space, governance, and law. A platform where innovators, policymakers, and thinkers come together to discuss the future and to shape it. But above all, NXT is about community, bringing the world together to solve challenges for all of humankind. When the world comes together in that spirit of collaboration, solutions emerging from India can contribute meaningfully to the progress and stability of the entire world. Pradhan Mantri ji, in September 2025, while addressing the nation at the launch of the Swasth Nari Sashakt Parivar Abhiyan, you said that our mothers and sisters, our Nari Shakti, are the main Aadhar of our Rashtra Pragati. You reminded the nation that when a mother is healthy, the entire family thrives. And when our mothers are strong, the nation itself becomes stronger. Under your able leadership, through the protective Suraksha Kavach of Ayushman Bharat, which is the world's largest universal health program, access to treatment for millions of Indians has become possible. And the need now is to ensure timely detection of diseases. Pradhan Mantri ji, your words did not just remain an idea for us. They became an inspiration for action. That inspiration led to the launch of the Namo Shakti Rath, a nationwide breast cancer screening mission for women. What makes this campaign unique is the technology powering it. The Thermalytics, a Make in India innovation, which we discovered at the NXT Conclave last year, and now it has been translated into action through its use in door-to-door screenings of thousands of women in India. Launched on 17 September 2025, the Namo Shakti Rath has in less than 6 months grown into the world's largest breast cancer screening campaign in an AI medium. More than 75,000 women have already been screened, and on 8th of March 2026, on the International Women's Day, we created history by setting a Guinness World Record, screening 5,005 women for breast cancer in a single day. Pradhan Mantri ji, this is the speed, scale, and spirit of New India, which it has achieved under your able leadership. In many ways, the Namo Shakti mission represents exactly what India must do today. Use our own innovations to solve our own challenges. It also sends a powerful message. India today is no longer merely an adopter of technology developed elsewhere. India is becoming a creator, an innovator, and a global contributor to technology. From gene therapy for sickle cell anemia, hemophilia, and especially in sickle cell anemia, bringing hope to our tribal communities, to landing on the lunar South Pole through the Chandrayaan, from building the world's largest digital public infrastructure through Aadhaar and UPI to emerging as one of the world's fastest growing startup and AI innovation ecosystems. India today is shaping the frontier of technology and human progress. Today, under your leadership, Pradhan Mantri ji, India now stands at the cusp of becoming a global leader in technology and innovation. We saw a glimpse of that recently at the India AI Impact Summit, which brought together some of the finest minds in artificial intelligence and deep technology from across the world. These developments are not isolated successes. They are a part of a larger national transformation. And it is precisely this story that we are documenting in the Bharat Progress Report, which outlines the direction of India's growth story across technology, innovation, and emerging sectors. It is the story of Bharat guided by the mantra of reform, perform, and transform. A comprehensive chronicle of 101 major milestones that defined India's structural transformation and global leadership over the past few years. Ladies and gentlemen, if the past decade was about building confidence, the coming decade will be about building leadership. And platforms like NXT Conclave exist precisely for this purpose, to bring together thinkers, innovators, policymakers, and leaders from across the world to imagine the next chapter of global progress, India at its center. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister of Bharat, Shri Narendra Modi ji, for gracing the NXT Conclave with his presence. Your presence, sir, today is a source of great inspiration for the entire team behind these initiatives and for every Indian who aspires to see the story of our nation's progress resonate across the world stage. With that, I warmly welcome all of you to the NXT Conclave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shri Kartikeya Sharma ji, for your welcome address and telling us the vision behind NXT and also the action that has been taken after the inaugural NXT conference, in fact, in which the Honorable Prime Minister was the chief guest as well last year. और अब हमारा मार्गदर्शन करने के लिए और एक खास संदेश देने के लिए हमारे विदेश भर से आए अतिथिगण और भारत से भी आए अतिथिगण, प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपको मैं मंच पे आमंत्रित करता हूं. Would we please have a loud round of applause for Shri Narendra Modi ji, chief guest at NXT 2026.
आज 12 मार्च का दिन बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक है. बारह मार्च 1930 को महात्मा गांधी ने साबरमती आश्रम से दांडी यात्रा शुरू की थी. ये भारत के स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन का एक टर्निंग पॉइंट था, क्योंकि इस यात्रा ने देश के कोने कोने को एक लक्ष्य के साथ जोड़ दिया था, और ये लक्ष्य था भारत की आजादी. आज ऐतिहासिक यात्रा के करीब 100 वर्ष के आसपास हम भारतीय फिर एक नई यात्रा पर निकले हैं। ये यात्रा है विकसित भारत की यात्रा। हमारा लक्ष्य एक है, हमारी मंजिल एक है, विकसित भारत। और इस लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति में ऐसी समिट्स में हुआ मंथन, इनसे निकला अमृत बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाता है। मैं आप सभी का आभारी हूं, आपने मुझे नेक्स्ट समिट के लिए आमंत्रित किया। यहां देश से, दुनिया से बहुत सारे साथी आए हैं। कुछ पुराने परिचित भी हैं। मैं आप सबका अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, 21वीं सदी का एक कालखंड न भूतो न भविष्यति जैसा है। एक तरफ युद्ध की विभीषिका है, सप्लाई चेन फिर से तहस नहस हो रही है। संयुक्त राष्ट्र जैसी वैश्विक संस्थाओं की प्राथमिकता पर सवालिया निशान लग रहे हैं। और ऐसे कालखंड में हमारा भारत इन विपरीत परिस्थितियों में भी आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज दुनिया इतिहास के जिस महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव पर खड़ी है, उस पड़ाव पर जिस देश का नाम सबसे ज्यादा चर्चा में है, वो है भारत। वर्तमान में इतने सारे संकटों के बीच दुनिया का हर गंभीर नेतृत्व, हर जानकार भारत को लेकर बहुत उम्मीदों से भरा हुआ है। अभी हाल ही में फिनलैंड के प्रेसिडेंट अलेक्जेंडर स्टुब भारत आए थे। उन्होंने कहा कि अब दुनिया की दिशा ग्लोबल साउथ तय करेगा और उस दिशा को निर्धारित करने की सबसे बड़ी शक्ति होगा भारत। इससे पहले कनाडा के पीएम कार्नी ने भी कहा था कि अगले 3 दशकों में दुनिया की इकोनॉमिक ग्रेविटी जिस सेंटर की ओर शिफ्ट हो रही है, उसका नाम है भारत। फ्रांस के राष्ट्रपति मैक्रो भी मानते हैं कि भारत दुनिया के सबसे बड़े मुद्दों को सुलझाने वाला एक इनएविटेबल पार्टनर बन चुका है। आज टेक वर्ल्ड और अर्थ जगत के ग्लोबल लीडर्स के बयानों का निचोड़ निकालें तो एक ही भाव सामने आता है, अगर आप भविष्य का हिस्सा बनना चाहते हो तो आपको भारत से जुड़ना ही होगा, भारत में होना ही होगा। साथियों, अभी अभी भारत ने T20 वर्ल्ड कप जीता है। हर कोई खुश है और भारत में तो क्रिकेट का मामला ऐसा है कि अगर किसी ऑफिस में करोड़ों के ट्रांजैक्शन की बात चलती हो, कोई बढ़िया प्रेजेंटेशन चल रहा हो, विदेश के मेहमान प्रेजेंटेशन कर रहे हो, फिर भी वो जरा उस स्लाइड से नजर हटा करके दूसरी ओर स्कोर क्या है वो देखता है। और कोई न कोई तो पूछ ही लेता है, भाई स्कोर क्या है, जरा ठीक से ऐसी स्थिति। अब देखिए ये है, वैसी ही स्थिति है भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था की। आज हर कोई इकोनॉमी की रनिंग कमेंट्री चाहता है। भारत की इकोनॉमी का पिछले महीने क्या स्टेटस था, आज क्या हाल है, ये सब जानने के लिए देशवासी उत्सुक रहते हैं। मुझे याद नहीं पड़ता कि इतनी उत्सुकता देश में पहले थी या नहीं थी, और थी तो कब थी। ये दिखाता है कि आज भारतीयों के एस्पिरेशंस और आत्मविश्वास किस स्तर पर है। यही दुनिया के भारत पर भरोसे का सबसे बड़ा कारण भी है। और साथियों, निश्चित तौर पर जब इतनी सारी उम्मीदें जुड़ी हो, दुनिया की नजर हमारे देश पर हो, तो स्वाभाविक है कि हम सभी की जिम्मेदारी और ज्यादा बढ़ जाती है। साथियों, आज का भारत सिर्फ आगे नहीं बढ़ रहा, भारत खुद को नेक्स्ट लेवल पर ले जा रहा है। आज देश में नेक्स्ट जनरेशन फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बन रहे हैं। हम नेक्स्ट जनरेशन डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। यूपीआई ने डिजिटल पेमेंट्स को नेक्स्ट फेज में पहुंचा दिया है। आज भारत दुनिया में सबसे तेज रियल टाइम डिजिटल पेमेंट्स करने वाला देश बना है। साथियों, भारत आज नेक्स्ट जनरेशन रिफॉर्म्स भी कर रहा है। वो रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है। कभी भारत में कई काम, कई निर्णय नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल माने जाते थे। आज भारत वो निर्णय भी ले रहा है। कभी कहा जाता था कि आर्टिकल 370 हटाना नामुमकिन है, लेकिन आज जम्मू कश्मीर में आर्टिकल 370 की दीवार गिर चुकी है। कभी लगता था कि देश में सबका बैंकिंग सिस्टम से जुड़ना असंभव है, लेकिन आज 50 करोड़ से ज्यादा जनधन खातों ने ये संभव कर दिखाया है। कभी लगता था कि ट्रिपल तलाक को खत्म करना असंभव है, लेकिन आज मुस्लिम बहनों को इस अन्याय से मुक्ति मिली है। कभी महिलाओं को लोकसभा और विधानसभा में 33% आरक्षण भी असंभव लगता था, लेकिन आज इसके लिए कानून बन चुका है। कभी अंतरिक्ष और एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी को लेकर भी भारत की लिमिट्स बताई जाती थी, लेकिन आज मून मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन, क्वांटम मिशन, ये सब भारत को नेक्स्ट फ्रंटियर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी की ओर ले जा रहे हैं। साथियों, आज का भारत केवल सपने नहीं देख रहा, भारत उन्हें सच कर रहा है। इसलिए आज दुनिया कह रही है, इंडिया इज नॉट जस्ट प्रोग्रेसिंग, इंडिया इज मूविंग टू द नेक्स्ट। साथियों, देश के विकास का एक बहुत बड़ा आधार होता है कि हम चुनौतियों से कैसे मुकाबला कर रहे हैं। हम सभी जानते हैं कि वैश्विक परिस्थितियां अचानक बदलती हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमने पहले कोरोना की आपदा देखी, फिर रूस यूक्रेन का संकट देखा, और अब हम हमारे बहुत ही पास में एक और बड़ा युद्ध चल रहा है। इस युद्ध ने पूरे विश्व को बहुत बड़े ऊर्जा संकट में धकेल दिया है। साथियों, ऐसी विकट परिस्थितियों में बहुत अहम है कि एक देश के तौर पर हम इसका मुकाबला कैसे करते हैं। संकट काल एक प्रकार से पूरे राष्ट्र की परीक्षा होती है। शांति के साथ, धैर्य के साथ हमें परिस्थितियों से निपटना होता है। जन विश्वास बढ़ाकर जनता को जागरूक करते हुए हमें चलना होता है, और इसमें हर किसी की भूमिका होती है। हर राजनीतिक दल की, मीडिया की, सामाजिक संस्थाओं की, इंडस्ट्री की, युवाओं की, गांव की, शहर की, हर किसी की भूमिका बहुत अहम होती है। और हमने कोरोना काल में देखा है, जब सब मिलकर चलते हैं तो संकट से मुकाबले के लिए देश का सामर्थ्य कई गुना बढ़ जाता है। आज देश के सामने एक और चुनौती है, और इसलिए हमें मिलकर प्रयास करने होंगे, राष्ट्रहित को सर्वोपरि रखते हुए अपने कर्तव्य निभाने होंगे। साथियों, आजकल बहुत चर्चा एलपीजी को लेकर हो रही है। कुछ लोग हैं जो पैनिक क्रिएट करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, अपना एजेंडा चलाना चाहते हैं। मैं इस समय उन पर राजनीतिक टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता, लेकिन इतना जरूर कहूंगा कि ऐसा करके वो जनता के समक्ष खुद को एक्सपोज हो ही रहे हैं, पूरे देश का भी बड़ा नुकसान कर रहे हैं। साथियों, आज युद्ध से जो ये वैश्विक संकट आया है, उसके प्रभाव से कोई देश अछूता नहीं है। कम अधिक मात्रा में हर कोई इस संकट के शिकार है। भारत भी इस संकट से निपटने के लिए कोई कसर बाकी नहीं छोड़ रही है, और हम अलग अलग स्तरों पर प्रयास कर रहे हैं। बीते दिनों दुनिया के कई देशों के शीर्ष नेताओं से मेरी इसको लेकर बातचीत हुई है। सप्लाई चेन में जो बाधाएं आई हैं, उससे हम कैसे पार पाए, इसके लिए भी निरंतर प्रयास चल रहे हैं। साथियों, भारत के तेज विकास के लिए अलग अलग एनर्जी सोर्सेज को बढ़ावा देना निरंतर जरूरी रहा है, और इसको मजबूत करने के लिए हमने 2 स्तरों पर एक साथ काम किया है। पहला, देश में एनर्जी एक्सेस बढ़े, हमने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार किया, और दूसरा, एनर्जी के लिए हमें सिर्फ विदेशों पर निर्भर ना रहना पड़े, इसके लिए एनर्जी सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भरता पर बल दिया। अब मैं आपको गैस सेक्टर के ही कुछ आंकड़े देता हूं। साल 2014 तक देश में सिर्फ 14 करोड़ एलपीजी कनेक्शन थे, यानी देश के करीब करीब आधे परिवारों के पास ही एलपीजी कनेक्शन था। आज 2 गुने से भी अधिक, यानी करीब 33 करोड़ घरेलू एलपीजी कनेक्शन है। बीते 11 वर्षों में हमने अपनी बॉटलिंग कैपेसिटी को 2 गुना किया है। डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सेंटर भी 13,000 से बढ़ाकर 25,000 से अधिक हो गए हैं। 2014 में देश में सिर्फ 4 एलएनजी टर्मिनल्स थे, 4 एलएनजी टर्मिनल्स। आज इनकी संख्या भी बढ़कर 2 गुनी हो गई है। गैस पाइपलाइन जो करीब 3,500 किलोमीटर होती थी, उसको 10,000 किलोमीटर तक विस्तार किया है, क्योंकि करीब 60% एलपीजी विदेशों से आती है। इसलिए देश के बड़े बड़े पोर्ट्स, वहां पर इंपोर्ट टर्मिनल कैपेसिटी भी बहुत बढ़ाई गई है। साथियों, साल 2014 से पहले तक देश में सिर्फ 25-26 लाख घरों में ही पाइप से सस्ती गैस यानी पीएनजी की सुविधा थी। आज ये संख्या भी 1.25 करोड़ से अधिक पहुंच गई है। 2014 में देश में सीएनजी पर चलने वाली गाड़ियां भी 10 लाख से ज्यादा नहीं थी। आज ये संख्या 70 लाख से अधिक है, और ये तभी संभव हो पा रहा है क्योंकि बीते दशक में देश के 600 से अधिक जिलों में सिटी गैस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नेटवर्क स्थापित किए गए हैं। साथियों, इस वैश्विक संकट ने एक बार फिर दिखाया है कि किसी भी देश का आत्मनिर्भर होना इतना अधिक जरूरी क्यों है। इसलिए ही बीते वर्षों में हमने भारत को एनर्जी सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए होलिस्टिक तरीके से काम किया है। साथियों, पेट्रोलियम पर निर्भरता को कम करने के लिए हमने इथेनॉल पर, बायोफ्यूल पर बल दिया। 2014 से पहले देश में सिर्फ 1-1.5% इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग कैपेसिटी थी। आज हम पेट्रोल में 20% इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग के करीब पहुंच रहे हैं। अगर ये काम न किया होता तो हमें बीते 11 वर्षों में करीब 18 करोड़ बैरल अतिरिक्त तेल विदेशों से खरीदना पड़ता। आज की स्थिति देखें तो इथेनॉल के कारण हमें प्रतिवर्ष करीब 4.5 करोड़ बैरल कम ऑयल इंपोर्ट करना पड़ रहा है, यानी करीब 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए की बचत तो देश को सिर्फ इसी से हुई है। साथियों, भारत में पेट्रोलियम का बहुत बड़ा कंज्यूमर हमारी रेलवे भी है। हमारे देश में रेलवे लाइनों के इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन का काम 60 साल पहले शुरू हुआ था। बावजूद इसके 2014 तक, 2014 तक सिर्फ 20% रेलवे रूट का इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन ही हो पाया था। बाकी रेलवे रूट्स पर हजारों डीजल इंजन चला करते थे। आज भारत में ब्रॉडगेज नेटवर्क का करीब करीब 100% बिजलीकरण हो चुका है। इससे साल 2024-25 में ही भारतीय रेलवे ने करीब 180 करोड़ लीटर डीजल की बचत की है। अगर इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन न हुआ होता तो हर वर्ष इतना डीजल बनाने के लिए एक्स्ट्रा क्रूड ऑयल इंपोर्ट करना पड़ता। ऐसे ही हमने मेट्रो का नेटवर्क बढ़ाया, इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी पर फोकस किया। एक और बहुत बड़ा काम हमने रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी को लेकर किया है। आज हमारी टोटल इंस्टॉल पावर जनरेशन कैपेसिटी का आधा हिस्सा रिन्यूएबल सोर्स से आता है। हमारी कुल रिन्यूएबल क्षमता आज 250 गीगावाट के ऐतिहासिक आंकड़े को पार कर गई है। आप सोचिए, साल 2014 में भारत की सोलर पावर कैपेसिटी सिर्फ 2 गीगावाट थी। आज ये करीब 40 गुना बढ़कर 130 गीगावाट हो चुकी है। घरेलू उपयोग में गैस के अलावा बिजली अधिक से अधिक काम आए, इसके लिए पीएम सूर्यघर मुफ्त बिजली योजना लागू की गई है। अभी तक इस स्कीम के तहत करीब 30 लाख परिवारों ने रूफटॉप सोलर लगाए हैं। साथियों, इसके अलावा हमने गोवर्धन स्कीम पर भी काम किया। इसके तहत कॉम्प्रेस्ड बायोगैस बनाने पर काम किया गया। अभी तक देश में 100 से अधिक प्लांट चालू हो चुके हैं और 600 से ज्यादा पर काम चल रहा है। साथियों, पेट्रोल डीजल के क्षेत्र में हमने कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग की दिशा में भी व्यापक प्रयास किया है। 2014 से पहले भारत के पास स्ट्रेटेजिक पेट्रोलियम रिजर्व यानी संकट के समय कच्चा तेल स्टोर करने की कैपेसिटी ना के बराबर थी। आज हमारे पास 50 लाख टन से अधिक का स्ट्रेटेजिक पेट्रोलियम रिजर्व है और इससे भी अधिक कैपेसिटी पर काम चल रहा है। बीते दशक में अपनी रिफाइनिंग कैपेसिटी में भी हमने सालाना 40 मिलियन टन से अधिक की वृद्धि की है। तभी भारत आज दुनिया के सबसे बड़े रिफाइनिंग हब्स में से एक बन चुका है। यानी आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि हम भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए कितने बड़े पैमाने पर और कितनी बड़ी दिशाओं में काम कर रहे हैं। ये युद्ध की वजह से जो संकट बना है, उसका मुकाबला भी हम जरूर कर पाएंगे। मेरा 140 करोड़ देशवासियों पर पूरा भरोसा है। जैसे एक साथ संगठित होकर कोविड के संकट से हमने देश को बाहर निकाला था, उसी प्रकार हम इस वैश्विक संकट को भी पार कर लेंगे।